At some point, unable to bear the tension, So Chi-hoon decisively headed to his colleagues to confess that he was leaving work early. Everyone immediately turned to him with curiosity, and realizing that the guy had already finished his day shift, instantly understood the reason for his desire to leave the office. However, one of the colleagues approached the young man and friendly reminded him that today they were expecting the long-awaited corporate party. The comrade immediately put his arm around So Chi-hoon's shoulders, explaining that he simply had no right to miss this event, because without him, the fun would be completely incomplete. The other colleagues began whispering among themselves, thinking that So Chi-hoon was probably planning to spend the evening completely alone, and this thought made them a little sad. However, the guy tiredly explained, if there were even a little less work, maybe he would have agreed to go to the corporate party. But the thing was that for the past few weeks, he had been working every night non-stop, and today, for the first time in a long time, he was able to leave on time. All of this was insanely exhausting, wearing him out to the limit. Suddenly, a female colleague approached him from behind and comfortingly patted the guy on the shoulder. It seemed that only she perfectly understood his pain and exhaustion. The co-worker also gently reminded, So Chi-hoon, they had all been working without a single day off lately. Everyone was very tired, not just him alone. And of course, the young man was touched that the girl turned out to be the only person who understood him. However, in reality, she believed that precisely because they were all so exhausted and overworked, tonight should be dedicated to fun and drinking. In the end, the protagonist bitterly realized these two were completely not on the same wavelength with him. Perhaps the reason partly lay in the fact that from endless overtime, they had simply gone crazy. Moreover, So Chi-hoon was eager to find out how it even happened that he ended up in this gathering of psychos and workaholics. Initially, the young man entered public service precisely to work calmly and rest well. Suddenly, as he was already heading to the exit of the building, the guy saw a visitor who was just entering through the main doors. This man seemed vaguely familiar to the young man. After all, this visitor had already come to their institution today. The man's appearance was extremely unpleasant, so Chi-hoon hurried to politely escort him. He reminded him that he could do nothing about his situation, as there was a strict order from above. Therefore, the employee asked him to come next time. Perhaps then they could help him. Of course, the client immediately got angry, thinking that So Chi-hoon was blatantly ignoring his problem. So the guy had to explain fearfully that he had no such intentions at all. The very same female colleague came up, who patiently explained to the visitor that their center was already closed for today. If he had any questions left, he could come to them tomorrow. But in the next moment, the woman covered her mouth with her palm in horror, and her eyes opened wide. The man, still convinced that So Chi-hoon was blatantly ignoring him, decided that the best solution was simply to stab this impudent person. The madman began furiously stabbing the young man with a knife, believing that So Chi-hoon was to blame for all his life troubles, because he could not help him. And honestly, the guy had no idea what this crazy man was babbling about. All the hero wanted was to work peacefully and rest well. In the next moment, he suddenly jumped up and with a scream surfaced from the nightmare he had seen. Breathing heavily and coming to, the young man quickly realized that he was fine. The boy's name was Ilmok, and looking around fearfully, he tried to understand. How much more time must pass before he stops dreaming these strange, obsessive dreams about his past life? At that moment, he heard the call of the uncle innkeeper, who asked Ilmok to bring water. Exactly 1 whole year has passed since that very So Chi-hoon was stabbed by a crazed visitor. However, the young man was given a second chance at life. In the end, he suddenly found himself in the body of a completely different person in an amazing world of martial arts. Fortunately, thanks to So Chi-hoon's vivid memories, the boy whose body he entered was able to adapt quite quickly and without much difficulty. Moreover, this young man worked as an ordinary servant in a small local tavern. The motto of So Chi-hoon from a past life, work in moderation, rest in moderation, perfectly suited Ilmok's current job. Initially, The hero thought he could work peacefully and idly forever, but it lasted only for a while. When the boy was returning with buckets to bring water to the tavern, he suddenly saw the tavern blazing with bright flames. And along with it, his cloudless future was burning to ashes. Obviously, the guy immediately ran at full speed to the burning building, even forgetting that all this time, heavy buckets of water were hanging on his shoulders. There, in the midst of all this destruction and chaos, he saw a mysterious old man in snow-white robes, who was serenely watching the tavern blaze with fire. Obviously, the guy was very panicked, not understanding why their humble inn of all places had to catch fire. The young man immediately began pouring water on himself, preparing to rush into the flames to save the unfortunate people. At the last moment, he desperately turned to his uncle and asked him to endure a little longer. After all, the boy was about to pull him out of the fiery trap. However, unexpectedly, the white-haired elder blocked his way and pressed his sharp, cold sword to the young man's throat. Of course, for Ilmak, the stranger's behavior remained a mystery. After all, he needed to hurry to save the others. However, this old man, as if nothing had happened, calmly explained that the innkeeper had long been dead. The cause of his tragic death was that the noodles in the establishment were unbearably disgusting. So the elder could not forgive that, and Ilmak could not believe that the innkeeper was really killed over such nonsense. In the end, the old man had to explain. The noodles were indeed so disgusting that he burned the place to the ground. But in Ilmak, the man saw something special. He saw that the boy did not belong among the ordinary servants. Therefore, the elder generously decided to give him a chance. He suggested that this boy become his apprentice. If he refuses, he will die here and now. And at that moment, vivid memories suddenly overwhelmed the hero about how he had almost died in his past life. Back then, he really acted strictly according to the rules, but he was still stabbed just for allegedly ignoring a client. And here someone calmly kills people over bad noodles and burns down entire taverns? However, the boy was no longer willing to tolerate such lawlessness. So he immediately shouted desperately, outraged by the behavior of this inadequate old man. The young man reminded that no matter how much he waved his sword here, it did not mean that everything would go exactly as he wished, and the boy boldly noted that he would never obey such a madman as this old man, even if it meant dying. At that moment, from somewhere behind, the old man's assistant approached from afar, a man with a black eye patch. They quickly exchanged glances, and the assistant hurriedly nodded to his master. Then, young Ilmak roared like a wild, cornered beast, ordering these lunatics to immediately shut up and return his long-awaited peaceful life. At that moment, the assistant, silently sneaking up behind the boy, skillfully struck his neck with his fingers, causing him to instantly lose consciousness. Although the boy thought he was dying this time, the feeling was completely different. A strange relief settled in his soul. However, Ilmak frankly resented it, because in his past life, he just wanted to work peacefully and have the opportunity to rest fully. Yet the hero never achieved success then or now. The old man, looking at the limp body of the boy on the ground, authoritatively ordered the assistant to drag the youth away with him. When the boy came to his senses next time, he was already in a carriage that was hastily traveling somewhere along mountain paths. Startled, Ilmak immediately began looking around until he noticed the very old man patiently waiting for his awakening. In fact, Ilmak was very surprised to be alive. Since the elder was so angry about the tasteless noodles, he should have killed him after all that hysteria and shouting. At that very moment, the old man unexpectedly decided to apologize to the youth for his outright lie. It was not he who harmed the innkeeper. The real culprit was the combat union. More precisely, he implied that the combat union set a trap when the man accidentally looked into that inn and used the incident as a pretext to unite forces against him. Honestly, this explanation sounded quite implausible, but Ilmak could not dismiss the old man's words. And judging by what the boy had seen, these so-called orthodox and demonic unions were essentially just bandits. Obviously, Ilmak was extremely curious to find out why the old man lied to him so brazenly. However, he admitted he just wanted to see the sincere, true nature of this kid. He was immensely glad to understand that the boy was ready to choose death rather than become a disciple of the enemies. And the old man was very happy that his intuition about people did not fail him. When the man chuckled good-naturedly, Ilmak was absolutely certain that this person was clearly not right in the head. However, the old man also explained to the frightened youth that he simply had no other choice but to go with them. If the boy had survived near the burned-down tavern, he would definitely have told that a terrible enemy attacked the establishment. But this enemy mercifully spared him, a simple servant. After such testimony, the lad would certainly have been killed to put all the blame on the old man himself. So now the youth really had only two options left. He would either become the old man's apprentice or die. However, the old man himself warned he did not intend to kill Ilmak. The boy would die at the hands of the combat union, which would definitely find him. The hero had to be silent for a while to weigh everything happening in his head before making a final decision. He decided to first find out the master's name, and the elder immediately noticed that the tone with which the hero addressed him had noticeably changed. However, he still introduced himself. His name was Hyokrayan Ilva. However, unfortunately, Ilmak could not recall such a name, and the old man quickly realized this. Most likely, the hero had heard his nickname. In the Central Plains, the man was usually called the Heavenly Demon, and Ilmak clearly remembered that in most martial arts stories, the Heavenly Demon is either the main hero or the final boss, a symbol of incredible martial power and the formidable ruler of the demonic cult. Depending on the work, it could be the sect of the sun and moon, the sect of Min, and so on. In short, it simply meant the title of the cult leader. The only thing all legends about the Heavenly Demons agreed on was that they were insanely strong and always involved in all sorts of dark crimes. So Ilmak absolutely did not want to get involved in this. At that moment, the old man decided to find out what kind of peaceful life the hero was dreaming of exactly, and he simply explained that he wished to live peacefully, without obstacles and dangers. Nothing special. While they were chatting peacefully, finally the assistant knocked on the wall of the carriage, explaining that they had already arrived at the place. Then, before going outside, the elder decided to find out what the boy he had stolen was called, and he introduced himself with the name Ilmak, since he simply had no surname. In the end, the Heavenly Demon calmly nodded and solemnly went outside, leading the boy with him. The young hero saw a whole crowd of people bowed in a deep bow, and the elder solemnly greeted the boy into their sect. After that, all the subordinates began loudly glorifying Hyokrayan Ilva, the great lord of all demons, and honestly, the number of followers turned out to be much larger than the hero had imagined. Now the young man finally truly understood what it was like to be the head of an entire cult. It still somewhat overwhelmed the boy. Moreover, looking at the Heavenly Demon now, the hero felt no negative feelings towards him. He even thought that perhaps everything would not be so bad if he agreed to become the Heavenly Demon's disciple. At that moment, they finally reached the majestic place that everyone respectfully called the Pavilion of Pungam. The elder also explained, if the young man did not agree to become his disciple, then this luxurious estate would still become his new home. And now, the hero had to stay here until he made his final decision. Hyokrayan Ilva also solemnly promised to personally deal with those vile murderers who attacked the tavern and took the life of a good man. He promised to regularly report on the progress of the investigation to the hero. The Heavenly Demon clearly understood. The innkeeper was like a second father to Ilmak, which meant his emotional wounds were incredibly deep and painful. It didn't matter whether Ilmak became his disciple or not. The Heavenly Demon swore by his sacred name that he would definitely help the boy avenge this loss. And of course, the young man immediately fell to his knees before the elder and gratefully thanked Hyokrayan Ilva for everything, respectfully calling him teacher. Naturally, the old man was quite surprised that the hero had made such a fateful decision so quickly. However, the boy perfectly understood. As the teacher himself said, he had no choice anyway. Therefore, The young man was ready to do everything in his power not to disappoint the elder. The heavenly demon was even slightly amazed that the boy had made the only right decision so quickly. He also solemnly explained, as the head of the cult, he cares about all the followers of their divine cult. From today, the elder will assign an assistant to his new disciple. This person will teach the boy the customs and traditions of their cult. Of course, the hero immediately bowed reverently and thanked the teacher for the invaluable help, then watched him attentively until he disappeared into the distance. However, suddenly the young man noticed that the majestic elder had stopped near some girl. As expected from the heavenly demon, he did not hesitate, and immediately found a person who would take on the role of assistant for the disciple. However, this girl looked like a real star, descended from the heavens to the sinful earth. So Ilmak was extremely surprised that she would be the one to handle his daily affairs and training. However, So Chikhun resolutely ordered himself to finally gather his thoughts and calm down. After all, he needed to control himself, even considering that, given his past life, he was well over 30 years old. Admiring such a young girl was simply unforgivable. At that moment, the beautiful lady gracefully approached the young gentleman to politely greet him. She introduced herself. Her name was Chinhena, and from that moment, she would faithfully serve him. Examining the maid more closely, Ilmak tried to find a worthy excuse for himself. Considering that his current body was about 15 years old, the age difference between them was not that big. So, there was nothing improper in his thoughts. At that moment, Chinhena politely apologized that right after the introduction, they had to get down to business. However, from that very minute, the hero had to begin serious preparation for admission to the legendary Magwan. Of course, Ilmak heard this name for the first time, so Chinhena patiently explained. It is a higher educational institution that accepts only the most outstanding, gifted members of the cult from the age of 16. Absolutely all high-ranking members of their cult are graduates of the renowned Magwan. Considering that the hero is a personal disciple of the Lord himself, to avoid disgracing the great name of the heavenly demon, he simply must get admitted there. Of course, the hero perfectly understood. It did not sound easy at all. And besides, they had extremely little time. However, the lady gently asked the young man not to worry prematurely, after which she elegantly gathered her hair into a high ponytail. And immediately after that, Ilmak felt some pressing, heavy atmosphere around him. Chinhena herself, bowing in a respectful nod, solemnly promised Ilmak that she would definitely make him the strongest among all who would participate in the selection. So late evening came, and the exhausting training still did not end. Chinhen mercilessly forced the guy to do push-ups, and with each rise of his exhausted body, he had to clearly pronounce various sacred mantras. Moreover, she turned out to be an incredibly picky, harsh tormentor. The maid mercilessly did not count push-ups when Ilmak's voice sounded too quiet and unclear. Moreover, she even nitpicked about small things if the boy's arms were not straight enough when he did push-ups with such a heavy load on his back. In the end, the unfortunate hero was simply crushed to the ground by a massive stone, so he weakly lay down to rest and catch his breath. The maid only got angry at the lazy guy once and authoritatively ordered him to get up immediately and continue the training. However, the young man was already having convulsions throughout his exhausted body, so he had to plaintively explain that he physically could not do any more push-ups. Of course, Chinhen coldly noted, he could very well overcome himself. It's not like a knife was held to his throat. Besides, he voluntarily chose to become a disciple of the head of the divine cult. Therefore, she resolutely helped the limp guy to his feet and ordered him to grit his teeth harder and continue to endure bravely. However, when Ilmak looked at the merciless girl, his consciousness was already beginning to blur before his eyes from exhaustion. In the end, he completely lost consciousness and weakly fell onto Chinhene's shoulder, cursing those demonic fanatics one last time. However, despite the apparent dissatisfaction at first glance, Chinhen smiled peacefully when the boy went limp in her strong arms. All because today's training of young Master Ilmak far exceeded the limits of an ordinary person's capabilities. He had a body that had never before known martial arts. The very fact that he managed to go so far only proves his body is blessed by the heavens themselves. The maid was incredibly pleased that their wise heavenly demon was able to recognize such a rare talent. After that, there was no doubt. The master deserves the highest praise and is different from all his predecessors. Soon, when the night was already deep outside, the hero finally began to regain consciousness with difficulty. He had no idea where he was, because the last thing the young man remembered was that he was training hard with Chin Henna. At that moment, the girl, carefully laying him on his stomach, continued to channel healing energy through his wounded body. Of course, the frightened hero immediately jumped back sharply, as if stung. Therefore, the maid had to calmly explain to the young master. While he was resting, she performed an important procedure called Chunganghel. This is an ancient healing technique in which pressure points on the body are filled with beneficial internal energy. However, she had not yet finished the treatment, so she asked the hero to obediently lie back on his stomach again. And Ilmak only jumped back fearfully, because this woman looked very much like some ruthless sergeant instructor. Moreover, he felt that she was eager to patch him up as soon as possible to make him train again, like a dog. But the hero, who in his past life had gone through army torments, had more than enough of such cruel treatment. Therefore, he immediately shouted desperately, trying to explain to the maid that he was not going to live in endless torment like this. Moreover, he thought that the assistant simply had to give him breaks, at least occasionally. Ilmak naively hoped that with his determination, he would still win the deserved right to a full rest. However, in the end, she calmly and mercilessly refused. The maid coldly explained to the young master. At the moment, he was only 15 years old. Only 1 year remained until the entrance exam to Magwan. He simply did not have precious time for useless rest. Of course, Ilmak was worried that his life would continue in such a tormenting sequence, and even feared simply dying from monstrous exhaustion. However, the maid had long understood. The hero was far from one who would break under such burdens and trials, and if it did happen, she would gladly follow him to the other world, and they would die on one blessed day. Even becoming a bodiless spirit, she would surely continue to serve him faithfully. In the end, the hero understood with even greater confidence. This girl was simply a true fanatic. She spoke very calmly and matter-of-factly about being buried alive together with him. Her devotion, apparently, truly knew no bounds. But in any case, her frightening words led Ilmak to one cunning thought. He was nervous, but it seemed he simply had no other way out. Therefore, the young man calmly and confidently explained. He would not argue with her words and beliefs. Partly, it was simply pointless. If so, then he would have to give up this life and everything connected with it. The maid, of course, did not understand what exactly he meant by giving up. Therefore, the hero had to frankly explain. He planned to disgrace their great teacher before the whole world, and then simply die like a miserable dog. The maid clearly became enraged by such bold words, hoping that the young master would not regret his words. However, Ilmak perfectly understood. His demonstrative worthlessness might seriously tarnish the impeccable reputation of both Chin Henna and Hyokrayan Ilva himself. However, he considered this exclusively his problem. Of course, the girl immediately made it clear to the hero. She would not just stand aside and watch indifferently as he mercilessly destroyed their sacred reputation. Ilmak was not frightened at all by her threatening words. After all, it sounded as if in the worst case she would simply kill him. And at that moment, the enraged girl really rushed at him fiercely with her fists. In the end, she mercilessly strangled the hero, pressed him against the cold wall, and cold-bloodedly explained. He would not escape death for such bold words. If he dared to cast even the slightest shadow on the sacred name of the heavenly demon, she would personally destroy him with her own hands. Of course, those who do not know the harsh truth might consider her a heretic or fanatic. But she absolutely did not care, because she would gladly give her life for her ruler, who was also a living god. Ilmok, of course, was extremely surprised that out of all possible people, the teacher decided to present him with such a fierce heretic. At the same time, the angry lady immediately sharply threw the hero against the wall, after which she majestically stepped back, and the guy only became convinced that this bold move was still the only right decision. He perfectly realized, not only was he presented with a real heretic, but also one who was ready to kill him cold-bloodedly. The hero said all this, fully understanding. Right now, his only advantage over her was the status of being the personal disciple of the heavenly demon. He also understood, such a fanatical maid would surely have defiled the sacred legacy of his great teacher. And yet, she intended to hush up this shameful matter at the cost of his life. In fact, the hero was playing out this dramatic scene only to later cold-bloodedly use Qin Heng for his own selfish purposes. At that moment, the maid began to agonizingly wonder, what exactly was her wise teacher thinking when he took this strange disciple? And Ilmok was convinced that the fish had finally bitten the bait. So now he could move on to the next part of his cunning plan. In the end, the young man calmly explained to the maid, he never said he wouldn't train at all. He only needed two things to follow their strict rules. The first was a 15-minute deserved break every hour of grueling training. The second was guaranteed 7 hours of full sleep. And honestly, the girl was extremely surprised that these were absolutely all his conditions. Ilmok calmly and confidently promised, if she provided him with these reasonable conditions, he would train diligently with all his might. After all, he also absolutely did not want to be a burden to his great teacher. In the end, the girl agreed to his fair conditions. However, she strictly warned, the hero must truly train hard to keep his solemn word. Now that they had agreed on everything, the maid gently asked him to obediently lie on his stomach so that she could finally finish nourishing his vital points with healing energy. And honestly, the girl's voice was so meek and upset that the hero even felt a certain aching guilt for being so cruel in pressuring and manipulating her. In the end, the next day, the events moved to the training ground with the heavenly demon himself. When the majestic elder came to visit his student, he was satisfied to see that they were indeed training diligently with all their might. Ilmok was completely exhausted and sat down weakly on the ground. Qin Heng respectfully explained to the great lord. Their grueling training was going much easier thanks to the excellent concentration of the young master, and it seemed that at such a rapid pace, he would easily master the basics of external techniques in the shortest time. And honestly, the guy had no doubt that he would definitely succeed after a whole year of such intensified training. Without those life-saving 15-minute breaks, he would have long since died from deadly fatigue. The maid carefully helped the hero to stand on his trembling legs so that he could appear before his wise teacher in a somewhat more decent form. The heavenly demon himself came here to solemnly inform the student. Starting from this blessed day, he would study the sacred demonic arts together with him. As is known, here, in the cult of the heavenly demon, the word demonic did not carry a bad meaning at all. It embodied true humanity and mighty power that protects the common people and mercilessly punishes evil. Thus, demonic arts is the general name for all the combat techniques of the cult of the Heavenly Lord. Perhaps they differed from the heretical martial arts that Ilmok had read about in his past life. However, the guy was not going to blindly trust anything in this damn cult. Therefore, he naturally had the question, are there any drawbacks to the demonic arts? The teacher only laughed good-naturedly, completely not understanding how his student could think that there could be any flaws in the sacred techniques of the divine cult. The heavenly demon himself was convinced that their techniques had only indisputable merits, for progress moves very fast. However, the elder also honestly explained, a person may experience some side effects, so there is a certain risk of deviation. However, The man was absolutely sure. Someone like his gifted student would definitely cope with this trial. In the end, the hero realized there was no point in refusing, but it wouldn't hurt to learn in advance what side effects each type of martial art had. And the teacher, of course, generously promised to explain everything in detail to his student. Therefore, when the young man was properly dressed, the elder began his detailed story, warning that Ilmak must listen very carefully to every word. There existed the art of the explosive demonic sword, a destructive technique capable of leveling entire mountain peaks with a single strike. However, the side effect of this power is a serious problem with anger control. There was also the demonic art of ice crunch, a technique capable of instantly freezing everything around to a state of ice. The side effect is insatiable hypersexuality. There was also the art of the sword of mad souls, a sword technique significantly surpassing the 24 forms of the blooming plum with its unpredictable, deadly moves. Side effects are agonizing auditory and visual hallucinations. And honestly, listening about all these formidable techniques, the hero had no idea what to choose between martial arts and psychological disorders. However, suddenly, the young man decided to cautiously find out how many of these techniques had the great heavenly demon himself studied. But it turned out he had thoroughly studied absolutely all of them. So the hero formed a very curious impression. Despite the fact that his teachers called him the great heavenly demon, in reality the elder must have become a real walking mental asylum after all this. Noticing the student's confusion, the teacher hastened to explain that there was no need to worry prematurely. The side effects of demonic arts could be calmly overcome with proper diligence. As the hero learned, demonic martial arts are conventionally divided into 3 important stages. The first is the entry into the demon, marking the beginning of the thorny path. The second is the demon's limit, when the side effects reach their terrifying peak. And finally, when a person gets rid of all side effects, the last, 3rd stage comes. It was also called the exalted stage of overcoming the demon. Obviously, the hero was extremely curious to find out what happens if a person never reaches the most important stage of overcoming the demon in their entire life. However, the old man comfortingly patted the student on the shoulder. He explained, it was for this very reason that out of all the others, he chose Ilmak as his student. The man reminded how carefully he had examined the boy. If the young man's heart was pure and immaculate, he would surely be able to achieve demon overcoming. However, the student still doubted that this trial was beyond his abilities. Therefore, he suggested that Ilmak choose for himself which martial art he preferred. And honestly, it was difficult for the hero to make such an important decision so quickly. However, after careful thought, he decided it would be better to study the soul-stealing sword art. The soul-stealing sword art was characterized by continuous smooth movements. They say this technique steals the very soul of the opponent, hence its ominous name. A side effect is obsessive-compulsive disorder. Of course, Ilmak perfectly understood. With moderate obsession, he could handle it without much trouble. That is why he chose this martial art. Moreover, it is better to strive for perfection to significantly increase the chances of survival in this cruel world. However, whether everything would go according to plan was still unknown. Hearing the wise choice of the student, Hyocryon Ilva suggested immediately starting training with basic stances. He would show them slowly and carefully, and the hero had to watch attentively and repeat precisely. Therefore, in the next moment, the maid respectfully brought Ilmak his personal blade, which he would wield. The teacher majestically drew the sword from its sheath, demonstrating the first technique of the soul-stealing sword art, soul extraction. However, one had to be extremely attentive, as this movement combined drawing the sword with simultaneously blocking the opponent's attack. First, the young man needed to step his right foot back while lightning fast drawing the sword. Along the strike's trajectory, it was necessary to deflect the attack and instantly prepare for the next thrust, exactly as the mentor had just shown. Afterwards, hiding the sword back, The elder asked the youth to try to repeat this technique on his own. In fact, the explanation sounded extremely complicated, but essentially it was just about drawing the sword from the sheath. The hero saw nothing particularly difficult in this, so he confidently stepped forward and did everything as instructed. However, unexpectedly, the young man realized with horror that his sword was simply stuck fast in the sheath. He could not pull it out and ended up awkwardly frozen in place. The teacher patiently explained, the matter was not only in the hand holding the blade. He needed to carefully watch the correct angle of inclination of both the sword itself and its sheath simultaneously. As a result, after the teacher skillfully positioned the hero's hands correctly, he finally managed to draw the sword. Even the teacher himself was pleasantly surprised that the student so easily and quickly managed to catch the right angle. After that, the elder slightly complicated their training, and they began to diligently continue practicing together. Very soon, the tired hero carefully hid his blade back into the sheath. Looking at himself, he realized with surprise, perhaps because of his young age, he was indeed justifiably learning very quickly. At that moment, Hyokryon Ilva warned that he was about to slowly swing his sword at his student. The young man had to use the soul extraction technique to deflect his strike. In the end, despite the instant fright, the hero reacted quickly enough. He instantly armed himself with his blade and immediately skillfully parried the old man's strike. And honestly, the teacher was pleasantly surprised by his skill and enthusiastically suggested continuing the training. Only then did Ilmak realize, although he had not properly practiced this move, he blocked the strikes as if instinctively, at the reflex level. Therefore, he himself began to sincerely believe that he might be a true genius of this amazing world. In the evening, the teacher solemnly congratulated the boy on successfully mastering the basics of soul extraction. And of course, Ilmak immediately bowed reverently, thanking the teacher for such a kind compliment. Only then did the boy look at his trembling whole body and could not believe that everything happening to him was reality. The teacher's last strikes were so fast that the young man barely managed to keep up with them. However, he still blocked every strike without the slightest delay. Before leaving, Hyokryon Ilva also explained, the remaining time they had today, he would dedicate to training and working with internal energy. After that, he sat the young man on the ground and majestically sat behind his back himself. He explained to the boy that he had started his path too late, so Hyokryon Ilva decided to personally help with energy manipulation. From this moment, his internal energy would flow through the meridians according to the technique of the soul-stealing sword art. Ilmak must not miss a single sensation. He had to watch the flow of energy with utmost attention, and the feeling was indeed very strange, unusual, as if something was awakening in the boy that he had never experienced before in his life. The teacher's internal power was soft, but incredibly mighty. Also, thanks to this invaluable lesson, he was finally able to feel the flow of internal energy and the arrangement of his own meridians. The teacher finished passing the healing energy through the boy's body and solemnly congratulated him on entering the path of the soul-stealing sword art. And Ilmak sincerely rejoiced because he managed to form an energy core the size of a small bean. But at the end, Hyokryon Ilva strictly warned, now that the student had entered the demon limit, he must train diligently and relentlessly strive to overcome it. And since the boy had made excellent progress today, he could have dinner together with the other students. The elder warned. Everyone would gather in the main hall. It was just the right time for them to get to know each other better. So the hero respectfully promised that after washing, he would immediately come to the main hall to greet everyone. Only after the teacher left did Ilmak anxiously worry, realizing that he would meet people who would inevitably become formidable rivals in the future. Chin-hen, however, did not understand the hero's worries at all and went to help him with preparations. With her calmness, she reminded the young man, after all, he would still have to fight for the sacred place of the heavenly demon, although he wanted to live quietly and peacefully. While they were returning, Ilmak began to ask Lady Chin-hen about the art she herself had studied, and it turned out she had mastered the art of ice crunch. So, hearing this, the hero quickly understood why frost sometimes appeared around her. Only then did he begin to recall the side effects that the teacher had reported to him. However much Ilmak looked at the girl, there was a persistent feeling that she had not succumbed to this side effect at all. After that, they entered the bathhouse, where Chin Hen helpfully assisted the boy in washing. He was already gradually getting used to it. However, he was still embarrassed that the lady had studied precisely the art of ice crunch. As is known, the side effect of this technique is insatiable lust, and the hero vividly imagined what would happen if the girl suddenly gave in to this insidious side effect. However, it seemed to him, in that case, the relationship between them would become even more interesting and unpredictable than before. As if overhearing the rebellious thoughts of the guy, Chin Hen at that very moment doused him with a bucket of icy water. Deeply insulted, the maid coldly explained, "The side effects of the art of icy crunch entirely depend on who practices it." Intrigued, the hero couldn't resist and decided to find out in more detail what exactly is the side effect that appears in women. It turned out to be much more prosaic. When a woman or man's internal energy intensifies, the mind begins to work significantly faster. That is, practitioners start thinking much more cold-bloodedly than before, as if ice had bound the very soul. Of course, the hero was pleased by the absence of any other sinister side effects. Compared to other demonic arts, this seemed surprisingly mild and harmless. However, Chin Hen calmly clarified, "People who practice this path gradually lose their ability to empathize and feel compassion until it completely disappears. In other words, they can partly be compared to real psychopaths." However, the girl herself was convinced this was not a side effect at all, but rather a secondary one. After all, this martial art was originally created precisely for the merciless punishment of heretics. In any case, Ilmak had to apologize to the lady for the unfortunate misunderstanding. Apparently, when she grabbed him by the throat, it was not an empty threat. The woman really wanted to kill him. This meant only one thing: he should be much more careful with this cold-blooded assistant. Finally, after Ilmak composed himself, it was time to appear at the communal dinner. This was truly the most important moment, literally the beginning of his new path. If one believes the words of Chin Henna, Ilmak became the 8th disciple of the Heavenly Lord. However, half of his predecessors tragically died, either from the side effects of cursed techniques or in bloody clashes with righteous sects. Of all the disciples, only 4 remained alive. Therefore, the survival rate of the disciples was about 50%. Obviously, the hero understood perfectly well. Surviving would be extremely difficult for him. However, the young man was mentally prepared for this. He believed he could handle any trials. Therefore, as soon as he stepped over the threshold of the hall, Ilmak immediately bowed respectfully. He introduced himself as a junior disciple, greeting the master and the senior brothers in arms. The master, smiling broadly, asked Ilmak to come closer. Then he ordered his disciples to properly greet the younger brother. After all, he was the youngest disciple in all recent years. Right then, from the opposite side of the hall, the hero heard a booming, thunderous laugh. It was the eldest of the brothers, the one who mastered the art of the bloody demonic sword. The man with a wide smile greeted the junior. Ilmak immediately remembered. A side effect of his martial art was uncontrollable rage, and not ordinary anger, but true, all-consuming fury that clouded the mind. Fortunately, the elder brother unleashed this destructive rage exclusively on the masters of the Central Plains and corrupt officials. Having received the ominous nickname Mad Demon, he became the #1 enemy of the entire martial arts world, and thus managed to avoid the demon limit of the art of the bloody demonic sword. The important thing was that he only escaped the demon limit, but never reached the overcoming. This meant the elder brother could explode at any moment. Essentially, he was like a time bomb ready to go off at any second. Of course, Ilmak immediately bowed. For him, it was a great honor to meet the elder brother, and even though he was smiling, the hero remained on guard, understanding. He still did not know what to expect from his brother. However, fortunately, the meeting with the elder brother went smoothly, and Ilmok managed to calm down a bit. After all, the atmosphere among the disciples of the heavenly demon was not so oppressive. Moreover, the hero understood. His third brother should be closer in age to So Chi-hun from his past life. This meant it would be much easier to find common ground with him. So the guy immediately bowed to this brother as well, greeting him. However, when the young man turned around, he realized with horror. This upstart threw chopsticks at him, almost piercing his head. And all this just because Ilmok decided to greet twice. The hero had a strong feeling that the brother seriously wanted to bury him on the spot. This young man possessed the martial art 14 Shadow Strikes, a fast and crazy sword technique created exclusively for killing. The name spoke for itself. The side effect: everything is perceived exclusively in a negative light. In other words, paranoia incarnate. Moreover, as was known, the third brother had already reached the demon limit. This meant only one thing. The hero could not escape this trial. At that moment, So Winfian was indignant that Ilmok dared to greet him twice, as if he was already saying goodbye to him, like a dead man. Threatening the young man with chopsticks, he demanded an explanation. Why did the hero not greet him just once? However, Ilmok perfectly understood. If he had not greeted his brother a second time, he would have gone mad because of it. But an excuse still had to be invented, and urgently. Although the boy was worried, because whatever he said, his brother could still take it the wrong way. However, unexpectedly, another one of the brothers approached. He calmly took the chopsticks from the third brother and asked him to stop joking around. The man thought that perhaps the third brother was made too sensitive by hunger, and handed him new chopsticks. After the intervention of one of the older brothers, the third brother calmed down for a brief moment, and even began to apologize for his wild behavior. Ilmok, bowing, apologized to his brother for not knowing the rules of etiquette. The young man did not want to offend him. After the problem with the third brother was resolved, the hero was finally convinced everyone in this cursed place was completely crazy. However, looking at one of the brothers who came to his aid, it seemed perhaps he was the only sane person here. It was his sixth brother, the calmest of them all. The sixth brother grabbed the hero by the shoulders and began to lead him aside, understanding. Now there was no time to delay, because there were still those whom the youngest had not greeted. After that, he led the hero to an empty chair to greet the fourth brother. Then he began to talk animatedly to an empty space, laughing at his brother's jokes. And Ilmok literally froze like a statue, completely not understanding what this person was even talking about. And most importantly, with whom, a few days before this meeting, the hero learned. The fourth brother tragically died in a fight with righteous sects, and only now did Ilmok finally remember the name of the sixth brother's art. Sword, driving the soul mad. The sixth brother himself sincerely did not understand why the youngest of the brothers just kept standing like a pillar. After that, he strictly ordered that he not insult their fourth brother and immediately greet him properly. Then the hero fully realized the terrible truth. Sword, driving the soul mad, had side effects in the form of hallucinations and voices. Therefore, it was true schizophrenia. At that moment, looking at the sixth brother, the elder burst out laughing, understanding. The sixth missed the fourth brother very much, and he immediately realized after these words that it seemed he had forgotten again. After all, the fourth was no longer alive. Meanwhile, their teacher only smiled peacefully, looking at his students. He was happily pleased to see such brotherly care, and Ilmok could only worry, trying not to show that this meeting was originally a failed venture. Soon, the hero finally sat down at the table, literally starving. He naively assumed that when he came here, a whole banquet awaited him. After all, since they held a meeting in his honor, they should at least have fed him properly. Just as the young man was about to pick up his chopsticks to finally eat, the heavenly demon began asking his students about their progress. In the end, the hero had to put down the sticks, After all, eating at such a moment would have been a gross breach of etiquette. At that moment, the elder brother was saying that in the area he inspected, everything was quite calm. While they were talking, Ilmak mentally prayed for them to finally start eating. After all, as is known, even a dog should not be disturbed during a meal. However, these people were working even during dinner. At that moment, seeing the younger brother's pensiveness, the elder thought, perhaps he did not fully understand what was being discussed. He generously promised to explain everything, since sooner or later, Ilmak would also have to participate in meetings and family affairs. And of course, the hero promised to listen carefully to the elder brother. Although in reality, he simply had no choice. That is how he learned. In their cult, the heavenly demon and his disciples periodically conduct inspections. During the last one, the master visited a tavern he liked, where the hero happened to be by chance. For his safety, the master had to return to the cult earlier than planned. Therefore, to hear the reports of the disciples who completed the inspection and to introduce the younger brother to the elder brothers, the master specially arranged this meeting. So, obviously, the hero had to be as interested as possible in what was happening. At that moment, unexpectedly, the heavenly demon decided to find out what the hero himself was thinking now. He was extremely curious about the opinion Ilmak had formed regarding the discussed problem. Did he like it? Was he satisfied with how their cult cared for the common people? After all, Ilmak was an outsider, a fresh perspective. Therefore, everyone was interested in knowing his opinion. Perhaps the young man even had suggestions on how they could improve current affairs. Ilmak was very worried, understanding. His older brothers, like everyone here, had one eternal goal. For power, they would not hesitate to draw the sword. However, So Chihun was completely different. Let them fight among themselves as much as they want. Ilmak planned simply to enjoy life at his own pleasure. Of course, fanatics like Chinhena would not leave him alone. Therefore, from today, he needed to completely disappear from the radar. He must not show any interest in the post of cult leader. No ambitions. In other words, he will become an eternal middle manager. For this, it is better to seem slightly dull. Not too smart and not too outstanding. Just an overly eager rookie, full of enthusiasm. Well, not completely clueless, but always missing something for success. He will be the one who works hard, but rarely achieves any significant success. He must put in colossal effort, but the results, practically none. Thus, he will become what they call an honor student loser. Fortunately, the hero already had the perfect answer for this role. A tiresome system of shirking responsibility. In the end, he explained thoroughly. In his humble opinion, first of all, it was necessary to introduce a strict system of responsibility and standardized report forms. The management must check the reports, and the subordinates should only unquestioningly follow orders. This way, the senior brothers will not have to run errands personally. Secondly, it was required to divide the work into narrowly specialized tasks, but periodically rotate the apprentices across regions and departments. Otherwise, if one stays in the same place for too long, corruption inevitably begins, eating away the system from within. Thanks to regular rotation of positions and regions, they will not allow apprentices to collude with local authorities. And with a clear structure of responsibility, the transfer of affairs will not become a problem. In such a scenario, rotation will not create any difficulties at all. These two measures, in his humble opinion, perfectly complemented each other in a unified system. In fact, the hero was well aware. There was not a shred of common sense in his words. The division of departments and endless reports. That is the root of all irresponsibility. Work will be stalled while papers crawl through the instances. Reports coming from above will only become a convenient excuse to shift blame onto others. In the case of rotation of affairs, it is necessary to appoint those who will explain all the subtleties during the transfer of authority. Obviously, a person will not be able to grasp the problem just by listening to old reports. This is in the best case, if the predecessor leaves anything at all. After all, even this may not happen. Therefore, it was an absolutely useless piece of advice. with the help of which the hero was going to brand himself as a naive novice. Now surely everyone thinks his enthusiasm runs ahead of common sense. However, for the sake of a future life in peace, he was even ready to get a slap on the head. So when his older brother approached him, Ilmak closed his eyes, preparing for the worst. However, he only patted him on the head like a small child. After that, he joyfully told the teacher their youngest turned out to be much more clever than one could have expected. He even took into account the possibility of collusion among the leadership, a system that, given the doctrine of their cult, looked quite impressive. Even the heavenly demon himself was pleased to hear Ilmak outlining the improvement of his approach. The old man felt that the side effects of the art of soul abduction were already making themselves known. He was incredibly pleased that his student, without having properly trained in martial arts for even a day, already possessed such a sharp mind and political intuition. In the end, he decided to call Ilmak to him later to discuss his vision in more detail. Then the older brother suggested ending the talks about work, instead, to drink and rest properly. Already at home, the hero began to reflect on the Korean system of bureaucracy. She was hopelessly outdated. However, compared to the chaos of the martial arts world, she literally looked like a model of order. As he later learned, there was no management system at all in the divine cult, only madness. The heavenly demon's order was absolute, and that was it. In the end, Ilmak misjudged the situation, which caused him to make a major error in his calculations. In the morning after breakfast, the hero decided to go out for a short walk to get some fresh air. Although Chin Hen persistently asked him to return before the start of the external training sessions. Already on the street, Ilmak was inwardly indignant. After all, even though his schedule was already packed to the brim, now he also had to study the doctrine. In such a crazy situation, he really wanted to find something quiet to calm his soul. However, unexpectedly, while he was walking, the young man saw a fragile female silhouette looking around the forest. When the girl turned around, she gave the hero a focused and even slightly confused look, like a frightened fawn. However, since Ilmak was already in his 30s, he was clearly not someone who could be embarrassed by some cute child. Moreover, it was clear the girl was scared by the appearance of a stranger. The main thing was to calm the little one in an adult way. So Ilmak began to think about how it would be best to behave. Approaching closer, he decided to gently ask the little girl what she had forgotten here. She began to try to come up with an explanation for herself. However, in the end, she realized the futility of the idea and simply pointed the hero somewhere into the distance. There, on a stone in the middle of the stream, lay a three-eyed doll, which she could not reach. Therefore, rolling up his sleeves, Ilmak rushed forward and asked the girl to trust him. Of course, the little girl fearfully tried to warn the hero. The water there was very deep, and indeed, he took only one step and already went under the water head first. However, no matter what, he could swim. So very soon, although soaked to the skin, the girl got the doll back. Initially, Ilmak just wanted to seem cool. However, it seems there was nothing cool about how he floundered in the water. The girl was still immensely grateful to the hero for helping her get that doll. Ilmak just patted the little girl on the head, glad that he got wet for a good reason. She really was happy. After that, the girl said she was here because she was playing with the doll. At home, no one wanted to play with her. Everyone only kept saying that she needed to train, and Ilmak perfectly understood the little girl, because he was in exactly the same situation. In the end, Ilmak introduced himself, after which he decided to find out the name of this little girl. The little girl's name was Senna. In the end, Ilmak suggested to the girl to meet here tomorrow at the same time and play together. However, after recalling his crazy schedule a little, he realized the best time is lunch. They could meet at lunch and play together so she wouldn't be lonely. She was very surprised by the hero's words, so she decided to get a promise from him, and Ilmak sweetly promised they would meet every day at this time to play, after which they exchanged promises on their pinkies as a sign of an unbreakable vow. Some time passed. Chinhena noticed Ilmak had been in a cheerful mood for the past few days. She thought perhaps something good had happened to the young master, which she did not suspect. The hero tried to justify himself. He was happy that his studies were going very well. At this pace, he would master the doctrine in half a year, and the maid understood. The young master was indeed right, and Ilmak did his best to pretend that this was the only reason for his joy. Nothing else. Really. In fact, the hero felt a burning guilt for having to lie. However, if Chin Hen found out the truth, she definitely would not have allowed him to continue seeing little Senna, and she literally embodied his short, precious time for rest, which he had to protect at all costs. Moreover, this previously unknown girl really became an important part of his life, like a younger sister. Suddenly, during training, the heavenly demon himself appeared to these two with good news. Of course, both immediately bowed to greet the Lord of 10,000 Demons. The man admitted to the hero his previous idea was indeed very good. However, it was somewhat detached from the realities of their cult. Therefore, he asked Ilmak to inspect their cult with his own eyes and suggest some improvements. No matter how well the training went, if he spent too much time on it, it would even be harmful to his body. And the hero was grateful for these wise words of the teacher. Moreover, he realized he still had much to learn. In the end, the teacher immediately suggested that the hero set off on the road tomorrow. He also asked Ilmak not to worry about his training. He could take Chin Hen with him to train on the way, not falling behind schedule. After that, the teacher suggested the hero study the levitation step technique today. Since time was short, he could not fall behind, and honestly, the guy missed little Senna very much. At least with her, he didn't have to train. At that moment, the girl herself was on the training ground until Madam Mother approached her. She ordered the girl not to wander and finally to focus on the task. Immediately after that, apologizing, the little girl began to hone her strikes. The mentor, looking at her, wanted to say something. However, in the end, she fell silent and left. But she asked the little girl to continue training until she returned. Only after the woman disappeared from sight did she manage to show all the emotions overwhelming her. She blamed herself greatly for almost breaking the tradition without even noticing it. Now was the most important time to make the girl stronger. Therefore, it was necessary to endure a little, because showing softness in her upbringing wasn't allowed now. Meanwhile, as the little girl trained, her nails suddenly grew, turning into animal claws, and at that moment, standing on the training ground, all she could do was remember her older brother Ilmak. The hero, on the next day, as the teacher commanded, set off on a journey together with Chin Henna, and honestly, he felt uneasy. After all, the day had flown by too quickly. Moreover, he hardly had time to warn Sen about everything. If he had known where she lived, he would have at least left a note. Ilmak mentally apologized to the girl and promised he would return soon. She just had to be patient a little longer. At that moment, suddenly another young man appeared before them. He introduced himself, explaining that he had been assigned to guard the young master during the journey. After that, another fighter approached. His face was hidden behind a mask. These two were guards who, bowing, respectfully greeted the young master. And honestly, Ilmak was surprised that the teacher had introduced people to him. This meant the teacher himself would not be traveling with them. It was even pleasant, because then he could pretend to be inspecting everything, but actually rest. He even decided to buy a gift for his younger sister during his journey. However, he did not know what children might like in the world of martial arts. However, unexpectedly, just as the hero was about to sit in his place in the carriage, Chin Henna stopped him. There was no place for him in the carriage. He had to run alongside her for the entire journey. Of course, for the guy, it was a real shock. It even seemed that the lady was joking with him. However, in the end, the carriage really started moving forward, and Ilmak had to run, trying to catch up with it. Ilmak was insanely angry, not understanding what the girl was doing. However, she considered it an excellent part of the training. Moreover, literally yesterday, the hero studied the light step technique together with the heavenly demon. Now he had to keep up with the pace of the carriage using exactly this technique. Besides, the girl immediately noticed right now the hero's lower back was horribly curved. He needed to concentrate, and in any case, keep his back perfectly straight. Now the hero was allowed to rest only during breathing exercises, and not a minute more. In the end, he ran continuously until evening, until Ilmak was completely exhausted and collapsed dead on the cold ground, as if cut down. In this incredible way, he got from his pavilion to the very county of Kutz, losing consciousness right on the frozen ground. The hero perfectly understood one bitter truth. He had hoped that in this long-awaited journey, he could finally rest a little from endless training. However, rest because of Chin. Henna was obviously terrible, even worse than usual sessions. Even when he did breathing exercises, he did it in the shaking carriage, barely able to calm the raging internal energy. And this was called rest. Chin Henna, lifting the exhausted hero from the ground, graciously praised him for his worthy efforts. Now she kindly offered to immediately proceed to cleansing and meridian exercises, and she also warned the young master he still had lessons on doctrine. They would start exactly in 1 hour. Until then, the hero needed to prepare all the study materials for their lessons. The day ended, and the next day came, resembling the previous one like 2 drops of water. They, along with their escorts, went wandering around the district and inspecting the cult's holdings. And in fact, inspecting the village was much more pleasant than all those exhausting trainings. However, Ilmak still completely did not understand. Why should they even care about improving the demonic cult? Moreover, if he put in more effort, he would have even more work in the future. Therefore, even if something brilliant came to his mind, he decided to pretend to be a fool until the very end. At that moment, the maid became extremely curious about what the young man thought of this place. At first glance, Ilmak thought this was a fairly peaceful, quiet village, and he decided to cautiously find out what the local followers mainly did here. It turned out that usually the local followers only did one thing: drove away bandits or marauders. But since they were near the cult's headquarters, there were almost no robbers here. Mostly they helped ordinary people with small, everyday problems and spread the sacred teachings. In the end, after a long walk, the hero decided to sit down to rest and have a little refreshment. Then Chin Henna dispassionately informed Ilmak, from tomorrow they will act strictly according to the schedule. Until they find what exactly to improve, they will have to travel all over Xinjiang. It turned out the next village was more than 1,000 li from here. This meant the hero could get plenty of training in running. Of course, the frightened guy immediately grabbed Chin Henna by the sleeve, begging her not to rush to conclusions. At that very moment, a truly brilliant idea came to his mind. What exactly could be improved? And of course, the assistant decided to find out what that idea was in order to appreciate it properly. However, instead of a direct answer, the hero asked to bring him a brush, ink, and paper so he could illustrate everything clearly. In fact, the hero had a whole couple of ideas. They were just not very suitable, considering the crazy rules in the cult. This meant he would not be able to implement even 10% of his own plan, and everything he proposed already looked much better than doing absolutely nothing. However, even after everything was written, the plan looked not quite finished, incomplete. Moreover, possibly, this plan could give rise to new, unforeseen problems. Therefore, he decided to use what he had written as a basis for the rest. Chin Henna herself was extremely surprised that the hero had written so much after observing for only half a day. Even the interested guard noted the rumors about the young master's brilliant mind were absolutely true. Initially, the guard thought that the situation where the young master proposed a reporting system was just a coincidence or rumors. However, now, looking at the boy, he no longer doubted the sharpness of his mind. However, the second guard who approached in a mask coldly remarked, "A large number of ideas is not always a sign of something good. After all, ideas must bring real, tangible benefits to the cult. Otherwise, they were completely useless. A waste of time." Of course, the comrade thought that his secretive friend was too serious and picky. However, he was telling the pure truth, and basically, the lady also fully agreed with him. The fact that there are many ideas does not mean that all of them are good and applicable. However, the young master Ilmok was completely different. She believed in him unconditionally. After all, when it came to rest, the young master did not back down from anything, and that was his true driving force. The next day, as if nothing had happened, they continued their journey along the planned route. Chinhena carefully examined the plan written by the hero, reading each line attentively. However, that one turned out to be truly excellent, well thought out. As the young master said, they didn't even need to continue traveling. After all, the heavenly demon would surely be extremely pleased with the written content of this letter. However, Ilmok himself suddenly realized his plan still lacked one crucial element. He was still not perfect, not complete. He was even frightened when he said it aloud. So he thought, perhaps the side effects of the soul-stealing sword had already begun to manifest in him, this obsession with perfection. However, it seemed impossible to him, because his main sacred goal was rest, not perfection. As soon as he thought about rest, he immediately remembered little Sena. To spend more precious time with her, he didn't need to work so much. However, suddenly, Lady Chinhena felt something wrong in the air. So she asked the hero to freeze and not move. She carefully opened the carriage door slightly to cautiously peek outside. There she saw a whole horde of mounted bandits rushing towards the carriage. Although to ordinary bandits, these people were too organized and disciplined. So Chinhena thought they might be deserters from the army. The guards had already noticed them and began planning how to destroy them with one powerful strike. So Chinhena warned the hero. All they needed to do was quietly observe from the side, without interfering. However, when she looked at the young master, his strange smile made her truly worry. Soon the bandits surrounded the cart from all sides, not allowing it to move even a step further. After that, they began to confer, and decided to kill the men and sell the women into slavery. However, the enraged leader immediately struck the insolent man on the head as punishment for his dishonorable words. He reminded them their original goal was never to stoop to the level of bandits. There must remain at least a drop of conscience in them. Therefore, he ordered the warriors to be careful and ensure that no innocent person was harmed. After that, the leader calmly, almost apologetically, explained, "They do not want unnecessary bloodshed. They are not seeking it." Therefore, he asked these people to give up all the valuables they had. Then they would spare their lives. After all, although robbing people was pitiful and dishonorable, unfortunately, he could not allow his brothers to starve. All he wanted was to continue living with dignity, as it had been until now. But at that very moment, two guards suddenly dashed towards the attackers, with their drawn blades gleaming in the sunlight. However, unexpectedly, Ilmok flung open the cart door and loudly ordered the guards not to kill these people. In the end, at the last moment, the warrior sharply stopped, which prevented him from cutting off the leader's head, only slightly wounding him. After that, a real slaughter began, a brutal fight. However, Chinhen clearly did not understand what the hero had planned and whether it was necessary to take such a great risk for it. Still, she perfectly understood. These two warriors accompanying them could easily handle ordinary bandits. Therefore, she completely did not understand why they needed to be spared. However, Ilmok asked her to just be silent and patiently wait. These people, whom they had just defeated, were supposed to be the decisive stroke in his plan, the last missing detail. Very soon, the commander of the attacking bandits began to slowly regain consciousness. Already at night, in the forest illuminated by moonlight, however, he realized his body did not move at all. Probably, the reason was that pressure was applied to his acupuncture points, paralyzing his body. Ilmok, calmly approaching the man, politely greeted him by name. Han Gen. Of course, he was scared to death, not knowing how Ilmok had managed to learn his name. However, it was not so difficult to find out. His soldiers told the hero everything necessary. It was only necessary to ask politely. They were not even particularly harmed. It was just that these warriors turned out to be very fond of beautiful women and tasty food. Moreover, As Ilmak heard from these people, the leader himself had a rather tragic, unfair fate. A boy younger than him received a rank higher than Lord Han himself, thanks to his connections at court. Despite the fact that he tried not to give up and to fight, he was still accused of embezzlement of state funds. In the end, the gentleman barely managed to avoid execution with his loyal men, and he found himself in the lands of the demonic cult. And if he had tried to join the demonic cult squad, he would have been rejected as a former soldier. The man had no idea what this mysterious young man was hinting at. However, the hero, as if nothing had happened, calmly offered him to serve the heavenly demon and the demonic cult. Of course, Ilmak did not look sufficiently impressive and authoritative, but he was still the personal disciple of the heavenly demon himself, and Mr. Khan was perfectly suited for one important task that he had planned. Therefore, the young man asked the leader to obey him, and then his crimes would be wiped off the face of the earth and help him officially join the cult. He could do this at least for the sake of his people, who risked their lives following him. Surely the leader himself would prefer to work together with them, not ashamed of his work and not hiding in the forests. The old man himself was extremely curious. What did Ilmak see in him that made such a generous offer? Not even fearing possible betrayal in the future. However, Ilmak knew an ancient wise proverb. To understand a person, you need to look at those who serve him, and perhaps the people of this man were partly fools and simpletons. That is why Ilmak doubted that they would follow a true villain or scoundrel. In the end, the leader sighed heavily, pondering everything he had heard. Now he realized the terrible truth. He was once again deeply indebted to his loyal comrades. Ilmak, looking at the man, began to mentally assemble all the pieces of the puzzle into their places. To be honest, his idea was not something grand or revolutionary from the very beginning. Simply put, he just wanted to open a school. Yes, indeed. The efforts of the demonic cult reduced the number of bandits in the region, but because of this, children had fewer reasons to feel the mercy and protection of the cult. As a result, their faith gradually weakened. Therefore, they began to doubt, not understanding. Why should they glorify the demonic cult at all? In the end, the school was supposed to be created precisely to fix this fundamental problem. Children would attend schools, naturally learning literacy and the sacred teachings of the cult there. Step by step, this would not only expand the cult's influence, but also create a reliable system for raising new devoted followers. When the hero came to the heavenly demon with this carefully thought-out plan, he read every line for a long time and attentively. However, he considered the document flawless, checked down to the smallest detail, and even thought the plan was so perfect thanks to the side effect of the soul-stealing sword technique, this obsession with perfection. However, the old man found one part of the plan that he still did not fully understand. According to what the hero wrote, did he want to teach something besides the sacred teachings? And indeed, in Ilmak's carefully thought-out plan, there was one more feature. He suggested teaching martial arts at school, presented as daily health exercises. The teacher was wary. Could it be that the hero wanted to teach all the children demonic arts? Of course, they could handle the side effects. However, if the students' hearts were not absolutely pure, it would only multiply unnecessary suffering and create new monsters. However, Ilmak did not want to teach the children specifically demonic techniques. He believed children should only be taught the basics of martial arts and external techniques. The teacher instantly understood. Surely the hero planned to select the most gifted and talented among them, and then teach them demonic arts separately. And the teacher completely correctly understood the young man's plan. After all, even if none of them mastered the demonic arts later, it was not so terrible. Even if they only learned the basics, the difference between those who know martial arts and those who have no training at all is truly huge. And children trained in martial arts from a young age will undoubtedly become a reliable support for the sect in the future. The deserters they recruited on the way here could help them with this. They know army martial arts, although slower, but absolutely without side effects. In any case, these people already wanted to join the sect. So with their invaluable help, Basic training will go smoothly. Moreover, they were perfectly suited for teaching children. They could be sent to those regions where a suitable person for the role of academy director had not yet been found. Honestly, listening to all this, Hyokrion Ilva sincerely praised the student for his painstaking efforts. By this time, he had already made a significant contribution to the development of the cult. So the heavenly demon generously allowed the young man to independently name the academy. He rightly assumed, surely the hero who came up with this brilliant plan already had a couple of worthy names. And honestly, the hero got the idea for the academy from the modern world, a place where they teach not only martial arts and physical training, but also cultivate character and strengthen the spirit. Something similar was now gaining crazy popularity abroad, including in the United States. Since Ilmak wanted the children to grow up big, strong, and sturdy, he decided to name it Taegan Dojang Academy. It would be a Taekwondo academy. After a tiring, long conversation with the heavenly demon, the guy finally managed to return home and immediately collapsed helplessly on the bed to rest a little. Although Chin-hen canceled the young gentleman's classes today, she was extremely surprised. He didn't even want to wash before bed. However, Ilmak reminded, according to the master himself, he worked excellently today. So the young man wanted to forget absolutely all his duties and just collapse to sleep. The girl had no choice, so she let the hero rest blissfully. While he was rejoicing over the completed business trip, the young man thought, tomorrow he will finally be able to meet Sana. He was a little worried about whether she was offended that he disappeared without saying a word. Even if she got seriously offended, the hero had already bought her a wonderful gift. So surely the little girl would have forgiven him after that. After that, he took out an elegant little box that had been with him all this time, hidden in the folds of his clothing. However, the hero had not yet had time to properly examine her when he felt someone's presence in his room. When he cautiously looked up, he saw his third brother, So Winpian, had come to visit him. Of course, the frightened Ilmak immediately jumped up, deciding to carefully find out what had brought the young man here at such a late hour. The guy, acting as if nothing had happened, calmly explained. A whole pack of annoying guards constantly followed him in case he decided to beat someone up. So Winpian came here because he wanted to meet the hero without their intrusive knowledge. The third student was very surprised that the master was so proud of Ilmak. He invented a reporting system, created an academy, things So Winpian would never have thought of in his entire life. After that, the guy thought for a long time. What was the fundamental difference between him and the hero? And honestly, his words sounded like undisguised envy. So Ilmak was worried. This psycho would blow his head off if he said something wrong. However, suddenly he sharply snatched the box that Ilmak was turning over in his hands. The younger tried to take it back, not wanting his brother to look inside. However, he looked at the contents anyway and finally understood. He and the younger brother really were very different people. Considering that he bought such a beautiful, elegant hairpin, surely something was already developing with that girl. In principle, the third brother was not even surprised. Anyone would like such a handsome guy as the hero. And the brother looked old, worn out, and worthless in comparison. For someone like him, there was only death and obscurity left. He wanted to kill everyone. Anger completely clouded his mind. So Ilmak immediately jumped up and desperately began to persuade his brother. The man he respected most after the master should not have spoken such cruel words about himself. Of course, the brother was very surprised that the hero adored him, second only to their master. However, Ilmak sincerely explained he was a worthless person. He didn't even consider himself worthy to enter the Hall of Demonic Arts. For someone like him, the third and eldest brother was a true role model, an unattainable ideal. So who was this hairpin intended for? Just a familiar girl. And even she says that people like the eldest brother are very popular among women. Of course, the embarrassed guy thought that the younger was just mocking him or shamelessly flattering, and the hero immediately began to argue heatedly simultaneously taking the box back. He even lied that the teacher himself constantly praises his eldest student. Of course, you might not say that about Ilmak, but the master also often scolds him. Every time he says the same thing, Ilmak should take example from the third eldest brother in everything. Moreover, even his technique, 14 strikes in the abyss, was the best killing technique in the world. The master boasted a lot about how the brother managed to master this technique. However, at that moment, seeing his darkened face, the hero got the feeling that he had clearly said something unnecessary. Immediately after that, he lightning fast raised his sword and struck above the hero's head. Immediately after that, the fly that was flying over Ilmak's head was cut into 2 perfect parts and lifelessly fell to the ground. To Winfayan, he coldly explained. What was demonstrated was the first of the 14 strikes in the abyss, after which he disappeared into the night, asking Ilmak to continue pondering the sword art of his elder brother and to strive to hone his skill. He also thanked his younger brother for the kind words that brightened this restless evening. He promised that he would visit the younger brother more often. And bowing, they said goodbye. The hero clearly understood. After he was drenched from wild stress, he would still have to change clothes, because he was soaked through. The next day at breakfast, the hero nervously explained to the maid. After breakfast, he would like to take a short walk. He was happy. Finally, he would see little Sena again. He had hardly slept because of the third elder brother, who had spent half the night with him. So he wanted to surround her with care and just rest his soul. However, unexpectedly, Jin Hina asked the master to come to her. Yesterday he couldn't properly train, so she wanted to make up for lost time today. Ilmak was very offended that the girl continued to treat him so harshly. Although he understood, there was no need for offense here. Chin Henna herself firmly explained. The progress of the young master was more important to her than anything else. She did not understand why he was always trying to run away somewhere. And Ilmak could not admit that he was going to meet his little sister. Although Chin Henna had long suspected, there was some other reason why he could not practice martial arts right now. In the end, the hero had to justify himself. There was no other reason. He was simply afraid that he would get sleepy after eating. Therefore, the maid immediately went to finish all the preparations for their lessons. Ilmak could only mentally apologize to little Sena, promising that he would definitely come to her. He hoped the girl would wait for him, no matter what it cost. In the end, the hero sat with his textbooks until late at night, memorizing the doctrine. When he began to lose focus from fatigue, Chin Henna immediately realized the young man seemed to be sleep-deprived. Ilmak simply could not admit to her that it was because of the third elder brother, because the maid might misunderstand him. In the end, stepping away from his workplace for a short time, he decided to go get some fresh air. And the maid decided to patiently wait for him at her place. Leaving the room, Ilmak could only hope the third elder brother would not come to visit him every night now, because lately he had not been getting enough sleep at all. He was curious. What exactly was So Winfian doing that he could walk around so calmly at night? In any case, if that guy started to annoy him, Ilmak would have to somehow resolve this delicate issue. But right now, all the young man wanted was to lie down with Sena on the grass, not to suffer over cursed doctrines. However, when he looked ahead, he saw Sena herself had come to his yard. And moreover, the hero was surprised when he noticed the tips of her hair had strangely, almost unnaturally, lightened. The hero snapped out of staring at the girl when she openly called him by name. Immediately, bending down, Ilmak looked apologetically into the little girl's face, not understanding. How did she know where he lived? Besides, he was worried. Was it okay for her to walk around alone so late? Surely her parents would be worried about her and might even scold her. However, at that moment, the girl tightly grabbed the hero with her trembling hands, piercing him with her gaze. She wanted to know, why hadn't he come all this time? He had promised before that he would play with her every day. And then Chin Hanna heard how the hero began desperately apologizing to someone, explaining that he had some urgent reasons. In the end, she became extremely curious about what was happening. So she went to the window to look. At that very moment, Sena calmly explained to her brother that he was not to blame for anything. Moreover, she realized he was a disciple of that very heavenly demon. Therefore, having knocked the hero to the ground, she demanded that he go with her. In their clan, they would play games together, eat together, and even go to sleep together. At that moment, the boy understood. Something was wrong with Sena, so he tried to bring her to her senses. At that very moment, the little girl solemnly promised to take full responsibility for the hero so that he would not have to worry about anything. At that moment, the terrible truth, which Ilmok had been trying to escape all this time, suddenly surfaced in his memory. Sena had mastered demonic arts and now had become a full member of the heavenly demon's family. At that moment, the faithful maid hurried to the young heir, whose astonishment was impossible to hide. She froze in bewilderment, discovering that the master, who had gone to enjoy the freshness of the evening air, was in such a strange position. The girl literally clung to him with a death grip. However, before Chinhaina could properly realize what was happening and offer help, little Sena suddenly dashed off like lightning. As soon as the child's gaze fell on the unfamiliar woman, a mad rage completely overtook her. The little girl attacked the maid, trying to tear apart the hated rival with her sharp claws. In her confused mind, the thought was clear. This very woman had become the barrier between her and Ilmok. It was because of her that the older brother forgot about his little companion and stopped playing with her. Now the girl was determined to get rid of this obstacle as soon as possible and finally return to the precious games with her older brother. However, observing the furious little girl, the experienced Chinhaina instantly recognized the child was possessed by a demonic spirit. Ilmaku had no choice but to beg the loyal maid not to cause irreparable harm to the girl. The young master made it clear that the baby was under the dark influence of a dark demon. She needed to be neutralized, but under no circumstances killed, because by nature she remained a good child. In the end, Chinhaina had practically no choice. The maid swiftly lunged at the baby, releasing her icy energy. Thanks to this, she managed to temporarily immobilize the girl, who froze like a pillar, greedily gasping for air with her slightly open mouth. Chinhaina immediately rushed to the young heir, wanting to help him, but Ilmoku himself was much more worried about the child's condition. The lady used a minor demonic technique to temporarily slow the girl's movements. Since the method did not affect her bloodstream, Sena would inevitably regain the ability to move soon. And indeed, no sooner had the shackles dissipated than the baby immediately lunged at Chinhaina with doubled fury. The young man had to push her away and shield the maid with his own body. As a result, he took the blow, and a bleeding wound immediately appeared on his shoulder. Sena, of course, stopped, but she had no idea what her beloved older brother was doing. She authoritatively ordered him to step away from Chinhaina and not interfere with the execution of just retribution. If he continued to stand in front of the hated rival, protecting her, the baby simply would not be able to eliminate the enemy without harming her beloved brother. However, when the hero did not move, a new thought suddenly pierced the child's mind. Sena guessed that perhaps the young man was connected to this girl by some romantic ties. This suspicion made her even angrier. The unbearable thought that the hero had not come to visit her, had not appeared all this time, precisely because he was spending precious moments with Chinhaina, burned her from within. However, instead of continuing to chatter and scold the little girl, Ilmok approached her and immediately gently hugged the trembling little body. The young man sincerely apologized for such a sudden absence without warning. Surely Sena was very worried about him. The young master hurried to explain that he disappeared because he received an urgent task from his teacher. He simply did not even have a fleeting chance to warn the girl in advance. In fact, he kept their meetings with Sena in the strictest secrecy from everyone. Of course, the hero was well aware. If he had revealed the truth to everyone earlier, the little girl would not have worried so desperately. But then their time together would have been under serious threat. Ilmak absolutely did not like the thought that they would no longer be able to see each other. However, it was extremely selfish to keep her in agonizing ignorance. The young man was clearly worried that the little one would hate him for this sudden disappearance. However, the girl burst into tears, confessing through her tears that she had never ever hated her older brother. She was just very worried about him. After that, the little girl began to apologize for his wounded shoulder, although the hero himself was not particularly bothered by that scratch. At that very moment, Lady Chin Haina herself became incredibly curious about when the young master had managed to get so close to the heir of the Hegrin clan. Ilmak had no idea how the maid was acquainted with this girl. The young man was, in principle, completely shocked when he realized that the little girl was the heir of Hegrin, and therefore the only granddaughter of the heavenly demon. Judging by the sincere reaction of the young gentleman, Chin Haina instantly realized that Ilmak really knew nothing about the clan's customs. The maid was just about to explain everything in detail when suddenly they felt the arrival of guests in the courtyard. It turned out to be the very lady and the mother of the little girl along with her servants. In the end, Chin Haina simply did not have time to explain everything to the hero right now. However, she firmly promised that she would definitely deal with it a little later. While they were gathering, the girl hurriedly explained that the arriving people were members of the powerful Hegrin family. The one who was walking at the front of the procession turned out to be Sina's lady mother, and indeed, her stern face resembled the expression that appeared on the little girl's face when she started to get angry. The girl herself was very frightened, fully understanding that her mother was surely extremely displeased with her escape. Ilmak promised the little one that he would talk to her mother. However, he asked her to wait a little in the house now and not get wet in the pouring rain. But Lady Chin Haina was incredibly curious about what the hero would come up with and how he would get out of such a delicate situation. However, the best solution in such a case was to try to find a common language with the arriving lady. The young man immediately apologized to the woman for having to come here in such harsh weather. Bowing respectfully, he greeted the lady, introducing himself as the 8th disciple of the heavenly demon. After that, as if nothing had happened, he decided to find out if everything was all right with the lady, and if she hadn't gotten too wet in the rain. However, before answering these formal questions, the woman had several much more important things she wished to inquire about. The lady was extremely interested to know what Ilmak's true intentions were regarding the young lady. Of course, the young gentleman had no idea what the visitor was hinting at. However, the woman already knew perfectly well that Sina had come here solely to find Ilmak. This meant only one thing. They were acquainted. However, the little girl would never have gone to someone first on her own initiative. So, surely the young gentleman had some secret intent, or he dared to break the custom. Ilmak was extremely upset that he was being accused of such intentions. The young man explained that he had accidentally met the girl, and they became friends. But obviously, the lady was angry, and could not believe these tales at all. And Ilmak did not intend to humiliate himself and beg her to believe him, proving his innocence. If the woman did not trust him, she could find out the truth herself. Moreover, he did not understand at all what custom was being talked about and why everyone was so upset about it. Immediately after these words, the lady, shocked, covered her face with an elegant fan, trying to compose herself, and then she looked sternly reproachful at the hero's mentor, who was supposed to explain the local traditions and customs. In the end, the girl immediately hurried to apologize to the angry lady for having made such a serious mistake, not having had time to tell the student anything. And Ilmak quickly defended his mentor, for he was extremely focused on preparing for the entrance exam. All his knowledge and efforts were entirely devoted to the upcoming entrance exam. Therefore, the young man asked that the lady who had come here kindly tell him about those customs of which he was unaware. However, at that moment, the woman's gaze turned into the distance, behind the young man. When Ilmak turned around, he saw that Sena had stepped onto the porch, watching them closely, following every word of the conversation. The little girl was clearly trembling with unbearable fear. This made the mother realize that it was better not to raise such a delicate topic in the child's presence. The lady would prefer to discuss everything in private. In the end, they secluded themselves in a separate room. Chin Haina carefully poured them fragrant tea so that the conversation would flow more easily and naturally. And then Ilmak dared to ask the lady what this mysterious custom was, about which it was forbidden to speak in the presence of the girl. In the end, the mother explained that girls from the ancient Hekran family have been taught the art of the lonely claw from childhood, a bloody game with a monstrous side effect. This effect manifests in an extremely obsessed nature. The custom strictly forbade any contact until the child became attached to some object or being. Obviously, Ilmak thought that the woman was only worried that Sena could have harmed someone. However, if the problem was solely in this, the custom would not have been so strict and unyielding. The young master still did not understand that the world was not so simple and unambiguous. Obviously, becoming attached to people was completely natural for everyone. But people get injured, get sick, and eventually die. And no attachment can last forever. And for a member of the divine sect, these risks become even higher due to the numerous dangers of deadly duels. If the person to whom the girl studying this martial art became attached dies, then the little girl herself may follow him to the grave, or she may turn into an extremely insane creature and never regain her sanity. In the past, outsiders repeatedly tried to cunningly exploit this weakness. They directed the obsession of the women of the family towards someone specific or threatened that person with retribution. Thus, enemies tried to control the entire family, using women as tools and weapons. In the end, they observed this custom solely to protect Sena herself. Having explained everything in the smallest detail, the lady calmly nodded to the servants. After that, she stood up, intending to leave this place. The woman did not even intend to say goodbye, considering that there was simply no need for it. However, the hero himself decided to find out when the lady would stop throwing empty excuses and pathetic justifications at him. Of course, the lady herself became angry upon hearing such bold words. She was sure that perhaps Ilmak misspoke in the heat of emotions. The woman even magnanimously promised that she would forgive the audacious youth if he immediately apologized and took back his words. However, Ilmak could not forgive the lady for mocking Sena all this time and only being able to justify her cruel actions. They forced the little girl to practice dangerous demonic arts, using an ancient custom as a convenient excuse. But at the same time, they did not give the girl maternal love and warmth for the same reason. The young man was angry because they did not give the child a choice. They did not even know what she herself wanted. As a parent, the lady is obliged to understand what she is making her own daughter sacrifice. And of course, the woman herself was extremely enraged that some newcomer who had just arrived in this sect pretended to understand the true essence of what was happening. She could not hold back and cried. The lady accused Ilmak of not even realizing in his inexperienced head how much pain he personally caused this child. And Ilmak did not even try to lie. He really did not know how much suffering he caused the little girl. But the young man knew one thing. The true reason lay in the lies of her own mother and the insufficient faith in her daughter. In the end, the lady completely lost her temper. Amazed that Ilmak dared to speak to her so boldly, the enraged woman immediately attacked the insolent man to teach the scoundrel a lesson, who knew nothing and only babbled with his tongue. She had already aimed her deadly fan at him when suddenly, defending the student, an old mentor stood before him, ready to take the blow himself. Of course, the lady herself was also frightened, as if struck by lightning. Fortunately, she managed to stop the attack at the last moment. Immediately after that, the woman fell to her knees to respectfully greet the demon lord. Hekran Ilva himself, as if nothing had happened, explained to the youngest of the students that he hurried here so as not to be late for training. And he witnessed a truly unusual sight, one he had never seen before. He had many questions. However, first the elder decided to find out just one thing. He was incredibly curious to know what the young man meant when he spoke of a lack of faith in this divine sect. However, Ilmak, as if nothing had happened, reminded that according to the demon lord himself, all side effects of demonic arts could be overcome. This is what the master said when the young lord had just begun studying dangerous demonic practices. However, Ilmok was extremely dissatisfied with what he saw now. Everyone behaved as if Sina was doomed to succumb to the destructive side effects. It literally looked in his eyes as if the lady herself did not believe in her own clan or in her daughter. So, approaching closer, he explained to the woman that the faith he was talking about was for her, as a mother, to believe more in Sena. The little girl is still a child, but she is far from stupid. Not weak, she will cope with the side effects of the art of the lone claw, the bloody game. Even if a little help is needed, the girl will be able to pull herself together. And obviously, Ilmok believed that the lady herself as a mother should know this better than anyone else. However, it remained a mystery to the woman herself why the young man believed so strongly in the young lady. However, Ilmok only reminded that the girl was a child of a great and proud clan. Finally, when the conversation ended, the lady left the room. She quickly noticed her little daughter and realized that the little girl had been eavesdropping on their conversation all this time. The mother did not even get angry. Instead, she turned around and suggested returning to their estate. Meanwhile, the little one nervously shifted from foot to foot, not knowing how to speak to her mother. Obviously, the woman assumed that the girl was so insecure because she wanted to visit this place again. And basically, she was absolutely right. But the little girl needed some more time to gather her strength and admit it. In the end, clenching her fists tighter, she told her mother that she would like to come here much more often. The girl solemnly promised that she would become a worthy lady of the Hekran clan. She also swore that in return she would obey in everything she was told and would train even harder. And in the end, although at first glance the mother seemed displeased, she still turned to the little girl. The woman saw that her daughter's promises were not just empty words. The girl was truly ready to fulfill all of it, for her eyes literally shone with determination. At the very moment when the hero was changing clothes, the maid continued tidying up the room, which was in complete disarray after the lady's visit. The old man remarked with a smirk that his granddaughter was already head over heels in love with Ilmok. He noticed the young man's wound. Today, the young master was lucky to get off with a light injury. But one day, the side effects could cost him his life. The mentor was not sure that his student would manage to handle this child. However, Ilmok firmly knew Sena would never treat him badly. Moreover, even if it happened, he was ready to endure everything. In the end, the old man smiled, allowing the hero to act as he deemed necessary. Although inside the master was amazed, the young man turned out to be even more remarkable than expected. The young master devised a very deep scheme, one that even the ruler of the demonic cult had not thought of. If everything went smoothly, the Hekran clan could become a loyal ally for them, and that meant that the day would surely come when Ilmok would no longer be called simply the disciple of the heavenly demon. Several more days passed since that very conversation, and so, as agreed, during the next training session, the hero's mentor decided to take a break to rest a little and compose himself. Fortunately, since that memorable day, the hero no longer had any problems with the Hekran clan. After all, no one dared to interfere with the matter personally handled by the heavenly demon himself. However, suddenly, a young lady ran onto the training ground, who immediately rushed into the arms of her older brother with a joyful cry. The little girl immediately decided to ask how his training was going. Ilmok, looking at the happy child, recalled that conflict with the lady and the angry look of the master, who seemed like he would not hold back and would kill him on the spot. But everything ended well. And looking at the happy girl, Ilmok was glad that he had stood up for her and gone against the others. Although much was permitted in the demonic cult, mocking children was already a clear excess that he did not want to allow. Moreover, the young man really could use a good rest. If he could not even allow himself such moments of peace, he would definitely go insane. At that moment, the girl, having finished her enthusiastic story about the training, decided to ask her brother what he had been doing. Only then did the young man remember that he wanted to give the little girl something he had completely forgotten. He reminded her that he had recently gone on an errand for the master. The young man saw an elegant hairpin and immediately thought it would suit the girl, so he bought it. Honestly, The little girl's eyes shone with unearthly beauty at this small item. However, she, like a madwoman, began rubbing her little face against the box. After all, it was a gift from her beloved little brother. Of course, Ilmak noticed that Sina's expression changed sharply, so he immediately distracted her with conversation. In the end, the girl, having calmed down a little, promised that she would wear this hairpin on some important day, for she was very afraid of breaking it. And Ilmak realized with relief that the little girl was still managing to control the side effects quite steadily. However, unexpectedly, all three felt that someone had come to visit them. It turned out to be the eldest and third brother who came to visit the youngest. Of course, the hero immediately bowed respectfully, not understanding what these two had forgotten here. After all, so Vinpen visited them every evening. However, the elder never came to see him. The third brother explained that he came to Ilmak because he was accompanying the elder brother. He was extremely concerned about the personnel issue in the Red Dragon Corps and wanted Ilmak to help him. Sam himself, Vijin Hak, with a smile reported that rumors about the genius of their younger sage are spreading everywhere. Therefore, he hoped that the younger would share his wisdom with his somewhat foolish older brother. And honestly, Ilmak panicked. After all, if he had refused his older brother, he would have simply exploded with rage. In the end, the young man had no choice but to dry off for half an hour and try to figure out the problem. However, having listened to everything, unfortunately, Ilmak did not come to any definite answer. Bowing, he apologized for being useless in this matter, and the elder brother was not angry, understanding that a person's choice is always a difficult matter, especially when it concerns the deputy commander of the Red Dragon Corps. If it were easier, he would not have turned to Ilmak with this request. The hero managed to exhale with great relief that the elder did not explode and he did not get more work. But at that moment, the first brother saw the girl who was standing next to the young man. He quickly realized that she was a young lady from the Hecken clan. The elder heard that she visited their younger brother the sage from time to time. At that moment, noticing the box in her hands, he thought that perhaps the lid of the casket would not open, and decided to help her. He put a little more effort into the box because the lid was tight. Ilmak tried to explain anxiously to his brother that he needed to loosen his grip. Then the box would open by itself. Even the girl fearfully asked to give the box back because he could break it. And in the end, indeed, the box shattered into the tiniest pieces right in his hands. Together with this box, watching its shards flying everywhere, it seems that something also broke inside the little baby, causing her to forget how to breathe. After that, the girl completely lost her temper, not understanding how the boy dared to break the gift that her beloved brother had given her. The child had already threatened to tear the culprit to pieces immediately, but Ilmak successfully covered the little girl's mouth with his palm. The older brother immediately began to apologize for his mistake. Fortunately, what was inside the little box still survived, so Ilmak immediately handed the hairpin to the girl, asking her not to cry and not to worry. The little girl took the hairpin with trembling hands and began to calm down little by little. The gift from her brother was unharmed. Right after that, Ilmak hugged the little one so that she would no longer worry, while the older brothers marveled at their deep bond. Chinhana promised these two that they would calm the lady down, so she asked the brothers to leave them for a short while. Before leaving, the older brother only apologized to the younger one for causing so many problems due to his clumsiness. Ilmak calmly and with a smile said goodbye to them, but inwardly hoped they would not decide to come back again. Moreover, he was surprised that the first brother was not as hot-tempered as the hero had thought. Perhaps he could behave a little more freely with him. However, unexpectedly, the still crying girl confessed to the younger brother that the great young lord was a complete idiot, and the older brother heard these words, which made him twitch. Chinhina immediately scolded the girl, asking her not to speak like that anymore. Ilmak was worried that Vijin Hak might hear such words, and indeed, approaching closer, the first brother ordered the younger to repeat the words of this little girl. Despite smiling, it was clearly visible. The guy was trying with all his might to hide his boiling anger. At that moment, Chinhina asked the elder young master not to react so sharply to what had happened. Ilmak, however, demanded that the girl immediately apologize to the elder brother. The third demanded that Ilmak shut this child's mouth before the situation worsened. However, unfortunately, the hero did not manage to do anything. The girl immediately reminded again that the great young master was an idiot, since he couldn't even open the box. In the end, after this, she buried her face in Ilmak's chest, and everyone turned around fearfully, waiting for the reaction of the first brother. In the end, one look at his mad face was enough for them to understand. No one here would get off easy. However, Ilmak still could not understand this strangeness. Vijin Hak had called himself an idiot a minute ago, but he got terribly angry when someone else called him that word. In the end, Ilmak immediately handed the girl over to the maid, asking her to take her to a safe place. After that, he explained to the first brother that he had a solution to his problem. He instantly calmed down, coming to his senses. However, he did not understand what solution was being referred to, and Ilmak reminded them of their conversation regarding the Red Dragon Squad. The first brother needed to appoint the third squad commander as deputy. It was the best move. After all, even though the third commander was the weakest of all, it was not that important. Since the commander was Vijin Hak himself, combat power was not critically important. The third squad commander handled paperwork better than anyone else. This meant that he would be perfect and become a reliable support for the First Lord. Saying all this, Ilmoku could only hope that the topic translation would help the first brother come to his senses and forget about the burning anger. However, Vijin Hak was only offended. He thought that Ilmak was hinting that he was an idiot, and that means he should have appointed a smart third commander as deputy. Immediately after this, the enraged elder brother lunged at the younger brother, immediately wielding a deadly sword. Unfortunately, it was already too late to dodge, so Ilmak decided to try to block this attack. However, his hands were trembling. It felt as if his body refused to move. Fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to block the attack. However, his sword shattered into small fragments in an instant. The whole matter was that the older brother turned out to be too strong. Even after the young man used the flying sword, soul-capturing technique, scarlet blood gushed from the boy's mouth. The very fact that he managed to block the strike from such a monster was a huge miracle. All he could do was hope that So Winpen would finally come up with something and deal with this psychotic monster. At that moment, the third brother really lunged at the elder, using his signature sword strikes. However, in the end, Vijin Hak changed the trajectory of his flight and immediately struck him hard in the face. But despite this, So Winpen managed to break free from his iron grip and immediately began showering the first with furious attacks, begging him to come to his senses, but unfortunately, it did not help. Despite the wounds gaping on the elder student's body, he still remained in a state of rage. In the end, a fierce clash began between the two, which seemed as if even the entire training ground would instantly turn to dust. Ilmak at that moment tried to recover a little after the injury, as his body was too weakened. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on his shoulder, and everything in his body froze. He was very afraid that it was Vijin Hak. Fortunately, it was Lady Chin Haina who came to help the young man. In the blink of an eye, she took care of the little girl by pressing her vital points. The maid left the child unconscious near the tree. After that, she reported to the younger master that she also needed to join the fight. She asked Ilmak to use this chance to escape before Vijin Hak finished him off. However, the hero found her priorities quite strange. There were too few of them. Help needed to be called, not to engage in a hopeless fight. The difference in strength was too great. Of course, if the young man had run away, he might even have survived. But if he acts like that, then probably. So Winpen will pay for it with his own life. The only way to save everyone was one. He urgently needed to intervene in this bloodthirsty duel. In this moment, the first brother had already thrown off the third. When he crashed into the ground, scarlet blood flowed from his mouth. To the first air rushed Madame Chin Haina in an attempt to stop him briefly. However, feeling her approach, the guy immediately grabbed her and pressed her to the ground himself. He wanted to kill her, and then everyone who was nearby. However, when he was about to stab the maid with his sword, he heard the voice of Ilmak calling him an idiot. After that, the younger one began to provoke him in every possible way to make him get distracted from the murder. He even joked about the first brother, saying that apparently his head is only for wearing a hat, if he reacts so stiffly to his words. Obviously, the enraged Vijin Hawk immediately lunged at that bastard to kill him, and that exactly marked the beginning of their deadly chase. Shin Haina immediately understood what was going on and ordered the young master to run away. And he really ran. And Vijin Hawk rushed after him like a madman. At that time, the girl tried to get up to go to help, but unfortunately, she was badly wounded. So Winpen approached, patted her on the shoulder, and asked her to rest a little. Then he rushed to run after the two to protect the younger one. Obviously, if they just keep waiting for help, everyone will die. Therefore, Ilmak was now rushing to the place where help could be called to survive. At that moment, the boy suddenly stumbled. Taking advantage of this, the older brother caught up with him and launched an attack with internal energy. As a result, the tree where the attack hit was destroyed by an explosion as if struck by a thunderbolt. And the older brother, without hesitation, immediately jumped up, aiming his sword at the younger sibling. Fortunately, at that moment, the third brother arrived and protected the hero by blocking with his sword. After that, he looked towards Ilmak to understand what his plan was. However, before the boy could explain anything, so Winpen ordered him to run away immediately. In the end, fortunately, two fighters who were nearby came to them, which somewhat eased the burden of the third brother, but this was still not enough to calm the first disciple without the master's help. In that moment, one of the warriors fell to the ground, and Vai Jin Hawk had already pounced on him. However, fortunately, he managed to dodge. Ilmak again began to call him an idiot in every possible way, who even loses his temper on the wrong people. He mocked the fact that Vijin Hawk decided to boast about his stupidity in front of others. Fortunately, with these words, he managed to attract the attention of the first brother. Now, while the others restrained him, the younger one had to not run away anywhere. However, at that moment, the boy threw his sword, causing it to fly towards the third brother. However, bypassing him, he headed straight for the hero's face, and such things clearly were not part of the young man's plans. Fortunately, when the explosion cleared, they heard the well-known voice of the master asking everyone to step back. He praised the students who worked hard, holding back the older brother. But further, the master himself will be able to handle it. However, as if not noticing the master in front of him, Vijin Hawk still rushed at the younger brat to finish him off. The mentor calmly looked at him and applied the binding paths technique on the boy. As a result, an unimaginable energy began to choke his entire body, pressing him to the ground. He still tried to resist, and the old man only said that he had to repeat twice for the student to calm down. Very soon he growled angrily, like a true madman. However, under the influence of the great heavenly demon's spell, he still bowed and greeted the Lord. Immediately after that, the now calm hero finally sat down on the ground to catch his breath after the stress endured. And so Winpen, leading the others, approached the first brother to tie him up with ropes and neutralize him. At that moment, Ilmak, seeing his master in action, finally understood that he truly deserved to be the heavenly demon. Thus, the master quickly managed to suppress the anger of the first brother. Fortunately, there were no casualties, so the punishment was limited to confinement in the meditation hall. And since Sena was the cause of the riot, the Hegrin clan did not oppose such a mild punishment. However, there was still one hitch. Although Ilmak was wounded, and at the same time Lady Chinhaina was also injured, their lessons continued anyway. Approaching the young master, she ordered him to open the book in order to continue studying the doctrines from the point where they had left off. Of course, the young man immediately pointed to his broken hand, not understanding how she intended to teach him when he was in such a condition. Then the girl thought that the hero might prefer to practice external martial arts. But obviously, that was even worse than studying the doctrine. Chinhana herself understood this perfectly. Therefore, she explained that if he trained with such wounds, serious complications could arise. She asked him to study theory for now, and then they could catch up on what was missed. At that moment, to check on his student, The master also came, finding him in bed. The maid immediately knelt to greet the lord, and the hero got out of bed to bow himself. However, he asked the two not to trouble themselves and to remain where they were. Ilmak at that moment explained that he was perfectly fine thanks to the help of a skilled healer, and it was clear that this greatly pleased the old man. So he immediately smiled. The mentor also explained that he had come to the student not only to check on him, but also to reward him. Thanks to his ingenuity, the damage was minimal, and his past merits were already great. Of course, Ilmak was incredibly curious about what kind of reward the heavenly demon himself had prepared for him, and he decided to grant the boy the elixir of their order. And at the same time, he would give him even more time for training, which in translation meant that the boy would have to work even harder. Chinhina burst into tears of happiness, for the Lord's mercy was truly boundless. The hero expected such a reaction from a fan. However, that was not all for which the master had come here. It turned out the first brother wanted to meet the hero after all that he had done. Therefore, if Ilmak himself was not against it, the teacher wanted to make an exception for the young man and allow them to meet after all. Honestly, Ilmak was not very eager to see his older brother again, but whether he wanted it or not, sooner or later they would have to meet anyway. So the only thing, before the journey, he decided to check if the doors in the detention hall were sturdy enough. In the end, when he agreed, they immediately went to meet the first brother, and the master accompanied the hero. Finally, around the next corner was the detention place where the unruly boy was locked up. The master decided to step aside to allow Ilmak and the senior student to talk calmly, and the boy, unfortunately, could not even admit that he felt awkward being alone with his brother. He was very worried that the first one might still be angry because of the words he had provoked him with. He didn't even know if he should immediately bow and fall to his knees before him, begging forgiveness for those words. Therefore, since most of the hero's wounds had already healed, he decided that if he noticed anything wrong, he would definitely run to call the master to prevent what happened last time. However, when the young man knocked on the detention hall, Vijin Hak only laughed cheerfully, sincerely glad that his younger brother had come to visit him. The senior disciple admitted that he had called Ilmak here solely to offer his apologies. Now he fully understood why the younger brother had provoked him so boldly. Thanks to the hero's persistent efforts, the man's punishment was minimal. This was the best decision under the circumstances. Vijin Hak was glad that at least the younger brother was lucky. He was not such a reckless fool as his narrow-minded senior fellow disciples. Moreover, the first disciple apologized for inadvertently involving Ilmak in trouble because of his own uncontrollable temper. The hero calmly sat down on the other side of the door and reminded him of their recent conversation. Then Ilmak recommended that the elder brother appoint the third squad commander as his deputy. The young man wanted to clarify that this recommendation wasn't given to in any way humiliate the dignity of the first disciple. There is an ancient saying, "The larger the army, the better the commander." Once the famous General Han declared that he was capable of commanding an army of 100,000 warriors. The emperor then curiously inquired, "Why does such a talented military commander serve under his command?" To which the general wisely replied that His Majesty is not a warrior in the direct sense. He is the one who commands generals like himself. Countless such examples have been encountered in history. Even when brilliant strategists were born, their true rulers still remained the emperors. History clearly demonstrates that the most important quality for a true leader is by no means strategy, but the unparalleled ability to earn the unconditional trust of the people. Along with this, it is also necessary to skillfully place subordinates in those positions where they will bring the greatest benefit to the common cause. That is why Ilmak recommended the first brother appoint the third as squad commander. With his outstanding administrative abilities, all minor problems will resolve themselves. Then the first disciple will be able to fully concentrate on the true duties of a real leader, for he is destined one day to lead the entire demonic cult. Therefore, the younger brother asked that the elder not take this proposal as an offense or insult. On the contrary, it is better for him to fully dedicate himself to training, for such focus will bring him even more success in the future. When the master heard all the words spoken by the hero, he immediately approvingly praised the boy, gently tousling his head, after which he decided to interrupt their conversation and escort the youth back to his estate. Ilmak could only hope that with his words, he had not again hurt the pride of the elder brother, for all this was said exclusively to somehow smooth over the offense that had arisen between them. And when the master praised the hero, he thought that perhaps the teacher liked how skillfully Ilmak had wriggled out of the delicate situation. In fact, when the younger brother left his confinement, a flame of such incredible power began to rage inside the senior disciple that it seemed ready to burst out at any moment and incinerate everything around. Dark thoughts commanded him to kill the younger brother, for it was this audacious youth who dared to call him an idiot. Vaijinhak longed to destroy everyone who looked down on him, who mocked him. He cursed this unjust world that had given him so many humiliations. However, recalling the wise advice of the younger brother, he tried to pull himself together. This became a turning point when the man suppressed the destructive anger that was devouring him from within. In the end, the senior disciple overcame the threshold of awareness of the demon's path and practically reached the desired stage of acceptance. He poured out all his raging fury in a wild outburst of anger. And now Ilmak also reminded him that there are matters far more important than petty grievances. As a result, the gears fell into place. By doing so, he was able to clear his mind and make it as clear as the flawless surface of a mirror. He directed all this crystal clarity straight onto the path of accepting the demonic path. Vaijinhak pondered for a long time in confinement over the idea of gathering talents and properly placing them in the right positions. He sincerely hoped that the younger brother would grow up as soon as possible, for the first disciple passionately wished to make this very person his chief strategist. At that very time, unknown individuals were whispering about the younger disciple of the heavenly demon who proposed this strange system. Many considered him an eccentric guy, especially after that audacious proposal to found some unprecedented academy. However, according to rumors, he incredibly strongly influenced the elder brother's breakthrough to embracing the demonic path. If this youth continues to hover around the first disciple, he might become a big problem for their secret future plans. Therefore, now they needed to decide what to do. They could not just sit idly by. However, suddenly, their elder suggested dealing with this audacious boy, the same way as with those already resting in graves. That should be more than enough to finally destabilize the divine cult of the celestial demon once again. Soon the hero was approached again by his guards, who had accompanied him during the journey. By order of the Lord of 10,000 Demons and head of the Guardians Institute, they were appointed his escorts again. After such an uproar, it was impossible to leave the youth defenseless. Swearing faith and truth to serve the young master and protect him from all harm, the warriors bowed respectfully. Of course, the hero accepted them into his service. However, he felt somewhat awkward that so many overseers were around. Nevertheless, the youth was grateful that familiar people had been sent to him. The guards promised to keep a respectful distance while on duty, so as not to cause inconvenience to the young master. After that, they said goodbye and assured they would appear instantly if the young heir faced the slightest danger. Ilmak already knew these two guards well. However, there was still one stranger left in his chambers, an unknown face the hero saw for the first time. The guy immediately hurried to introduce himself. His name was Gyan Moon from the Ghost Sect. He explained to the young master with a friendly smile that he was sent to serve him loyally and very much hoped that they would work wonderfully together. Obviously, Ilmak had heard about the Guyan clan. After all, it was one of the 5 great demonic houses. Moreover, the young man came from the legendary Ghost Sect, so the hero was extremely curious about what this young man was doing here. It turned out that the guy studied at the academy in the same class as Chin Hana, and since his classmate was injured and could not properly perform her duties, he reported this to the sect leader. The leader graciously allowed him to come to his comrade's aid. Of course, the hero perfectly understood that the lady did not need any help at all. but he thanked Gaian Moon politely with a smile for his concern. Ilmok was not ready for his plans to be ruined. The guy secretly wanted to use Chin Hina's injuries as a convenient opportunity to rest from harsh training. Moreover, the young man had the sect leader's approval. All that remained for the hero was simply to accept it and allow the guy to provide assistance. However, Chin Hina herself categorically protested. She did not need any help from Guyan Moon, so he could calmly return home. Even in her current state, the lady was able to serve the young master without any problems, which she did not fail to remind the persistent guest. Guyan Moon did not understand her stubbornness at all. The girl was barely standing on her feet, yet she spoke with such unwavering confidence. However, the lady was still fiercely angry, ordering the guy not to meddle in other people's affairs. And, honestly, Ilmok saw this side of her character for the first time. She openly and boldly contradicted someone for the first time, and Guyan Moon, stepping closer, simply asked his acquaintance to stop being stubborn. Considering that the girl was significantly weaker than him, the young man felt as if she had completely stopped training properly. Since the very time they studied together at the academy, Chin Hina had not changed in strength at all, so there was a depressing feeling as if she had wasted her once brilliant talent and ruined her own body, without even reaching that great goal she had so passionately dreamed of in her youth. In the end, the young man calmly explained to the girl that he could easily help the young master instead of her, and it would be better for her to go rest and properly recover her strength. However, the lady was frankly offended that Guyan Moon dared to look down on her. The young man only skillfully explained that he did not want to appear too confident. However, he sincerely thought that in such a pitiful state, Chin Hina would only become a burden to the young master. If she continued to serve in such a condition, others would start whispering behind their backs. Everyone would point fingers and wonder, what is wrong with this master if his servant looks so miserable? However, Ilmok hastily shut the young man's mouth because he had a clear feeling that Guyan Moon was reproaching the lady for not developing and not progressing precisely because she served the hero. Of course, the young man immediately began to apologize. He did not mean that at all. The young man was simply sorry to see a talented girl in the role of an ordinary servant. But whatever Guyan Moon's true intentions were, Ilmok categorically did not want to hear such offensive words anymore. After that, the hero also asked Chin Hina not to worry about anything, because he did not consider her a burden for a moment. However, when the young man looked at her face, he clearly saw that the girl was completely crushed. Even her face noticeably paled and became gaunt from the heavy thoughts that overwhelmed her. So Ilmok could only sigh heavily, not understanding who in the world had the idea to send someone like Guyan Moon here. Now the hero urgently needed to come up with any way to diffuse this unbearably icy atmosphere that hung in the chambers. At the same moment, Guyan Moon, boldly ignoring the young master's order, went to deliver a message and prepare to fulfill his duties. Of course, Ilmok decisively ordered the guy to stop immediately. After all, if he continued to spout such nonsense, it would be better for him to simply keep quiet. However, unexpectedly, the hero saw the young man handing the girl some unusual herb, something rare and invigorating. Guyan Moon explained that he found this ginseng while walking here along the road. He was a very busy man, so it was already time for him to return to his affairs in the ghost sect. The guy asked Chin Hina to accept this small gift and get well soon. Honestly, it looked like a blatant pickup line. So Ilmok could only guess what had actually happened between these two in the past. Soon, young Lady Sena hurried towards Ilmok, already drenched in bitter tears. The little girl apologized for a long time for the fact that because of her careless words, both her older brother and all the other innocent people had suffered. So the hero had to patiently explain that she did not need to take what happened to her older brother so much to heart. After all, he was sometimes like a real natural disaster that swept everything in its path. At that moment, the little girl calmed down and wiped away her tears. However, she immediately became alert upon seeing an unfamiliar face. The child was extremely curious about who this young man was, who seemed to follow the hero like a shadow. The young man bowed politely before the young lady, explaining that he temporarily served the young master in place of Chin-Haena. Obviously, Sena immediately wished that this young man would now forever serve Ilmoku instead of that bitchy madam. The little girl thought he was much more reliable and better than that incomprehensible nasty girl. And honestly, the hero felt extremely awkward hearing such words, for he did not recall Chin-Haena ever treating Sena badly even once. In fact, if Ilmok were more honest, he would secretly want this young man to remain his servant, because ever since Chin-Haena stepped away from the matter, the training has become much easier and more enjoyable. And besides, finally, a newcomer appeared in his palace, someone who could be thoroughly teased and jovially joked about. The problem was only that this seemingly good-natured guy boldly showed his audacity exclusively towards Chin-Haena. Of course, after yesterday's stormy demonstration of emotions, it was not difficult to understand the true reason. Surely it reminded of those elementary school times when a boy who secretly likes a girl pulls her pigtails. The hero sincerely hoped that he would somehow miraculously manage to reconcile these two. Then the problem would resolve itself. At first, Ilmok wanted to make them work together. They are both young and full of boundless energy, so the young man could easily create an opportunity for them in which they would finally work together as a single team. However, when the hero came to the lady with this proposal, she categorically refused to work with Gaian Moon. Honestly, the girl was so adamant in her decision that Ilmok didn't even know what to answer. In the end, the young man decided to lighten the tense atmosphere a bit and cautiously find out what the lady had been doing here all this time, sitting alone in her chambers. It turned out that she did not appear at training sessions because she was painstakingly rewriting the sacred texts by hand all that precious time. Although Ilmok found this quite strange. After all, the lady had surely learned them long ago, knowing every line by heart. However, Chin-Haena calmly explained that since she had become a burden to the young master, she was preparing texts for him to study independently, to at least provide some help in this way. In the end, Ilmok decided to somehow belittle Gaian Moon's merits in the lady's eyes, so he told with disapproval that this guy did not know basic etiquette at all. The hero was calmly sitting on the training ground when that guy arrogantly began sweeping the dusty floor right in front of him. Because of this, all the raised dust flew straight into the face, not only of Ilmok himself, but also of the young lady Sena. The girl could hardly imagine what kind of discomfort they were all experiencing at that moment. The lady quietly smiled at that moment, having listened to all these words. Ilmok, of course, noticed this, so he decided to find out what the girl was like during her academy days. The hero thought that she was not like she is now, and perhaps even back in those distant times, she disliked Gaian Moon's annoying assistant, and it turned out to be so. From the very first meeting, the girl hated him with all her heart. Chin-Haena was the eldest daughter in an ordinary family from the divine cult. Her parents were unremarkable, neither in abilities nor appearance, like all other ordinary people. The birth of Chin-Haena was a true miracle for them. The girl inherited rare beauty and outstanding talent in martial arts from distant ancestors. Everyone in the village simply adored her. Since childhood, Chin-Haena dreamed of devotedly serving the divine cult, helping ordinary people, and becoming a truly worthy person. For this noble goal, she prepared from a young age to enter the Hall of Demonic Arts. In her native village, she was considered an incomparable genius, so neither her parents, nor the villagers, nor Chin-Haena herself doubted her brilliant success for a moment. And she justified their hopes. She brilliantly passed the entrance exams. It seemed the girl's life would be smooth and cloudless. But harsh reality proved to be much more merciless. At the very first exam in the Hall of Demonic Martial Arts, she took only 19th place out of 20. Only then did Chin-Haena bitterly realize that she was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. She felt unbearably ashamed for having so arrogantly overestimated her modest talent. However, despite this crushing disappointment, the girl was not going to give up and stubbornly moved only forward. She perfectly understood that she started a little below the level of the other students and sincerely believed if she worked hard, she would definitely catch up with everyone. This unwavering faith made her think only about endless training and learning. Or rather, Chin Hana desperately tried to concentrate. However, one young man appeared, constantly distracting her from her studies. Seeing that she was studying difficult texts, he politely explained that the section they were currently going through was indeed incredibly hard to understand. So the guy generously could help her and explain everything in detail. However, the girl was only angry at this young man, who was born into a noble family, because everything came too easily to him. Therefore, she decisively refused his help and immediately left to figure everything out on her own. Gyan Moon was a little hurt by her cold refusal. After all, she didn't even listen to his sincere offer. Because of her, the lessons ended later than usual once again, while the teacher patiently explained everything only to her. Therefore, the young man politely asked that the girl not hesitate to ask for help if needed. After all, he was trying not to help her personally, but for the common good of all the students. To great regret, Gyan Moon's interference in her student life did not end there. Throughout all the years of training in the hall, he constantly meddled with his unsolicited advice. In both martial arts and studies, the guy literally surpassed her in everything, so he behaved somewhat arrogantly. Of course, every time after his persistent help, the girl's self-esteem was shattered to dust. Chin Hina hated herself for being the one who was helped, rather than helping someone else. She hated Gyan Moon even more for meddling with his unnecessary help. To overcome this vile, humiliating feeling, to finally knock Gyan Moon off the pedestal, she trained like a maniac. But until the very graduation from the martial arts hall, she never managed to surpass him even once. The girl honestly admitted to the hero that she hated the guy because he always looked down on her. Probably that is why the divine cult directed her to study the art of demonic fists, so that she would get rid of these destructive evil thoughts. It was truly a trial for her to become better, and it seems it helped her find inner peace. The hero could only sigh heavily, as he had no idea how Gyan Moon could be such a hopeless idiot in matters of human relationships. The next day, Ilmak approached him to have a serious one-on-one talk. The young man admitted that yesterday, he finally learned from the lady why she disliked the guy so much. Of course, Gyan Moon was very frightened upon learning this revelation. He sincerely thought that he had always treated the girl well, clearly not noticing his glaring flaws. Ilmak hurried to patiently explain to the guy that there were many problems, and the main one was Gyan Moon's own attitude. The guy should immediately stop meddling with his unnecessary help towards the girl. He simply must silently observe and recognize her as an equal combat comrade. Moreover, if the young man really had romantic feelings for her, it would be better to honestly confess this directly. Ilmak very much hoped that the young man correctly understood his wise words. This should have been enough for him to finally correct his foolish behavior. It is unlikely that they will start dating immediately now, but at least the relationship between them will stop rapidly deteriorating. Obviously, the guy was incredibly grateful to the young master for guiding him onto the path of truth. Gyan Moon really, no matter how much he recalled, never once confessed his true feelings to Chin Hane. Hence, all this unfortunate misunderstanding between them arose. Immediately after this frank conversation, he rushed swiftly to the girl's room to immediately fix everything. At that very time, the lady finally fully healed her injured leg, so she was able to remove the annoying bandage from it. At that moment, even without knocking, the young master Gyan Moon burst into her chambers. He nervously admitted that young master Ilmak had explained everything to him in detail. The girl confessed that she hated him because the guy constantly tried to help her obsessively. Gyan Moon hastily explained that it was an unfortunate misunderstanding. After all, he helped her not because he considered her pathetic and worthless. At that moment, the worried hero ran in after, who very much hoped that the guy would not blurt out some nonsense. And so in the end, Gyan Moon still said what had been boiling inside, confessing directly to the girl. All this time, she had madly liked him. He loved her. The young man fell in love with her at first sight, as soon as he first saw her at the academy. Then he simply passionately wanted to please her, thinking, if he helped, she would definitely pay attention to him. The guy sincerely apologized for misunderstanding her feelings, as he meant no harm. At that moment, Guyan Moon noticed with anxiety how the girl was seized by a cold shiver. Demonic energy around her began to rage frighteningly, and as soon as the young man instinctively tried to help her, Chin Hyena immediately pushed him away fiercely. Initially, she firmly believed that the young man saw her as a rival and competitor. However, the matter turned out to be completely different. She had so desperately tried to surpass Guyan Moon all this endless time. But it turned out he did not care about her abilities at all. This meant only one thing. All these years, Chin Hyena herself had been indulging in her imagined inferiority. Therefore, now the girl was extremely curious to find out why Guyan Moon always made her feel so insignificant and pathetic. Of course, the young man was still desperately trying to justify that he never intended to offend her. However, the girl, having completely lost control, immediately began to mercilessly attack the guy. Ilmok, who was carefully observing this confrontation, strongly asked Mr. Guyan Moon not to rush into battle. Instead, it was better to retreat and let the girl vent her anger. However, the guy did not particularly care about these furious attacks. After all, he was significantly stronger than the young lady. Honestly, with these confident words, he only angered the furious girl even more. In the end, Guyan Moon lunged at her in an attempt to grab and neutralize her. However, she gracefully retreated like a nimble cat, avoiding the blow. After that, Chin Hyena, for the first time in her long-suffering life, finally managed to defeat this arrogant guy by skillfully freezing him with her icy energy. Honestly, the girl still could not believe that she had achieved such an incredible victory. However, now she looked at herself in a completely new way. Ilmok did not even know what to say in such a situation, so he simply decided to go rest. After all, he clearly could not help resolve this conflict. However, the lady did not let him go, firmly grabbing his hand. She reminded him that she had just defeated her longtime sworn enemy. All that remained for the hero was to play along with her, rejoicing in the girl's incredible victory. And of course, to pretend that he had never doubted her inevitable victory for a second. This confident young man relied only on brute force. He needed a good shake-up. Honestly, the girl was wholeheartedly glad that Ilmok supported her with exactly that reaction. She expected nothing less from him. It seems that Chin Hyena had never been so happy since she began studying the demonic art of the bear claw. Her heart was about to burst from overwhelming happiness. And immediately after these words, the girl suddenly began coughing up blood. Although she did not know the exact cause, something seemed to mercilessly squeeze her heart. Apparently, emotions, frozen for a long time by demonic art, desperately tried to break out, thereby causing her unbearable pain. At that moment, the guards who understood nothing arrived. Apparently, all this noise attracted them here. Surely the guards should have known how to deal with the body's deviation from demonic art. However, Ilmok needed to somehow carefully explain to them what exactly happened in these chambers. At the very moment the guards approached closer, Chin Hyena herself threw herself into the hero's arms, hiding in his embrace. Ilmok immediately began to comfort the girl, begging her not to cry. Otherwise, she would only worsen her severe condition. The guards eavesdropping behind the wall awkwardly thought that perhaps they had worried unnecessarily and interfered in something that was not their business. In the end, the guards, with apologetic faces, bowed before the Lord for the immodest interference in personal matters and hurriedly left. Ilmok, of course, desperately asked them to return. After all, an unfortunate misunderstanding had occurred. However, they still hastily departed, so as not to disturb their intimate atmosphere, and Ilmok did not understand how to act in such a delicate situation. He would not be able to calm the girl alone. Moreover, the young man did not even know for sure whether the lady was indeed experiencing that very deviation from the demonic path. In the case of Sena and the older brother, everything was quite simple and obvious. The little girl showed signs of possession, and the older brother fell into a furious rage. When their minds calmed down, everything passed safely. Therefore, the same method should have worked with Chin Hyena. The problem was that the hero did not know which exact side effect had gotten out of control in the girl. The lady mentioned that the side effect of her martial arts was a complete loss of empathy. But this alone was clearly not enough to bring a person to such a severe state. This meant only one thing. The hero was clearly missing something important. At that moment, the girl herself obediently apologized for disturbing the hero. She promised that she would soon recover on her own, and asked Ilmak to forever forget her shameful behavior. The young man did not understand why she was so confident that she could handle this condition by herself. However, Chin Haina knew herself well as a person who does not give in to emotions. She simply needed to freeze her boiling feelings again using her art. If she did that, she would become herself again, the same cold and imperturbable person. However, Ilmak decisively ordered that the girl must not dare to freeze them. Finally, the hero understood what her true side effect was. Now her desire to suppress emotions had gotten out of control. This meant that the lady had to accept her feelings, jealousy, sadness, anger, without hiding anything. She had to overcome the side effect that desperately tried to mercilessly suppress all these feelings. Of course, the girl immediately panicked. After all, she could not accept these feelings. They made her a pathetic person, full of complexes and corrosive envy. Ilmak should not have said something like that to her. However, the hero perfectly understood. Her true side effect was precisely the suppression of emotions. The deviation of ki she encountered was the result of suppressed emotions reaching their absolute limit. Unable to withstand the monstrous pressure, they burst out. Ideally, the hero would help her stop suppressing emotions altogether. However, this would not work instantly. Therefore, Ilmak gently wiped her bloody tears, apologizing for expressing himself incorrectly. The young man suggested that instead of suppressing emotions, she completely get rid of them. After all, it was necessary to erase exactly those feelings she constantly suppressed. The hero asked that the girl not cling to these ugly emotions. She herself said, "If you live strictly by the rules, no problems will arise." All she needed was to completely empty her heart. Not to suppress, as she was used to, but instead to fully release them and be free. At that moment, Chin Haina plunged into the depths of her consciousness, where she wandered along a deserted street in the fog, not understanding anything that was happening. However, suddenly the girl came to a completely frozen house. These were her frozen emotions, which began to gradually awaken. The same envy, jealousy, complexes, sadness, and everything else that she desperately wanted to hide. It was precisely because the lady constantly tried to suppress these feelings that they continued to cause her unbearable pain. Therefore, now, on the wise advice of the young master, she tried to let everything go, instead of holding back. If nothing is suppressed, then no side effects should arise. The girl herself perfectly understood. She had no need to cling to these ugly feelings. If left alone, they would now disappear by themselves, dissolving into the void. However, unexpectedly, instead of inner peace, the lady found herself in the Pungamjian Palace. This was extremely strange, considering that she had hardly ever been in this palace. Perhaps the reason was that this hall simply meant a lot to her, although she herself did not realize it. The girl immediately recalled with anxiety that the yin energy of the demonic art of bare palms should fill her heart. And if she did not immediately drain her energy, she risked dying. Now, being in her inner space, she could not think about it, and return to the matter later. There was surely a reason why she ended up here. But it was not so important at the moment. At that moment, the girl actually began to meditate, gradually coming to herself. Finally awakening, Chin Haina sincerely thanked Ilmak, who had patiently guarded her all this time. However, he firmly refused these thanks. The lady's health was much more important now. Fortunately, her wounds had healed, and she was in much better shape than before. However, in this, the girl could only thank the young master. After all, it was he who told her story to the persistent Gaian moon. Ilmak hurried to explain that he had not deliberately revealed her secret. He was simply trying to ease the tense atmosphere between them. However, fortunately, the lady felt no resentment towards Ilmak. Now she no longer had any negative feelings towards Guyan Moon. Moreover, thanks to this incident, she even reached a new level of mastery. so she really had no reason to be angry. Then Ilmak decided to cautiously find out what they should do now with the young man. After all, they could not leave him in a frozen state like that. Therefore, the best solution was to place the young man in a secluded spot in the courtyard so that he would wake up on his own over time. When the young Sena saw the frozen Gaian moon, the little girl was very frightened, not understanding why her brother's servant was in such a strange state. However, Ilmak calmly explained that it was a kind of punishment for excessive talkativeness. At that moment, the elder brother, finally released from captivity, came to visit the younger one. Ilmak immediately congratulated the first student on reaching enlightenment and breaking through to a new level. Just then, Vijin Hak came to the hero right after finishing his seclusion. He also wanted to apologize to Sena, whom he had been rude to, and thank his younger brother. Honestly, Ilmak was surprised, still not understanding the true reason for the gratitude. It turned out that the guy was still drowning in his own destructive rage. The reason he was able to overcome this insurmountable wall lay in the advice given to him by the hero. Therefore, the first disciple came to personally express his deep gratitude to his younger brother. Moreover, Vijin Hak also realized that the best strategist for someone like him was precisely his younger brother. Honestly, the hero had some kind of bad premonition, and in the end, it was completely justified. Of course, Ilmak desperately tried to explain that he was still a novice who had not even finished the academy yet. This was too responsible a role for him. However, his elder brother did not rush him, magnanimously allowing the younger to fully concentrate on his studies at the academy. In that time, the first disciple will become a person worthy of having Ilmak serve him. In the end, the hero suggested postponing the serious conversation because he first wanted to clarify one curious point. Together with the elder brother came two more brothers, along with Mr. Khan. The elder brother was not related to their arrival, since each of them came to the hero for their own reason. It turned out that the master entrusted the elder brother with the arrangement of the academy. Thanks to this, Mr. Khan now worked under his command, and he came here to personally thank the hero. Vinpin said that he had advanced in martial arts thanks to Ilmak, so he joined because he also wanted to thank the hero. The sixth brother came here because he saw the two brothers going here, and also tagged along out of idle curiosity. So in other words, the purpose of his visit was not so noble. He was simply bored and came here out of nothing to do. In the end, the hero respectfully greeted the elder brothers one by one with a polite smile, desperately trying to hide how much he wished they would all disappear, and he would be left alone only with the younger sister. However, out of duty, Ilmak immediately began to praise the third brother, congratulating him on his breakthrough. However, a disturbing impression formed that the sixth brother was not feeling very well. However, he calmly explained that when he was alone in the rooms, he often saw terrible illusions and heard voices, but when he was among 11 people, he felt significantly calmer. Obviously, there were far fewer than 11 present here, so the hero anxiously realized the sixth brother's schizophrenia was rapidly progressing. No matter how much Ilmak counted even the most distant people, there were only 7 here in total. That same night, So Vinpen desperately tried to fall asleep. However, instead, intrusive thoughts kept entering his tortured mind. No matter how much he thought, Ilmak's congratulations on reaching the new level felt somewhat weak and insincere. Of course, the third brother was shy to admit it. However, the hero's attention was still focused on the eldest and sixth brothers. Therefore, there was an oppressive feeling that Ilmak had forced this reaction out of himself, but in reality, he was not happy for him. If so, then perhaps in his soul, he mocked the third brother, believing that he could not be proud of his miserable results. But So Vinpen still could not be absolutely sure of this. So he tried to convince himself that it was not worth making hasty conclusions. But in such an anxious state, he could not fall asleep. Therefore, the best solution was to go straight to the younger brother in order to find out everything from him. The third brother decided to sneak in as quietly as last time, remaining unnoticed. If the younger brother is asleep, So Vinpen will simply wait until he wakes up. However, unexpectedly, he noticed a silhouette wandering around the room. Obviously, The guy thought that it might have been the personal maid of the younger brother. He even heard that she made a breakthrough thanks to Ilmok. Moreover, today there was some strange, intimate atmosphere between them. So Winpen decided not to intervene for now, generously allowing them to be alone. However, Winpen very quickly realized that he had hoped in vain that she was just some ordinary maid. Therefore, when the mysterious stranger approached the younger brother, the third disciple immediately, lightning fast, pointed his blade at his face. After all, as is known, tracking a target in pitch darkness is a basic skill for his assassin class. He had already seen enough suspicious individuals among those who served the younger brother. However, the guy wanted to know who this audacious person was. So relaxed in the hero's chambers in the middle of the night. So Winpen shouted threateningly, demanding an explanation for the intrusion and the reason for his arrival. However, Ilmok hastily stopped the third brother, carefully explaining that this man was well known to him, after which the hero wearily rubbed his head, trying to regain composure. The young man perfectly understood why Winpen was here. However, it remained a mystery to him what the finally thawed Gaian Moon was doing here. At that moment, an anxious voice of Chin Hina was heard behind the door, not understanding what was happening. Therefore, Ilmok hurried to justify himself, saying he was simply talking with the third brother and she had nothing to worry about. However, the girl felt that she clearly heard Gaian Moon's voice inside the chambers. Therefore, Ilmok lied, assuring her that she imagined it. They were just having a normal men's conversation. In the end, calmed down, the lady left, and the hero finally breathed a sigh of relief. After which, Ilmok introduced his assistant, Gaian Moon, from the Ghost Clan, to the third brother, who helped the wounded lady Chin Hina take care of everything. Perhaps the guy today, when he came to them, saw the ice statue on the training ground. This ice statue was actually the frozen Gaian Moon. And indeed, when Winpen looked at him closely, he realized that they looked very similar. So, finally calming down, the third brother hid his sword. However, he was extremely curious about how the guy ended up frozen, so Gaian Moon had to explain in detail everything that had happened. By morning, Winpen understood. A truly dramatic story had unfolded among them all. However, this still did not explain why Gaian Moon appeared in the younger brother's chambers at such a late hour. At that moment, the guy presented the hero with a letter, sadly explaining that he no longer wished to serve the young master. He had only brought upon himself the hatred of Chin Hina and failed to properly protect the young heir. Gaian Moon could not do what he wanted, but only what he was capable of. So he considered himself simply useless in everything. Ilmok was struck by the fact that the guy wrote a resignation request, even though he had not been officially accepted into service. Apparently, a broken heart hit the young man much harder than the hero expected. Therefore, he literally wept, begging to be allowed to leave. However, Winpen suddenly thought that it was not Gaian Moon who deserved forgiveness, but rather himself. Honestly, it remained a mystery to the hero why the third brother was now behaving so depressively. Then Winpen admitted that many praised his achievements in martial arts, but he could not accept these sincere compliments. At night, he felt that everyone secretly mocked him. So today he came to the younger one to directly ask what people really had in mind. Ilmok did not even believe that the third brother thought about such a thing. After all, during the day he was cheerful and carefree, but now he was immersed in gloomy thoughts. Therefore, Winpen believed that a person like him, with such a rotten heart, truly did not deserve forgiveness. However, Gaian Moon could argue with the third lord. After all, he simply underestimated his incredible technique of 14 merciless strikes. Just at the sight of the sharp tip of his sword, the boy literally trembled with fear. And he said this absolutely sincerely, not to flatter. With Winpen understood, Gaian Moon definitely had to be strong enough to withstand this technique. Suddenly a brilliant idea came to the hero's mind. These two could fight in an honest duel. Gaian Moon could usefully learn from the senior student, and Winpen could better understand the juniors by crossing swords with them. And indeed, everyone in the demonic cult knew there was no better way to understand a person than through battle. However, Gyan Moon believed that such an unworthy loser like him did not dare to ask the third brother for such an honor. However, Ilmok hastened to reassure Gyan Moon he was far from hopeless, just a little off the true path. In the end, Ms. Chin Hena herself said that she felt no negativity towards him. Moreover, the girl even thanked the hero for telling Gyan Moon her secret. Therefore, Ilmok asked so that the boy would not fixate on one person and would look at the world a little wider. Of course, the hero decided to accept his resignation, hoping that the young man would find a better path for himself. Gyan Moon was immensely grateful to the young master for his warm guidance and invaluable help. He solemnly promised that he would take this advice with deep respect and slowly find his true path. And then, he would definitely win the heart of Chin Hena. Obviously, this was not at all what the master was aiming for, since the hero straightforwardly asked the assistant to abandon this hopeless venture. However, he really was a hopeless romantic. The next day, the hero spent time with little Sena. Finally, they said goodbye, and the little girl went to her palace. Fortunately, after Gyan Moon left, the atmosphere became much calmer. Initially, Ilmok was worried that the third brother might accidentally kill the boy, but since Gyan Moon was still alive in the morning after his visit, it was a good sign. In any case, now it was time to prepare for a full-scale breakthrough. The hero needed to forget about all these useless problems. After all, he had his own goals. Ilmok needed to become serious again and fully concentrate. However, unexpectedly, the teacher came to the hero, carrying a small box with a precious demonic explosive pill that the man had promised him. As is known, the hero's dantian was still small, so the young man had to fully absorb the energy of this pill. And the teacher would help him remove the restriction and properly direct this powerful energy. Of course, usually Ilmok would not so recklessly take such doping. However, there are situations when common sense is not enough, and one has to endure. Moreover, the hero was currently most lacking internal energy. He just needs to swallow this pill, and the place at the Academy of Demonic Arts is in his pocket. In the end, placing his hands on the hero's shoulders, the teacher asked him not to open his mouth and to follow the flow of true Qi that would be directed to him. The most important thing in this process is not to lose consciousness. Very soon, the guy understood what it was about, for he felt a pain never before experienced. He felt the unrestrained energy of the explosive demonic pill raging. His meridians seemed to be torn apart by how strong and indomitable this energy was. However, suddenly, the young man realized the energy of the pill was cleansing all the dirt that clogged his meridians. Naturally, it was unbearably painful when something that was part of your body was forcibly torn out of it. But now, if he can endure this torment, his main meridians will become much wider and more perfect. Finally, the hero completed the large circle of meridians and began to feel slight relief. Now he only had to direct the remaining energy into his dantian. However, unexpectedly, Ilmok felt such a monstrous explosion of energy that his body almost convulsed.
Ilmok tries to hold back a scream bursting from his chest. He clenches his teeth harder, veins bulge on his cheeks, and sweat streams down his face. It seemed to him as if his body was being pierced by knives. He literally felt sharp blades stabbing into his flesh. But now Ilmok feels as if thousands of ants are devouring him. They tear his body into tiny pieces, and he is powerless to defend himself. The boy clenches his teeth tighter, thinking that this is not the absorption of an elixir, but real torture. The heavenly demon, his teacher, still sits behind him, holding his palms on his back. The boy's hand resting on his knee trembles slightly. On it, as on Ilmok's entire body, bulging veins are also visible. The boy's eyes fill with the radiance of inner energy. He believes this is truly his limit. Hekran Ilvi finally removes his palms from the student's back. Ilmok immediately falls, burying his face in the ground. The smiling teacher says that he endured it well. The boy lying on the ground, who feels he cannot even move, thinks, endured well? No way he endured it. Ilmok still makes an attempt to stand on his feet. His body shakes with a slight tremor. The boy mentally asks himself, Why is it so incredibly difficult to absorb some elixir? He almost died. Ilmok stands up but feels extremely unsteady. He looks at his hand with surprise, mentally asking, "What is this? Why is his body so light?" Hekran Ilvi, standing behind him, says, "Strange feeling, right?" Ilmok asks the teacher, "Is this really the power of the mad demon?" Heavenly Demon shakes his head negatively. He tells the surprised disciple that this is the effect of bone marrow washing. Bone marrow washing is called the most complex procedure during which the master, using his internal energy, restructures the disciple's bones, muscles, and vessels. Thus, he creates a body perfectly suited for martial arts. It's as if he forces it to be born anew. Ilmok, turning to face the teacher, asks, "Can even an adult person like him really go through this?" Hekran Ilvi answers that with age, it only becomes more difficult, but not impossible. The old man adds, "Moreover, this became possible because the boy's body had few impurities." And Ilmok steadfastly endured the process, which allowed preserving most of the mad demon's energy. Chinhan, who approached them, silently listens to their conversation. Squinting with one eye at the girl standing behind him, the boy thinks, "It was hellishly painful, but it was worth it, right?" Leaning to his ear, Chinhan whispers to the young master that bone marrow washing is a process much more complex and profound than the heavenly demon described. It consumes so much energy that one elixir is not enough. Ilmok replies that the mad demon's energy still remains in his dantian. "Isn't that the residue after bone marrow washing?" The teacher, chuckling, says, "Oh, this youngster." The girl explains, "That's because the heavenly demon poured into him at least 30 years of his energy." Ilmok's mouth even opens in surprise. 30 years. The boy immediately falls to his knees and, bowing his forehead to the tile covering the courtyard, sincerely thanks the teacher. The heavenly demon says that the boy should not take it to heart. He did it solely of his own will. The teacher adds he did not tell him, fearing that it would become a burden for him, and now he asks for forgiveness if it seemed as if he deceived him. Chinhan, having heard his words, feels awkward. Ilmok, raising his head, says that he could not comprehend the teacher's deep intentions. He asks to be punished. The heavenly demon laughs in response. What is he saying? On the contrary, Chinhan saved his face. The teacher adds, "Well then, enough." He suggests trying the effect of bone marrow cleansing. Ilmok's face lights up with a smile and he gladly agrees, "Yes." The sun is already setting when the heavenly demon tells the shirtless Ilmok that he will probably take his leave. Folding his hands in the traditional gesture, where the palm of one hand covers the fist of the other, the boy, whose body is covered in sweat drops, asks the teacher to take care of himself and thanks him again. Looking at his trembling hands, Ilmok thinks, this is the result of today's training. The difference between what was before the bone marrow cleansing and what it became after. A triumphant smile appears on his face, and decisively clenching his hand into a fist, the boy thinks, like heaven and earth. To use a metaphor, his chi channels have expanded into a 4-lane highway. Now they are wide enough for all his internal energy to flow freely. The fact that internal energy now depletes quickly is a bit stressful, but the amount of energy absorbed during cultivation has also increased. So this is not a problem. On the contrary, thanks to such rapid circulation, his dantian will become more flexible and elastic. And this, ultimately, will lead to rapid growth. Clenching the sword in his hand, Ilmok thinks, the same goes for fencing. Swinging the sword, the boy reflects that movements which previously seemed clumsy now become smooth and free. Ilmok continues training with the sword, which leaves a faint trail of bluish energy behind. He has never enjoyed swinging it so much. Chinhan watches him, maintaining an impassive face. The boy thinks, stop, something is wrong. Holding the sword in front of him, he freezes, feeling some inexplicable sense of disharmony. The girl who approached him asks, what happened? Ilmok, without looking back at her, answers, no, nothing. He just feels that something is a bit wrong. Chinhan is surprised. What do you mean, wrong? Shifting his leg, the guy replies, he thinks it's about his position. If he shifts a little, Ilmok smiles, there. This is the very center of the Pungamjon Hall. Glancing at the girl, he says, no wonder he felt uneasy. He wasn't standing in the center, right? The guy adds, now that he's standing in the center, he finally feels comfortable. Ilmok pronounces the last word in a far less confident voice. He looks exhausted, sweat streaming down his face. The sword falls from his weakened hand and drops onto the tiles covering the training ground. Chin Han, lowering his eyes, asks, maybe the young master should take a short break before continuing. Ilmok stands, hiding his face in his palms. This was the beginning of the side effects of the soul-rending sword. The moon rose into the sky. Throwing a towel over his neck, the guy walks down the corridor, thinking it's the end for him. The higher his achievements in martial arts, the stronger the side effects will manifest. Opening the door to the room, Ilmok, with an extremely sad look, continues to ponder. But if he shirks training, Chin Han will beat him to death. Closing the door behind him, he decides, all right, never mind. He'll just go to sleep, and tomorrow he'll figure something out. Ilmok feels some unease and opens the door slightly again. He carefully closes it and stands for a few moments, admiring the result. A blissful smile spreads across his face. Ilmok, as if waking up, opens his eyes wide. Drops of sweat appear on his face. The guy is surprised. What did he just do? Walking to the bed, he casually throws the towel over the back of the chair, thinking, he definitely read about this before he got into this body. An obsessive idea when you have to open and close the door again and again until it closes perfectly. Ilmok lies down in bed, covered with a blanket up to his chin. He mentally calms himself. Everything is fine. It's still not serious. But the towel carelessly thrown over the back of the chair slightly worries him. The guy decides that for now he will just sleep and find a solution tomorrow. At that moment, the towel slips off the back of the chair and falls to the floor. Ilmok, instantly on his feet, manages to catch it before it touches the floor. Carefully placing the perfectly folded towel in the drawer, the guy mentally justifies his actions. It's unpleasant when a towel gets dirty, right? So he caught it. This doesn't even count as mysophobia. Lying down in bed and pulling the blanket over himself, Ilmok thinks, but just in case, he should go to sleep faster before this obsessive idea intensifies. And then a thought strikes him. He completely forgot to make an entry in the diary he recently started keeping. The guy, closing his eyes, decides that today he definitely won't fill it out. If he sits down to it now, he'll be deadly tired tomorrow. Besides, he writes in Korean anyway, so no one will be able to read it. Ilmok thinks that the diary is just for his own peace of mind. He can skip a day. Nothing will happen, right? The guy continues to think, of course, then it won't be a perfect diary, but that's... Drops of sweat appear on his face. Wait a minute. Perfect? Ilmok opens his eyes wide, drilling the ceiling with his gaze. Sweat streams more abundantly down his face. He realizes that this damn obsessive idea will now keep him from falling asleep. At the training ground, Ilmok attempts to run, dragging a large boulder tied to his torso with ropes. The guy wearily falls onto a second identical boulder. Chin Han, standing nearby, watches him. Slightly leaning toward him, the girl asks, "Is he okay?" and adds that he looks much more tired than usual. Sweat streams down Ilmok's face. Raising his head and showing dark circles under his eyes, he says he simply didn't get enough sleep yesterday. The guy recalls filling out his diary at night and adds, since unfinished business is still spinning in his head, he thinks the side effects have really started to show. He says that because of this, he couldn't sleep 2 days in a row, so now he is in terrible shape. Chin Han replies that she understands and suggests he ask Warrior Guan for advice. Ilmok, still kneeling between the two boulders, asks again, "Warrior Guan?" She means Guan Mo. The girl answers. She heard that Warrior Guan also suffers from side effects similar to his own. Chin Han asks, isn't Warrior Guan's development level higher than the young master's? She believes he should know how to control it, at least partially. Ilmok considers her advice. A few minutes later, he is already talking with Guan Muel. Ilmok, explaining his problem, asks, so can he get advice? The warrior replies that he understands him, but raising his index finger, Guan Muel asks the guy for permission to ask him something first. He asks, if side effects allow faster growth, isn't that a good thing? Ilmok, smiling broadly in response, asks, shouldn't training be approached with a long-term perspective? He believes that if you foolishly overdo it and harm your body, the whole point is lost. Mentally, he snorts, oh, those martial arts fanatics. Guan Muel, lowering his head, admits that the guy is definitely right. He adds, then, if we talk about the simplest way, the warrior says that this is creating a restriction that will contradict what already exists. He explains, for example, if you set a rule for yourself to strictly follow the schedule, then you can avoid overtraining outside the allotted time. Ilmok replies that it is a good method, but isn't it just a temporary measure? Over the course of life, his daily routine will most likely change, and more than once. Isn't there some final solution? His question makes Guanmul think, a final decision. The warrior asks, does the guy really want to hear him? Ilmok asks, does he have a method? What is it? Grasping the sword hilt, the warrior replies that it is not 100% method. He himself is only testing it. He asks the guy to follow him. Chan Ho, who appeared nearby them, asks, what are they doing there? Approaching them, he adds that he was already surprised where the young gentleman had disappeared to. The warrior, addressing Ilmok, says he will tell him next time. Guanmuel adds that he will probably go. The guy looks a little confused. Looking surprised after the departing warrior, Ilmok thinks, what was that? Strange. Chan Ho asks, what was he talking about with the warrior Guan? Ilmok reports that recently the side effects of demonic arts have intensified. So he asked for advice, but the other just began to say there is a good way, then immediately postponed everything until next time. Chang Ho agrees. Guan's warrior condition has indeed been strange lately. Meanwhile, Guanmuel hastily leaves them. Chan Ho adds that he often withdraws. He suddenly needs to be alone. Guanmuel, as if confirming his words, quickly turns onto a forest path. The guard thinks it would be wise to keep an eye on him. Chan Ho, bowing his head and folding his hands in a traditional gesture, adds, if he notices anything unusual, he will report it immediately. Scratching the back of his head in confusion, Ilmok replies, well then, he relies on him. Propping his head with his hand, the guy sinks into thought. At this level, is he just an average guy in the demonic cult? When the sun had already set behind the mountain peaks, a voice reached Ilmok suggesting to end the training for today. The guy holding a sword in front of him glances almost fearfully in the direction from which he heard the voice. Hiding the sword in the sheath, he asked the heavenly demon, it seems they finished earlier than usual. Did something happen? The teacher answers, correct. He needs to tell the guy something, so let him listen carefully. Hekran Ilvi reports that he found those who sent the killers to the hotel where the guy lived. Ilmok looks clearly upset. Recalling the blazing building, Heavenly Demon adds that because of them, a man who helped the guy was killed and his workplace was also burned to the ground. Isn't that right? Ilmok replies that the teacher is right. Shinhan carefully wipes the drops of sweat that appeared on his face with a napkin. The guy thinks, should he say that he completely forgot about it while getting used to the demonic cult? He could have joked like that, but to be honest, Uncle Taehin is a man he will never forget. The man took him in, an orphan. That is, of course, Ilmoka, as he was before his transfer into this body. He taught him how to live and made a man out of him. He was a great benefactor who replaced his father. Moreover, on the day he first met the teacher and the hotel burned down, he was saved from the fire only because his uncle sent him to get water. Even if it was a mere coincidence, he definitely became a benefactor for Ilmok and for himself. Heavenly Demon says that he will now tell the guy about them. He asks him to listen carefully and decide whether he will take revenge himself or leave it to the old man. Ilmok nods his head. The celestial demon says that the first is the one who watched his movements and reported his whereabouts. This is Bolshevige, the elder of the 8 knots from the Beggars sect. The second is the one who ordered people to pursue him and sent martial arts masters. This is Gong San Hin, the chief strategist of the Murim Union. And finally, the one who ordered to kill the innkeeper and burn everything to ashes. This is John Yan, head of the Vigilance Pavilion of the Murim Union. The heavenly demon asks Ilmok, so what will he do? The old man asks him to speak frankly. The young man hesitates. Ilmok says that he will take revenge himself. The teacher is clearly impressed by his answer. The celestial demon asks, does he mean that he will deal with all 3 himself? Ilmok shakes his head negatively, saying, isn't there one among them who gave the direct order to kill? The guy names the person he considers solely responsible, Pavilion of Vigilance Chief Chong En. He reports that he intends to take revenge only on the one directly involved in the murder of Uncle Taken. Heavenly Demon, stroking his beard with a slight smile, admits that the guy is wise. The teacher says, honestly, he never intended to entrust the revenge to him. Except for Bolshevige, the other opponents of such level, the guy wouldn't even dare to approach. Heavenly Demon adds, however, respecting his desire, he will entrust him with the head of the Pavilion of Vigilance. Let him devote himself to training for this revenge, Folding his hands in the traditional gesture of respect and gratitude, Ilmok exclaims, "Yes, he will definitely do it." Night falls, and Ilmok, settling comfortably in bed, pulls the blanket over himself. Waving his fists under the blanket so that it rises up, the guy thinks, if he didn't have to fight them, the teacher would have said so. He had to choose. Then he thought, what if it's Bolshevike? Ilmok, exhaling angrily, wonders, and why didn't heavenly demons say that Bolshevike is the easiest opponent? Of course, avenging Uncle Taehin is good, but he doesn't want to choose the hardest path without a special need. The guy lies staring at the ceiling. Sleep does not come to him. He decides that since it turned out this way, he will have to try hard. Ilmok thinks, yes, in any case, it would be good to finally rest Uncle's soul, right? In the dim light of the room, a thin signal thread can barely be seen. One end of it is tied to the door. Ilmok still cannot fall asleep. He thinks that now he just needs to focus on the exam to the demonic academy and revenge for Uncle Taehin. The guy believes that when all this is over, a real peaceful life will begin. At that moment, the thread tightens. The other end of the thread is tied to Ilmok's hand. Watching his hand rise, the boy sighs. Sitting on the bed, Ilmok asks, addressing the third elder brother, "Is that him who came?" Tearing the thread and freeing his hand, he thinks that he tied it just in case of sudden visits from the third elder brother. He definitely does not want his sleep to be interrupted suddenly. Lowering his feet to the floor and gathering his hair into a ponytail, Ilmok continues to think about the third elder brother. He supposedly just returned today from a mission he was on for several days. He thinks he should have slept more, not thought about revenge. Meanwhile, a figure appears before him, whose face is hidden in the shadow of a hood. The man's hand rests on the hilt of a sword sheathed at his side. Ilmok's eyes meet the visitor's eyes, and he realizes they burn with a thirst for murder. The guest, drawing his sword, strikes, but Ilmok, who leaves the bed with incredible speed, is already running away, thinking that the third elder brother has completely lost his mind. Ilmok grabs a weapon and hastily draws his sword. The boy barely manages to dodge a powerful blow delivered by the opponent. He sees with horror that the night visitor's strike has split his blade, and only the hilt remains in his hand. For a few moments, the opponents stand facing each other, assessing the situation. Then the assassin, whose eye radiates the glow of inner energy, attacks the boy in a leap, swinging his sword. Ilmok, avoiding the blow, is forced to jump back. He throws the broken piece of the sword at the opponent, but it flies past the attacker's head. Right then, the guy throws the sharp part of the blade at the killer. The opponent deflects the blade fragment with his sword. The killer swings the sword, leaving a purple energy trail behind, and Ilmok is forced to dodge again. The guy stands, clutching the scabbard in his hands, thinking that if he tries to run away, he will die on the spot. The opponent's strike slashes the clothes on his chest. Deep grooves left by the killer's sword are visible on the doors and walls of the room. Ilmok thinks only one thing is comforting. This is not the third brother. If it really were so Wanpun, he would have died from the first blow. In that case, the guy's hand grips the scabbard tighter. Deflecting the killer's strike with the scabbard, he realizes that he will have to fight not for life but for death. Ilmok looks with horror at the split scabbard. At that moment, the opponent, raising the sword above his head, attacks him in a jump. A red aura surrounds his body, but suddenly a wary expression appears in his eyes. At the same moment, a bright flash occurs in the room. Ilmok tries to cover his head with his hands. The guy, realizing he is still alive, decides to open one eye slightly. Chin Han, standing before him in a fighting stance, without looking back, asks, "Is the young master all right?" From behind the door, in which the assassin's sword made an impressive hole, a voice is heard. What is this noise? The attacker realizes that help is rushing to Ilmok. The guy is shouting that a killer has broken into their place. He adds that Mrs. Chin Han is with him, so he is okay. The main thing is to catch the one who left through the back gate. Shan Ho and Guanmuel appear in the room. They answer yes, and immediately rush after the killer, jumping from roof to roof. Ilmok stands, pressing his hand to his chest, where a scratch left by the assassin's sword is visible. Meanwhile, the girl finds a small container and removes its lid. Showing the guy 2 fingers smeared with a green substance, Chin Han says she will apply ointment to him and asks him to take off his outerwear. Ilmok waves her off with his hand, assuring that the wound is shallow and he is fine. He adds that there is a more important matter. He needs to ask her something. The guy asks her to bring him the sword as soon as possible. Ilmok, shirtless with a bandage proudly displayed, jumps from roof to roof, clutching a sword in his hand. He utters, "That very feeling. He must make it his own." The next day, the sun generously illuminates a small 3-story house, behind which mountains are visible. The heavenly demon stands before the bed, on the edge of which sits Ilmok. The teacher turns away from the boy lost in thought. Ilmok thinks, well, the attacker was from the Martial Alliance. Shanho and Guanmuel pursued him to the end, but he committed suicide. The internal investigation of their sect showed that he had marks of the Martial Alliance. So it seems the assassination attempt was attributed precisely to the Martial Alliance. Ilmok understands that there are 2 main reasons why the Murim Alliance might have targeted him. The first, he did not die on the day he first met the teacher. His very existence contradicts their dogma, that heavenly demon is absolute evil. He became a living refutation. He must be like a bone in their throat. The second is the reporting system and the academy he founded. If they left him alone, the heavenly demon sect would continue to develop and his influence would grow. They wanted to get rid of him at the start before he became an even bigger problem. Ilmok thinks the motives of the Martial Alliance are clear, but from his point of view, it's not that simple. The door opens and the guy, seeing the visitors, says in surprise, "First brother and Senna too." Vichinhak, feeling Ilmok's head, asks, "Is the younger brother okay? Is his head intact?" The girl, falling to her knees in front of the bed, clings to the guy, exclaiming, "How dare they attack him? She threatens to kill them all." Ilmok, peeking from behind the ornate partition, sees Sowanpen standing in the room with his back to him. He exclaims, "Third brother is here too." Sowanpen says he came for the first brother, but he is ashamed to look the younger brother in the eyes. Still not turning to face Ilmok, he adds, "While the younger brother was fighting for his life, he was taming his chi deviation." The guy replies that this is not true. He survived only because Sowanpen often visited him. But he immediately stops and asks, "What did brother just say? Chi deviation?" Sowanpen says, "Yes, last night." His heart started pounding wildly and soon he fell into chi deviation. He adds that everything is fine now, so Ilmok shouldn't worry. Then he asks, why is he asking? Sowanpen calls out to the thoughtful Ilmok, "Younger brother?" The guy thinks that this is too big a coincidence. When he first saw the killer, he naturally thought that the third brother had started chi deviation. If he had died on the spot then, and the criminal was not found, anyone seeing his body would have thought the same. But at the very same time, the third brother really did have chi deviation. It turns out as if the whole world conspired to make the third brother look guilty, doesn't it? Imagining Sowanpen's state that night, Ilmok wonders, is there any sense in this at all? He thinks, however, if someone deliberately set up the situation, then there must be a way to cause chi deviation. Moreover, to pull this off, the accomplice must be someone very close to him or to the third brother. Ilmok wonders, could it really be the work of the Combat Alliance? Why are they so obsessed with him? Vichinhak whispers to the girl who has already gotten up, "What's wrong with the younger one?" She herself asks, "Is he okay?" So Wanpen, standing facing the wall, says it's all because of him. The guy continues to wonder, why? His gaze stops on Vichinhak. He states that the real criminal who attempted to kill him might be inside the heavenly demon sect. Vichinhak jumps up to him and shakes him by the shoulders, exclaiming, "What is he suddenly talking about? Does he mean that it's someone from their people?" Ilmok replies that these are only guesses for now and asks to be heard. The guy says that the third brother visits him every night. The first brother values him as a strategist. These are well-known facts that almost everyone in the sect knows. Against this background, if he were stabbed at night and at the same moment the third brother had a chi deviation, whom would Vichinhak suspect? He adds, moreover, if that happened, the only disciples of the heavenly demon with an unblemished reputation would be the first and sixth brothers, Chongrichu. Ilmok says that it would be a great opportunity for someone aiming for the position of the heavenly demon. Vichinhak grits his teeth. A red aura flares around him, and inner energy beams from his eyes. He clenches his fist with such force that his hand trembles. Vichinhak exclaims, "Just imagine a member of the great heavenly demon sect has stooped to such dirty tricks." Ilmok asks him to calm down, saying that they have no evidence yet. The older brother exhales and the guy suddenly feels relief that he has achieved soul liberation. Ilmuk says that for now his hypothesis is based on the fact that their accomplice is someone from the close circle of him or the third brother. Only this way could it all have been arranged. The guy adds, and to catch them by the tail, he desperately needs the help of one person. Ilmuk turns his gaze to So Vampin. He looks a little confused. The guy asks the third brother, will he help him? Ilmuk settled on the mat behind the low table, on which cups and a teapot stand, and opposite him sits the heavenly demon. Kneeling, the boy bows his head low and says that he is begging the teacher. His hands resting on his knees tremble slightly, and his fingers dig into his body as he says that they are still needed by him. He asks the heavenly demon not to get rid of his guards. For a few moments, the old man reflects, then sighs. The heavenly demon says that Ilmok has become attached to them. But even if that is so, why does he defend them so fervently? After all, they could not protect him. The young man, pressing his palm to his heart and looking pleadingly at the old man, asks, but isn't he now sitting in front of him, alive and breathing deeply? Since he can still move, it means it cannot be said that they failed to do so. Ilmuk adds, moreover, if they are punished for this, how will they survive in the demonic cult at all? Behind the glass door behind his back, someone's silhouette is visible. The voice of the young man convincing the teacher that the guards have a chance to atone and bring glory to the cult reaches the eavesdropping person. Ilmok convinces the heavenly demon that he asks for the sake of their cult to spare his guards. The teacher tells the young man he sees that he has a noble heart since he cares about the cult and its followers. Hope appears on Ilmok's face. The heavenly demon warns him that he will not agree to such a thing again. The old man says that Ilmok is a heavenly disciple of their cult. Let him always remember that his life is a precious thing. The young man, bowing so low that his forehead touches the floor, replies that he has understood the master. He repeats that he will remember this, and a smile appears on the old man's face. Ilmok, without raising his head, continues to thank the heavenly demon. A satisfied, anticipatory smile spreads across the boy's face. Everything went exactly as he planned. Ilmok walks down the dark corridor, throwing a pillow over his shoulder and holding a rolled-up blanket to his side. He thinks about the fact that he saved his guards not only out of attachment. If his guesses are correct, then among the people close to him, there is an enemy spy. He prefers to keep them as close to himself as possible to catch the rat at the right moment. The boy approaches the bed, thinking that if he makes himself an easy target, the spy will definitely make his move. Ilmok already has a backup plan, and now he just has to wait for the enemy's reaction. He looks around in surprise, wondering, what kind of room is this? After the mercenaries' attack, his bedroom had turned into complete chaos. Chin-Han said she would prepare another room for him to sleep in until his quarters are put in order. Approaching the writing desk and looking at the open book lying on it, Ilmok thinks the room seems lived in. He wonders, did someone else live here? Lying down in bed, he thinks it's strange to sleep in someone else's room, but it smells clean and nice. He decides that the previous owner was clearly not a slob. Pulling the blanket up to his chin, Ilmok assumes it will not be easy for him if some problems arise because of this. He decides that in that case, he will simply ask Chin-Han to find him another room when he wakes up. At that moment, there is a knock on the door. Ilmok immediately becomes alert. Behind the glass door, a silhouette is visible. A question reaches him. Is the young master already asleep? The boy sits up in bed and takes the sword hidden in the scabbard in his hands. He asks what Chin-Han is doing here at such an hour. Meanwhile, he thinks, well, she can't be a spy, can she? Chin-Han asks, may she come in? Ilmok, beads of sweat appearing on his face, answers, let her come in. His hand rests on the sword's hilt. Drawing the sword, the boy plans to strike first, ahead of the girl. But Ilmok freezes with the sword half drawn from the scabbard. Chin-Han, in a humble pose and night attire, a floor-length dress, stands before him with her hands folded on her stomach. Without raising her eyes, the girl says she accidentally overheard that he forgave her, not demoted her as should have been. She adds that therefore, despite the late hour, she came to thank him. Ilmok, kneeling on the bed and gripping the sword's hilt, says confusedly, oh, really? Chin-Han says that that time she could not fulfill her duty because she was too far from the young master. The boy, already having hidden the sword back in the scabbard, sits on the bed looking at the girl confusedly. Chin-Han adds, so from this moment on, she will sleep in the same room with him and stay close throughout all 12 Sijin. Ilmok cannot believe his ears, and confusedly, hoping he misheard, says, excuse me? After a while, Chin-han lies in bed with closed eyes under one blanket with Ilmok, who stares at the ceiling, still not believing what is happening. He turns his head and looks at the girl, thinking that she resembles a doll diligently crafted by the most skilled masters. Examining Chin-han's profile, he mentally wonders, how can a human face be so beautiful? And this person is sharing a bed with him right now. He shakes his head from side to side, driving away intrusive thoughts. No, he shouldn't think about such things. He reminds himself that Chin-han is still one of the suspects. Ilmok, studying the ceiling again, thinks that he keeps her close only to find possible evidence, right? He persuades himself to focus on his task. The guy decides, all right, he'll just take a quick peek and then immediately go to sleep. Ilmok glances at the girl. Suddenly, Chin-han turns her head towards him and looks him straight in the eyes. The guy jumps back from her in fright, ending up at the very edge of the bed. The girl sitting down asks, can he fall asleep? Or Chin-han inquires, does her presence make him uncomfortable? Ilmok, smiling widely and admiring the girl, raises his hands conciliatorily, saying that he just can't get comfortable, so he's tossing and turning. He asks, does Lady Chin also have trouble sleeping because of this? The girl replies that she is comfortable here, since she was the one who lived in this room before. Ilmok is surprised. What? He thinks. No wonder she seemed at home. But wait, why did she even send him to his own room? Getting up from the bed, the girl answers his unspoken question. She thought this place would be the safest for him. But it seems he really is uncomfortable. Chin-han says that she will bring hot tea, and since it is already late, he will have to wait a little. Ilmok replies that there is no need to trouble himself so much. But Chin-han, ignoring him, opens the door. Guanmuo blocks her way. The guard says that he will bring the tea himself. Guanmuo reminds the girl, didn't she say she wouldn't leave the young master for a step? He says he will take care of all the errands so that she won't have to leave Ilmok. Chin-han nods his head, saying that she understood. The boy sitting on the bed listens to their conversation. Ilmok thinks with annoyance, but he had hoped that he could calm down while she went to get tea. In the dim room where plates stand on the shelves and bags of herbs hang from the ceiling, a teapot sits on the table, steaming. From the teapot into the cup, they pour the drink. While the warrior prepares the tea, Ilmok thinks, since they care about him so much. Guanmuo takes a fly agaric in his hand. He breaks off a small piece from the mushroom cap. Meanwhile, Ilmok continues to think, does this mean he will die today? Guanmuo carefully examines the piece of mushroom in his hands. Crushing it, he throws the crumbs into the cup with the drink. At this time, a man in black clothes jumps through the window, his face hidden under a mask. The third brother, and it was indeed him, raises his hand to strike. Meanwhile, Chin-han is giving a massage to the guy lying face down on the bed. The girl says, they say that muscle relaxation promotes deep sleep. Then she suggests, or she can read the secret records of the heavenly demon aloud until he falls asleep. Chin-han says that listening to them while falling asleep is very pleasant. Ilmok mentally begs her, no. He decides that next time he will sleep alone. He does not want to listen to sacred scriptures before bed. At this time, Chang-ho, standing in the yard in front of the door, sees someone approaching him. A wary expression appears on the warrior's face. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. A voice comes to Ilmok from behind the door, asking the young master to come out for a minute. Going outside, the guy asks, what happened? Chang-ho says that the third young master has arrived and points to So Wanpen leading the bound Guanmuo. Chang-ho adds, together with Guanmuo. The bound warrior trembles all over. The face of the third eldest brother looks determined and stern. Ilmok's plan was simple, to throw the bait and wait. He acted as the lure to attract the spy's attention. And the third elder brother in his plan was supposed to become the fisherman. He was supposed to set an ambush for the killer, and as soon as he made a move, catch him red-handed. And since So Wanpen had to wait in ambush until the spy took the bait, Ilmok was not very eager to offer him this. But the guy developed this theoretically safe plan because he was sure even if he got caught, the third brother would save him. Having listened to his plan, So Wanpen, touched by the fact that the younger brother trusted him so much, readily agreed to it. Ilmok, stepping towards the third elder brother, and Guanmuo says, he is glad they caught the rat as early as possible, and So Wanpen did not have to suffer too long. He asks, what did the warrior do? The elder brother replies that he tried to add something strange to the tea Ilmok was preparing. The guy is surprised at something strange. Immediately, a small pouch flies into his hands. Opening it, Ilmok sees a fly agaric mushroom. Behind the guy, Chang-ho and Chin-han look at the mushroom. The guy thinks, this is a poisonous mushroom. And Guan-muel was caught right at the crime scene. Chang-ho shouts angrily. There is no doubt. He suggests executing Guan-muel immediately. Ilmok orders everyone to calm down and adds, he wouldn't have tried to take his life alone, right? The guy says that killing him right now would devalue all the efforts the third brother made to catch him alive. They need to interrogate him and find the accomplices. Chin-han listens, lowering his head deeply. Ilmok asks So Wanpin if he can remove the gag and asks him to be alert in case the prisoner tries to kill himself. A moment and Guan-muel greedily gasps for air. The warrior shouts that they all misunderstood. Guan-muel says that the tea was not for the young master, but for himself. The bridge of the nose of the young man who lost his mask is crossed by a horizontal scar. He adds, addressing Ilmok, last time when they talked about how to get rid of his side effects, the solution he didn't mention then, that's this mushroom. The guy, crossing his arms on his chest, looks at the warrior with a smile. He clarifies, so he says that by eating this mushroom, he will reduce his obsession to 0? Handing him the mushroom, Ilmok adds, if the poison is so useful, why wouldn't he try it? Guan-muel, stammering, replies that it must be consumed in a special way. The warrior explains that a small piece must be ground into powder and mixed with water. He adds, and if they don't believe him, he will eat it in front of them. Chan-ho fervently asks the guy not to believe Guan-muel. He says that he just wants to kill himself with poison. Ilmok replies, considering that he defended him instead of just eating it, he doesn't think that's really the case. So Wanpin says that he will intervene if the warrior tries to kill himself. The third elder brother adds, if he says only a small piece is needed, then everything should be fine. Ilmok nods. He understands everything. They crumble a piece of the mushroom into the cup with the hot drink. So Wanpin, placing his hand on Guan-muel's head, forces the prisoner to kneel on one knee. Ilmok hands him the cup. The warrior says he knows this is not the best time to say such things, but he asks them to pretend they have never seen what is about to happen. The guy's hand grips the prisoner's chin, forcing him to lift his head and open his mouth. He pours the drink into Guan-muel's mouth, who obediently swallows it. Ilmok throws the emptied cup to the ground. The warrior's body trembles. The prisoner's cough turns into a muffled growl. Alertness flashes in Ilmok's eyes, and his body is enveloped in a red aura. He is ready to repel the attack. But Guan-muel's face reddens, and his lips stretch into a smile. Ilmok looks at the prisoner in bewilderment, and the latter hiccups. A thin stream of saliva flows from his mouth, and he sobs. The warrior continues to kneel before the young man, who asks, why did he even decide to eat such a thing? Ilmok inquires, at such a dangerous moment when threats are everywhere, why did he decide to do something so suspicious? Without raising his eyes to the young man, Guan-muel answers that his side effects kept worsening. Failing to fulfill his duty as the young lord's protector, he fell into madness. It seemed to him that he was about to lose his mind. At any other time, he would have overcome this by exhausting his body, but he could not do it right in front of Ilmok. The warrior says he had no other choice left. Ilmok brings his palm to his forehead, mentally asking, but are there poisonous mushrooms? Isn't that too much? No, Guan-muel used poison as medicine, right? The guy is lost in thought. The third eldest brother says, he already thought they caught a spy, but it seems they were unlucky. Ilmok addresses So Wanpin, and he immediately looks at him warily. The guy asks, did he snack on something that night when he was attacked? So Wanpin says that he eats practically every night because of his insomnia, but if there had been poison, he would definitely have noticed it. Ilmok replies there was no poison. He says that besides poison, there are other things that can affect a person. For example, some food warms you up, or on the contrary, causes problems if eaten. By that logic, Ilmok says that the eldest brother must have eaten something that made him much more sensitive. The guy adds that for an ordinary person, that something could have been medicine, but for a person like the eldest brother, it acted like poison. So Wanpin silently listens to Ilmok's thoughts. Chin-han says that this definitely makes sense. Even spiritual elixirs can become deadly poison under certain circumstances. The girl casts a thoughtful glance at Ilmok. She asks, but how does he know all this? The guy's face lengthens and his eyes widen. So Chae-kun in a business suit walks down the corridor, scratching the back of his head and sighing. He is stopped by a hand offering him a chocolate bar. Li Qihan thanks him and asks, dealing with complaints is not easy, right? Taking the chocolate. So Chikun replies, does she even realize how many times he had to cover for her? The girl, smiling shyly, says she is very sorry. They continue talking in the 3-story office building. The girl says, by the way, doesn't it seem to him that lately the complainers have become even more aggressive? So Chikun answers, really? He hadn't noticed. Sitting at the table, the guy bites the chocolate bar. The girl, leaning her hand on the tabletop, leans toward him, saying she can't get rid of the feeling that they are ready to attack them at any second. Does he agree? The guy silently chews the chocolate. Dark circles have formed under his eyes. The girl says, just look at him. He has no face left at all. So Chikun replies that he is just having a depressive episode, and his face has always looked like that, if anything. The interlocutor says, what's with him, really? The girl puts a cup of coffee on the table, saying it slipped out. But if that's the case, he should be more careful. Showing him the cup covered with a lid, she says, some drinks only worsen depression. Did he know that? Ilmok thinks that he cannot tell them that he learned about this because of that incident. The guy thinks he needs to come up with an excuse. Chinhan says questioningly, young master? Ilmok, raising his index finger, joyfully declares that he remembered. He explains that long ago, when he was still a waiter at an inn, he learned about it from its owner. Before his mind's eye appears the surprised face of Uncle Tehan. The man, pointing to himself with a finger, says in surprise, from him? Feigning laughter, Ilmok says that he sometimes taught him cooking and its secrets, but it was so long ago that he barely remembers them. Mentally, he asks Uncle Tehan to forgive him for having to use his name. So Wampin thoughtfully says, I see, he says he also heard about it from the master. He clarifies. So Ilmok learned this from that inn owner who died after the attack by the Combat Alliance. The third elder brother adds, just think, they went so far to get rid of the master. Ilmok asks him to calm down. He suggests first finding those who prepared the night snack for the brother on that ill-fated day. The guy says, if they caused chi deviation with food, then they surely left clues behind. They need to find the clues before they can destroy them. So Wampin replies that they will catch them, and he will make them cook exactly the same dish. He will give it to Ilmok to try. So let them come when they are ready. The stunned guy, clearly not happy with such a prospect, does not know what to say to that. But the third elder brother, without waiting for an answer, says he will go. So Wanpen immediately leaps away into the night darkness with giant bounds. Jumping from roof to roof, he rushes toward the mountains visible nearby. Ilmok stretches out his hand after him, exclaiming, wait, he thinks, will he have to try it? The guy looks sadly after the third elder brother. He remembers reading about food that worsens depression. But what if there are ingredients he does not know? Shin Han asks the young master what to do with the warrior Guan. Ilmok answers that it was just a simple misunderstanding, right? He will untie it himself. He adds that, given the scale of the problem, the master will sooner or later be here. He advises the girl to go and change into something presentable. Shin Han replies that she understands him. At that moment, Chang Ho rushes past her like a whirlwind. A girl's shout reaches Ilmok. Young master. The guy freeing Guan Muel asked the girl not to worry. If he understood correctly, the situation with the warrior Guan was nothing more than a series of misunderstandings. At that moment, Chang Ho attacks him in a leap, holding a spear in his hand. His face is twisted with malice, and a scream bursts from his mouth. Die! A shout from Chin Hen, the eighth young master. Blood splatters. The spear wounds Guan Muel, whose hands are still tied. The warrior has covered Ilmok with his own body. The spear cuts through the warrior's torso, and a muffled scream escapes his mouth, though he grits his teeth. Ilmok, standing behind him, cries out, Warrior Guan! Chang Hok is angry, wondering, has he been watching the situation too long? Should he have stopped everything at the root? Or should he have pushed that servant a little harder to kill the eighth young master? Or should he have joined the attackers that night to get rid of everyone? How did it happen? How did the eighth young master know about all this? Chang Ho strikes again, wanting to deal with the warrior blocking him, but the warrior jumps aside. Dodging, Guan Muel mentally curses, because he cannot fight with his hands tied. Chang Ho thinks he has nowhere to retreat. He cannot leave the eighth young master alive, because then their other crimes will be exposed. He needs to get rid of him right now. But Guan Muel continues to shield Ilmok with his body. Chang-ho rushes forward again, trying to strike the guy, but Ilmok and the warrior protecting him dodge to the side. The spear wounds Guanmuo's cheek, and he insults his former colleague. Chan-ho understands that today he will not return from here alive, but he doesn't care. Spinning the spear into his hand, he raises it above his head. Chan-ho's body is surrounded by a light purple haze. He is ready for anything for their plan. Glaring maliciously with his eyes, he threatens to cut them all to pieces. Putting internal energy into the spear, he attacks Ilmok and his guard, delivering a sweeping, slashing blow that leaves a purple trail behind. But his attack hits a powerful defense. For a moment, Chan-ho freezes, gripping the spear in his hand. Chin-han shields the kneeling Guanmuo and the confused Ilmok sitting on the ground. The girl throws her hands forward. Without looking back, she says she will buy them time. Rushing forward, Chin-han asks the young master to free the warrior Guan. The boy hastily unties the ropes. Meanwhile, Chin-han attacks the enemy in a jump, thrusting forward a palm with a bleeding cut visible on it. A light haze of internal energy swirls around the girl. The girl and Chan-ho exchange blows. The enemy's spear is aimed at Chin-han's head, but she manages to dodge, and it passes by. Chan-ho spins the spear, glowing with a purple aura in his hand. He strikes at Chin-han, attacking him from above. Guanmuo rushes to her aid. The warrior raises a fist, surrounded by a shining golden aura to strike. He hits Chang-ho in the solar plexus. Chang-ho, still gripping the spear with both hands, is thrown far back. He manages to land on his feet at some distance. Chin-han steps forward. Guanmuo removes the remaining ropes from his wrist. Ilmok approaches them, placing his hand on the sword hilt. The boy thinks that this duel is a life-or-death battle of true masters. Looking at the girl throwing herself into battle, he realizes that because of the gap between their skills, he cannot even help them. But it is such a mesmerizing sight that he simply cannot take his eyes off it. Ilmok, watching the fight between Chin-han and Chang-ho, wonders how he would react in such a situation. Clutching the sword hilt in his hand, he continues to ponder. What would he do? Block the attack? Dodge? If so, how? He commands himself to think faster. Ilmok understands that he must read the enemy's movements and anticipate his next move. Around his wrist, gripping the weapon, a light stream of dark energy swirls. The boy carefully watches how Chang-ho wields the spear. He thinks that if the girl dodges him, Guanmuo will join the attack. That's exactly what happens. The girl jumps up, and the warrior lunges at the opponent. Ilmok believes that Guanmuo's fist is not the most reliable thing, since he usually uses a sword. The warrior's fist hits Chang-ho's nose. The guy thinks that there will surely be space formed between them. At that moment, Chang-ho forcefully throws the spear, shouting that he has won. Despair is written on the girl's face as she sees the spear relentlessly approaching the guy. Chin-han throws his hand forward, exclaiming, "Young master!" Ilmok predicted that when space appears between the fighters, Chang-ho will take advantage of it and strike. He draws his sword from its sheath. The guy's head fills with the radiance of inner energy. Holding the sheath in front of him, he draws the sword, shielding himself with it. Black streams of energy swirl around the weapon. Ilmok thinks he will perfectly parry it. The guy delivers a powerful strike using the Heartless Blade of Soul Destruction. First form, Attacking Tiger. His sword cleaves the spear into two parts. The sword falls from Ilmok's weakened hands, and Chin-han catches him, preventing him from falling. Looking at the guy, she thinks that the technique he just used is, without a doubt, the chi sword. Chin-han glances at the two parts of the spear lying nearby, cleaved from the tip to the end of the shaft. Wondering, is it possible to reach such a level practicing martial arts for only half a year? Ilmok coughs, and the girl shifts her gaze to him. She says that he has surely exhausted his blood and chi, pushing his energy to the limit. Chin-han adds that she will stand guard, so let him meditate to restore his chi circulation. The guy agrees. Okay, he thanks them both. At that moment, Guanmuo, pressing his knee into the back of the opponent lying on the ground, twists his arm, preventing him from moving. Ilmok sits on the ground in the lotus position. His body is surrounded by a glow of bright energy. The girl stands nearby, watching to make sure no one disturbs him. Chin-han asks him not to overthink too much. She says he reacted well to the unexpected attack and adds that one should not take it as a blow to their pride that he almost died in such a place. Ilmok, looking at her with displeasure, thinks she does not understand at all what he means and is talking nonsense. The guy closes his eyes again, sinking into meditation. Mentally, he wonders, his level has risen again, and what should he do with it? Meanwhile, Guanmuo, having tied Chang Ho's hands, makes him kneel. The guy, walking down the steps, thinks that today everyone is busier than ever. Chin Han follows him. Both are dressed in casual clothes, although it is night outside. Ilmok thinks about the fact that he is heading to the tea and snacks pavilion, the place where a snack was prepared for the third elder brother. The guy, accompanied by Chin Han, continues walking, thinking about how he just caught Chang Ho, and now he needs to figure out who is spying on his older brother. If he postpones this matter, there will surely be no evidence left. A voice reaches Ilmok. He has come. In the square in front of the pavilion, illuminated by a tall tripod lamp, stands the heavenly demon. To his right, a man is kneeling. The third elder brother, standing opposite him, holds a tray with a cup in his hand. To the teacher's left, 3 guards are lined up. The heavenly demon speaks. He heard that the guy was attacked. Is he not wounded? Folding his hands in a traditional gesture and respectfully bowing his head, Ilmok replies, thanks to his protectors who shielded him with their bodies, he is fine. The teacher, chuckling, says that they pay him for trust. The guy replies, isn't it all about the master's favor who spared them? Ilmok ponders, has he already settled into this cult? Now flattery easily slips from his tongue. The third elder brother, holding a tray with a cup and a saucer with cookies, says that Ilmok did a good job. The guy replies that it was his guards who did the work. Looking at the tray, he asks, is this the same snack from last night? The answer is yes. Casting a glance at the trembling man, So Wanpen adds, however, they only look alike externally. The taste and smell slightly differ from what it was yesterday. The man, sprawled in a low bow on the ground, shouts that he is not guilty. The cook swears to the heavenly demon that his hands did not touch the poison. The man asks, doesn't the taste of food depend on the mood of the one who eats it? Why do they suspect others without even thinking to doubt their own memories? Ilmok thinks that he is partly right. The cook believes that it was not the most memorable dish. How can someone remember in detail the taste of something they ate several days ago? So Wanpen grits his teeth angrily. The third eldest brother shouts angrily, does he take him for an idiot? With Wanpen, he insists that on that day the cookies were much sweeter and richer. He adds that the tea was thick and bitter. He is responsible for the layers of the word. Ilmok is amazed. Does the brother remember all this? The guy takes the tray and drinks the tea, thinking, in any case, if the eldest brother is not lying, he has nothing more to do here. It's all about taste and smell, but he did not see the previous snack, and he was already afraid that he would have to come up with something on the spot. He reflects that actually the food he definitely knows that improves depression exists only in the modern world. Dairy, sugar, chocolate, butter, artificial additives are very rare in this world, and some do not exist at all. Ilmok eats the cookie, thinking, if they asked him to find food that affects a person's condition, his mind would explode. While he thinks that, if you listen to the third brother, everything is really like that. Someone is approaching them, jumping from roof to roof. Ilmok finishes chewing the cookie, and a person with a sack over his shoulder appears on the roof. A young man whose left eye is covered by a black patch lands in the square, holding the sack lying on his shoulder with his hand. Demonstrating his load, he says that these are things they found in the cook's dwelling. The young man adds that he brought everything that looked even slightly suspicious. The heavenly demon orders him to open the sack. When the sack was opened, Ilmok smelled a familiar scent. The man who was preparing tea and cookies looks at the sack with horror, in which small bags and some containers are visible. Suddenly, the man jumps to his feet and runs to the sack. So Wanpen, cursing, grabs his sword, intending to stop him. Ilmok shouts with all his might, wait! The guy yells for the man not to be killed. The man, ignoring the swords pointed at him, falls to his knees and, grabbing one of the small bags, pours its contents into his mouth. So Wanpen asks Ilmok, why? He says that if they don't do this, he will eat all the evidence. The guy replies to him, no problem. Placing his palm on his chest, Ilmok says he knows what it is. The guy explains that these are seeds of a special plant. Its fruits are edible, and the seeds emit a pleasant aroma if roasted. Therefore, they are often brewed like tea. He tells So Wanpen that such a drink can improve concentration. Ilmok adds, however, if a person with an especially sharp mind drinks it, he may feel strong melancholy. The man, stopping chewing, asks confusedly, how does he know that? Ilmok clearly does not intend to explain anything to him, but he notices Chin Han's attentive gaze. A strong hand grabs the guilty cook by the lapels of his caftan, and in the next moment, the girl's fist strikes his solar plexus. Looking at the man lying on the ground whose body is shaken by a slight tremor, and at the modestly standing Chin Han nearby, Ilmok says, and to enhance this effect, the seeds are roasted. Examining the cook raised on his hands, around whom coffee beans are scattered, the guy says, because of which they turn black. Mentally, he adds, that's their peculiarity. A thought flashes through Ilmok's mind, or just think it was all hidden in coffee. Bitter taste, rich aroma. Oh yes, and a rapid heartbeat. At this time, strong hands press the man's head to the ground. So Wangpin, pressing his knee to the tile covering the square, places a sword to his nape, exclaiming, "This scoundrel dared." The guy thinks that everything perfectly matched the description of caffeine, so he suspected it might have been him, but the heavenly demon tells Ilmok that he knows a lot. The guy replies that the inn owner, whom he used to work for, told him about it. The teacher says, Ilmok said that he replaced his father, and it seems it was true. The guy replies, that's right. The heavenly demon orders to interrogate this person immediately and find out who is behind all this. He adds to track all his past actions as well. Strong hands force the man to stand up. The heavenly demon commands his warriors, dressed in dark suits with masks on their heads, leaving only the eyes exposed, to find the source of these bad seeds. The response sounds, as he commands. Ilmok, looking extremely unhappy, mentally wonders, has everything finally been resolved? The guy realizes that all these demonic arts are much more dangerous than he thought. While the third elder brother, pressing a sword to the man's throat, promises to personally interrogate him, Ilmok mentally marvels. Just think, one can fall into chi deviation from a single cup of coffee. Clenching his hand into a fist, he wonders, could the same happen to him if he is careless? Some time passed, and the Hall of Wind and Rocks gradually restored its stability. The conspirator behind the incident turned out to be the head of the Guardians. He led the group responsible for the main facilities and security of the demonic cult. Of course, the heavenly demon suspected that a much more powerful puppeteer was behind all this. He intended to continue the investigation, but even before the full interrogation began, the head of the Guardians Bureau committed suicide, leaving only a suicide note. And so the matter ended vaguely and extremely unsatisfactorily. The bridge leads to a platform located in the middle of a reservoir, on which stands a gazebo. Around it, lotuses bloom in the water. A man, spinning a coffee bean in his hand, says he did not expect his personal intervention. The man sitting at the table is dressed in a hooded robe and his face is hidden by a faceless mask. He asks the interlocutor, does he really think that the heavenly demon will fall for such a cheap trick? The interlocutor, whose figure is hidden by the same kind of robe, answers, what difference does it make whether he believes it or not? He is wearing a demonic mask with horns. He says that the dead carry the truth to a place of no return. The wearer of the faceless mask replies, agreed, he thinks that he had suspicions. But could it be that his interlocutor was pulling the strings all this time? He believes that since everything was staged as a suicide by poison, it means he left no slightest trace of resistance. And yet the head of the Keepers Bureau was one of the strongest and most experienced cult experts. Looking at the man in the demonic mask, he thinks that this guy is much more dangerous than he had assumed. The man in the faceless mask, after coughing, says, all right, it doesn't matter. Showing the interlocutor a grain, he says, what matters much more is where this black tea made from demonic beans even came from. He reminds, didn't the interlocutor say that no one would find out about it? But in the end, even the eighth young lord, a former waiter, immediately understood what it was. Crossing his arms on his chest, the man in the demonic mask replies that it was a popular drink in some Western lands. He asks, but does it matter now? The man continues to say that mentioning it is the same as admitting their involvement. If the interlocutor wants to run to the heavenly demon right now and spill everything, he will not stop him. The man in the faceless mask is clearly in no hurry to run anywhere. Sitting down on a chair, the man in the demon mask says, instead, what matters is how they deal with this brat. The man in the faceless mask says that they have stirred up a wasp's nest. He asks, maybe they should lie low for a while. The response is it really necessary for them to take action now? The wearer of the demonic mask adds that sometimes accidents happen in life. The grain passes from hand to hand. Looking at the back of the man in the demon mask walking away, his interlocutor asks, for example, the man throws the grain into the water. Then he answers, well, for example, during training at the demonic academy, During the day, a voice comes from the gazebo standing in the middle of the yard, assuring that its owner perfectly understands what the interlocutor is talking about. The celestial demon, clutching a cup in his hand, adds, "Judging by the example of the third, food really requires thorough study." However, the teacher asks Ilmok, sitting opposite him, what exactly does he want to achieve by proposing to study counseling? The young man replies that both the first and the third elder brothers spoke with him, and thanks to these conversations, their skill noticeably increased. Ilmok adds, of course, the content of his conversations with them was completely different. With the third elder brother, he focused on restoring his self-esteem. With the first elder brother, the conversation was about changing the point of view. If the content of these conversations were different, even without considering the progress they had made, they could fall into chi deviation. Therefore, counseling must be conducted differently depending on the manifestation of side effects. That is why he says it requires separate research. The heavenly demon says, as the boy already said, such an institution might indeed be necessary. He asks Ilmok, but wouldn't relying on others and medicine to overcome side effects weaken the discipline of the sacred cult? The boy thinks, as expected from his master. He understands that it will not be easy. The boy asks the teacher, does he want everything to remain as it is? Ilmok thinks that he cannot give in either. Dark shadows fall on the face of the heavenly demon, and the whites of his eyes turn black. Gloomily looking at Ilmok, the teacher says he better watch his tongue. The boy shouts in response that 200 years ago, they were expelled from the Central Plains, and they began this reclusive life. He asks, what has the sacred cult achieved during this time? The old man listens to him, stroking his beard. Ilmok exclaims, does he really want to pass this humiliating position on to future generations? A blue spark of inner energy flashes in the eyes of the heavenly demon. The boy physically feels its incredible pressure. The teacher asks, so he claims that the changes he talks about are capable of reviving their sacred cult? Ilmok, drenched in sweat, barely manages to say that he cannot guarantee it. However, warriors preserved in this way will become a huge support in returning to the Central Plains. A bluish haze of internal energy flows from the teacher's eyes, and his words fall like stones, each of them Ilmok feels as a blow. The old man says, in martial arts, quality is more important than quantity. He adds, one incomparable master who has overcome side effects is more valuable than 100 warriors who fell victim to them. His power overwhelming everything around makes the cup with the drink tremble. Ilmok, unable to withstand the pressure, falls from the chair to the floor. The young man, clenching his hand into a fist, asks, and how many warriors have fallen this way? He clenches his hand so hard that veins bulge on it, and says, if proper measures had been provided for them. Ilmok shouts, if only they had someone with whom they could calmly discuss their experiences. The teacher listens silently. Energy continues to flow from his eyes. The young man shouts, they too could have overcome the side effects and become unmatched experts. Trembling all over, Ilmok says, these were talents ready to give their lives without hesitation for the sacred cult. The young man asks the teacher not to reject them. The heavenly demon looks at the student with a smile. Ilmok thinks with relief that the master's demonic energy has dissipated. The old man speaks to the young man, who has raised his head and looks at him with hope. He mistakenly believes that one cannot strive for development by simply repeating the past. The heavenly demon rises and approaches Ilmok, who is kneeling. The old man says that he accepts his heart, thirsting for the development of the sacred cult. Ilmok bows his head so low in a bow that his forehead touches the floor, and thanks the teacher. A smile slides across his lips as he thinks, development, damn it. In fact, all this is for himself. He has seen with his own eyes what the side effects of Guanmol have led to, and what happened to him because of it. Remembering the fly agaric mushroom he held in his hands, Ilmok thinks, how can he sit idly by after that? Then throwing away the mushroom, he decided that he must prepare for the moment when his own side effects become unbearable. Suitable medicines, doctors with professional knowledge, and a high-level counseling system. He thinks that the institution that will handle all this is the so-called, imagining a modern multi-story building, he decides that it will be the psychiatric department of the sacred cult of the heavenly demon. Ilmok tells the teacher that they can involve the academy as doctors to work there. He adds that just as people differ in their abilities, there will be those whose minds are clear but lack talent in martial arts. The old man listens to him with a smile. An inspired guy says that they can train such children by dividing them into directions of medicine and management and more. He thinks, great, that should be enough to lay the foundation. Glancing at the table where a kettle, a cup, and a plate stand, he wonders, coping with side effects is already hard, so what will happen next? He just barely choked on the demonic energy of the master, and yet the precautionary measures taken in advance are the right decision. Sitting down at the table opposite the teacher, he thinks, but wait a minute, this is preparation for when the side effects reach their peak, right? Ilmok reflects, then why does it seem to him that the very planning of all this only worsens his side effects? This is just a deceptive feeling, right? The Pavilion of the Pure Heart, the place of mind purification, became the official name of the clinic conceived by Ilmok. In the room hangs a drawing depicting a person with acupuncture points indicated. Scrolls and books are laid out on the shelf. The head of the Pavilion of the Pure Heart was appointed the demonic doctor Maui. Previously, he led the medical hall at the headquarters of the sacred cult of the heavenly demon. Being a man with great academic zeal, he gladly volunteered when he heard about the research of new treatment methods. But even the demonic doctor, who had seen all sorts of things in his lifetime, was puzzled by the revealed picture. Ilmok, clutching scrolls to his chest, stands before Maui. The guy, with dark circles under his eyes, says, "Here is an additional plan for the psychiatric department." He immediately corrects himself. That is a proposal for the creation of the Pavilion of the Pure Heart. Throwing rolls of paper to Maui, Ilmok asks him to read the plan carefully. Ilmok adds, besides, there are precautionary moments during consultations. While Maui examines one of the scrolls, the young man says, sometimes patients will be ashamed of their innermost memories, sometimes sincerely believe their own lies. Therefore, one cannot unconditionally trust every word of the client. Ilmok continues to speak. Also strictly forbidden is the atmosphere of interrogation, but at the same time they should not be too sympathetic. And Maui thinks incredible. He sees that this is not just a set of random thoughts. Plans to obtain medical treatises from the Central Plains and beyond the Great Wall, methods of study, precautions during consultations, and even sections on record keeping. Maui thinks that the level of elaboration is so high that it can be called perfect. Folding the paper, he cannot believe that this system was created by a 15-year-old youth. Maui, looking at the exhausted Ilmok, thinks that having such a person in the sacred cult is truly a blessing from heaven. The doctor, placing his hand on Ilmok's shoulder, says that he sees how the young master works hard for the Pavilion of the Pure Heart in the sacred cult. Maui asks Ilmok, but what is the point of these efforts if he sacrifices his own health? He tells the young man that he will help him with everything he can. So let him now put aside his worries and calm down. Ilmok's face contorts with a suffering grimace, and tears flow from beneath his lowered eyelids. He thinks that he would gladly do it. He mentally tells the doctor, does he really think that he does this of his own free will? He could not sleep, striving to bring the project to perfection. What else was left for him to do? Ilmok, lowering his head and trembling all over, thinks that only the conversation with the master helped him calm down. If it were not for that, he would still be sitting over the plan. Maui says, it seems the young master's mind is in great distress. The doctor asks, so how about getting a consultation now at the Pavilion of the Pure Heart, since they are here? The old man adds, he still lacks experience in this matter, but an honest heart-to-heart talk often calms the mind. Ilmok thinks, no way. Recalling the heavenly demon, he mentally asks the doctor, who in his opinion is the cause of all his stress. Besides, he currently feels mentally weak due to fatigue. Sitting at the table opposite Maui, who is writing something on a sheet of paper, the young man thinks, what if he accidentally reveals his true feelings? Ilmok says, he thinks the heavenly demon is a real. Offensive words related to the teacher's lineage have already half slipped from his lips, but the brush breaking in the doctor's hand makes him fall silent. Dark energy streams appear in Maui's aura. Ilmok, jumping up from the chair and raising his index finger, says, actually, there is someone he would want the doctor to help before himself. Maui is surprised. Before the young master? The young man replies, most warriors would distrust something like psychological help. After all, it implies exposing their shameful memories. Ilmok says, however, if someone as authoritative as this person has already experienced counseling and proven its benefits, The others will surely follow his example and also engage in the process. The doctor asks in surprise, and who is that? Drops of sweat run down the face of the stunned Maui. Opposite the doctor sits the smiling heavenly demon. The office is dimly lit. Hekran Ilvi says that he is counting on the head of the pavilion of the pure heart. The celestial demon stayed quite a long time in Maui's office. During that time, the candle on the table burned down to the base, and night had long since taken hold. The doctor escorted the high-ranking patient and remained standing by the door, watching him leave. Maui, sighing, thinks, to be so great and at the same time so useless. How paradoxical. The doctor thinks that the heavenly demon has already overcome the demonic path. Yet he went for a consultation to find the keys to enlightenment and, if possible, thereby help others. The doctor continues to ponder that the method used by the heavenly demon to overcome the side effects of demonic arts consisted in that Maui now knows that the method of the heavenly demon was that he simply endured and overcame them with pure willpower. Sitting down on the chair, the doctor covers his face with his hands, continuing to ponder. If the adept came to the pavilion of the pure heart, it means his mental powers are already at their limit. He wonders, how can he offer them such a method? Slowly removing his hands from his face, the doctor thinks that he cannot just sit here in despair and do nothing. Flipping through the book, he wonders, shouldn't more people be consulted now and data collected? Touching the paper with his brush, the doctor thinks, as the young gentleman Ilmok said, since the heavenly demon has undergone consultation, people's resistance will decrease and they will come one after another. He believes that just a little more effort is needed. Several days later, Ilmok draws the sword from the sheath. With one swing, the guy cuts through the massive logs standing before him. Swiftly, he glides between the logs lined up on both sides of him, cutting through them on the move. A stream of dark energy emanates from his weapon. Closing his eyes, the young man exhales and sheathes his weapon. The heavenly demon says that his skills have greatly improved. Folding his hands in the traditional gesture, Ilmok thanks the teacher, saying that it is only the master's merit. The heavenly demon asks, what could such an old man like him have done? The teacher says, all this became possible only because Ilmok himself managed to overcome the threat of death. The young man replies that the teacher flatters him, but mentally he agrees with him. He thinks, in fact, after the encounter with the assassin Chan Ho, his skills have noticeably increased. There is only a small problem. His side effects have also sharply intensified. But now he considers is not the right time for reflection. The heavenly demon says that now he can pay a little more attention to the pavilion of the pure heart. Raising his hands to the sky, Ilmok exclaims, but now is the stage of strengthening the foundation of the entire project. He thinks that it seems the moment has come when true masters of their craft are needed. Meanwhile, the young man mentally asks himself, hasn't he already done enough? The heavenly demon asks, but isn't there a big difference between when the project creator is present and when he is not? He adds that with the level of skill the young man has now, the path to the demonic academy is open to him without any doubt. Ilmok, smiling, thinks, so the teacher praised his skills just to bring the conversation to this. The heavenly demon asks the student not to worry. He says that if necessary, this old man will give him time for additional guidance. Ilmok replies that he doesn't even know how to thank the teacher for such kindness. Ilmok squeezes a tear out of himself, which is supposed to testify that he is touched. The guy thinks at the same time, this damn leader of the cult. The guy, clearly in a hurry, walks across the yard. Ilmok believes that one should think positively. All this is for his own mental health, right? Heading to the pavilion of the pure heart, he thinks that if things continue like this, he will really have nothing to do. Entering the pavilion, Ilmok says, everyone is working so diligently, but he immediately stops. The guy sees that the doctor is engaged in a conversation with some young man. Casting a glance at him, Maui says, welcome, deputy. Ilmok, looking confused, asks, does the doctor mean him? Maui answers, of course. The doctor says, he heard from the heavenly demon that the guy will serve as the deputy head of the pavilion of the pure heart until his admission to the demonic academy. Gritting his teeth and trembling from the negative emotions that overwhelmed him, Ilmok thinks that this is not just to pay a little more attention. Ilmok asks, and what is that there? Maui answers that this is a new doctor who arrived at the pavilion of the pure heart. The young man, who wears glasses on his nose, says that his name is Sojai Peel, and he is glad to work with them. The guy replies that he is also pleased to meet him, but he means something completely different. Looking at the flowers in So Jae-pil's hands, Ilmok asks, "Isn't this poppy?" The young man holding the flowers says that the medical treatise did not mention its real name, so they started calling it that. So Jae-pil adds, "In that case, the deputy head should also know about this. This medicinal plant has almost panacea-like effects." He adds that taking it relaxes both body and mind, also relieves any pain, and leaves only happy thoughts in the head. The guy, closing his eyes, mentally repeats after him, "Relieves any pain, and leaves only happy thoughts in the head." Ilmok thinks, who would have thought he would have to deal with poppy at all and even use it as medicine? Historically, of course, this is natural, but one wrong step, and the entire demonic cult will turn into an opium den. The guy imagines what the surrounding reality could turn into. Ilmok says to Maui, "How can you prescribe this to people relying on just one medical treatise?" The guy adds, "Isn't this plant also new to him, a demonic doctor? If unexpected side effects appear, it will be a huge problem." The doctor says importantly, the deputy head is right. He says that is reasonable and suggests calling someone to test the plant. Maui heads to the door. Ilmok, reaching out his hand after him, asks him to stop. Clenching his hand into a fist, he thinks, right, to be absolutely sure testing is the most correct way. But So Chi-hun, raised on 21st century public education, categorically cannot allow illegal experiments on people. From the Pavilion of the Pure Heart comes a voice ordering to call the warrior Guan. Guan appears before Ilmok, folding his hands in a traditional greeting gesture. The guy asks the warrior, does he still have those mushrooms he talked about? Guan fearfully assures that he no longer even touches such things. Ilmok clarifies, is it true? Lowering his head and looking away, the warrior answers, true. The guy's hand falls on Guan shoulder. Ilmok says, well, good. He asks the warrior to describe how he felt after using them. Guan asks, what does he mean? Ilmok asks, did he have a constant desire to eat them again? The guy continues to inquire, was there a feeling that pleasant things no longer brought the same joy, and the whole world seemed empty and meaningless? Guan asks in surprise, how does the young master know this? The guy realizes that this will not be easy to explain. He thinks the reason he understands drugs is obvious. These are memories from his past life. They are often used as a plot device in movies and dramas, so it is impossible not to know about their danger. Squeezing Guan shoulder, Ilmok thinks he cannot just tell this to these bodybuilders, which means he will have to make something up. Ilmok says, because he saw a similar situation in childhood. He tells that it was a young man with huge potential in martial arts, but unable to overcome the grief of losing his beloved, he often harmed himself. The guy says he can't bear this sight. One doctor prescribed him a tiny dose of poppy. Ilmok adds, at first he even liked it. Obsessive thoughts disappeared, and he was filled only with happiness. It must have seemed like true paradise to him. Maui and So Jae-pil listened to him extremely attentively. The guy continues the story, but over time his body responded less and less to the pleasure that the poppy gave. The lost beloved was completely forgotten, and like a prisoner of his weakness, he gave in more and more to the irresistible thirst for this miraculous remedy. Ilmok says that seeing this, the doctor, worried about side effects, stopped prescribing the potion. He talks about how the young man's body could no longer live without poppy. The guy vividly describes how the young man, unable to suppress the craving, resorted to violence. Ilmok says that the unfortunate stabbed the doctor in the back, who could not assess the real threat and turned away from the patient. The guy colorfully describes how the young man squeezed juice from the flower directly into his greedily open mouth. He ends the story by saying that the poor fellow's mind finally clouded, and he was found sitting next to the corpse, clutching a red flower in his hand. Ilmok says, that's why he called the warrior Guan. The guy explains that, in his opinion, Guan's mushrooms, although weaker than poppy, have similar effects. So he wanted to warn the doctors about the danger of addiction, and, if he showed similar symptoms, intended to recommend treatment at the Pavilion of the Pure Heart. Ilmok says to Guan, but the fact that he managed to overcome the temptation on his own is truly worthy of respect. He adds that he is proud that the warrior was his guardian. Guan falls at Ilmok's feet, begging for forgiveness. The warrior says that actually, those mushrooms, he removes the cap from the sword hilt, which turned out to be hollow. A fly agaric falls to the floor, and Guan immediately bows deeply, hitting his forehead on the floor. Without raising his head, the warrior says that he was afraid of condemnation. That is why he lied to the young lord. Guanmuel admits that now he depends on them so much that he cannot lead a normal life without them. The doctor and So Jae-pil look at him in astonishment. The warrior continues to lament, saying that he is unworthy of the young lord's praise. Ilmok's voice reaches him, asserting that this is not so. Guanmuel raises his head and looks hopefully at the young man, who, kneeling on one knee beside him, says, "The very fact that he was able to open up and confess speaks of his strength and is worthy of respect." Ilmok adds, "And the Pavilion of Pure Heart was created precisely to help people with such problems." He tells the warrior, whose body is trembling slightly, that if he undergoes treatment, the meaning of everything the pavilion does will become even clearer. The young man asks Guanmuel, does he agree? Again bowing his forehead to the floor in a grateful bow, the warrior exclaims, "Of course!" He says he is immensely grateful to the young lord. Rising, Ilmok says, "Good. He will immediately appoint a doctor for him." So he asks him to take the consultation seriously and answer all questions honestly and sincerely. So Jae-pil leads Guanmuel away. Ilmok and Maui watch them go. The doctor says, "Who would have thought that even a warrior of his caliber is unable to avoid addiction?" Ilmok says, "Moreover, the poppy is much stronger than the mushrooms of the warrior Guan." Leaning close to the doctor's ear, the guy adds, "And if something goes wrong, even he, the demonic doctor, can be stabbed by his own patient." Sweat appears on Maui's forehead, and a hoarse sound bursts from his mouth. Stepping back, Ilmok smugly thinks that this should be enough for them to understand the full danger of the poppy. He wonders, maybe he really has a talent for inventing all kinds of convincing stories. Maui, clutching a flower in his hand, says that they should prescribe the poppy only to those with truly outstanding willpower. The guy, snatching the flower from his hands, exclaims, "After all that has been heard, let him just throw it away already." The doctor says, "But isn't it sad if such a valuable plant goes to waste? Maybe it's worth at least looking for other ways to use it." Ilmok sighs, other ways to use it. He says that if it comes to that, it can be used as a painkiller, since it lifts the mood and dulls the senses. Clutching the flower in his hand, the guy adds, "However, in that case, it should only be used for patients on the brink of death." Dropping the flower into Maui's outstretched palm, he says, "At the slightest abuse or misuse, they will end up in a state worse than death itself." The doctor replies that he understands everything. Watching Maui walk away, who looks at the flower in his hands with delight, Ilmok wonders, did he really understand everything? The guy raises his hand to his face, overcoming the fatigue that has overwhelmed him. He thinks that he is anxious, so at least minimal safety measures need to be introduced. A strict order from the heavenly demon was issued throughout the entire sacred demonic cult after a few days. It stated that addictive drugs like poppy could only be used with the permission of the head of the pavilion of the pure heart and the head of the medical hall. And if any of them show signs of excessive prescriptions, severe punishment will follow in the name of the heavenly demon. A few days later, Ilmok walks through the courtyard, hands behind his head. He thinks that now surely no one will dare to have selfish interests regarding poppy, right? Approaching the table where a young man sits asking his name, the guy thinks he already has plenty to do. He cannot keep track of everyone in the pavilion of the pure heart, and if they still end up abusing it, then it was destined by fate. Standing at the top of the stairs, he reflects that now he needs to focus on the main problem. A year has passed since he joined the demonic cult, and that moment has finally come. Taking a step forward, Ilmok thinks, he has prepared so much that he is not particularly worried. There is only one thing that bothers him. The guy sees a man standing ahead. The man says, "Welcome to the entrance exam of the Demonic Academy." Ilmok wonders, how crazy will the instructor of the Demonic Academy turn out to be? The instructor of the Demonic Academy says, "Let the guy not be offended that he does not show him formal respect." The Hall of Demonic Arts lives by its own rules, regardless of lineage or rank. Ilmok, calling him teacher, replies that it does not bother him at all. The instructor asks, "This is the final test, right? How are the others?" He heard that the guy was recently enrolled. Was it hard for him? Ilmok answers that, thanks to thorough preparation, he did not face serious difficulties. The instructor says, "As they said, the supreme student is indeed a genius." Ilmok thinks that he must not relax. Glancing at the radiant, smiling man standing before him, he thinks that he looks normal, but he is a full-fledged demonic cultivator who has mastered the highest arts. Ilmok realizes that such a person can slit his throat in an instant. He thinks that if he wants to survive, his reflection is interrupted by the light of internal energy flashing in the instructor's eyes. The man moves so swiftly that it seems as if his silhouette is dissolving in the air. Ilmok, parrying the instructor's attack with his sword, orders himself to focus. He understands that he needs to concentrate. Stopping his sword with his palm, the man says, "All right," the entrance exam begins. A smile slides across Ilmok's lips, thinking that it seems a bit late to say that. The instructor continues to attack the guy without using weapons. Ilmok parries his blows with his sword, thinking meanwhile, this is why demonic cultivators are such. The guy barely manages to deflect another attack from the opponent. Ilmok, defending himself, swings his sword again. Squinting his eye, the guy thinks, incredible, could that be the sound of a palm striking a sword? Looking at the smiling instructor, he mentally adds, here it is, the difference in the level of the instructor from the Hall of Demonic Arts. The opponent's hand swiftly passes over the head of Ilmok, who barely managed to crouch. The guy, in turn, delivers a slicing strike, and the man leans back. The instructor makes a jump, increasing the distance between them. Wiping sweat from his face with his hand, Ilmok thinks, but the experience of sparring with Chin Hun pays off. Recalling training with the girl, he believes that her frost arts also rely on bare hands as the main weapon. It resembles the instructor's palm strikes. That's why he just handled it easily. Gripping the sword hilt with both hands, Ilmok thinks, in general, enough demonstrating defense. He decides it's time to switch to offense. Raising the sword, the guy rushes forward. He acts so aggressively that the instructor is forced to jump back. The instructor of the Demonic Academy feels a strange sensation. He thinks that the guy has the skill of a seasoned swordsman with 10 years of experience. No wonder he was chosen by the Supreme One. The instructor decides to play a little. He strikes with his hand, which the guy blocks with the sword held in front of him. Ilmok thinks, lightning energy. The instructor's attack reminds him of the frost arts of Chin Han. He parries the strike but thinks that if he continues the frontal attack, he will be consumed like cold from the frost arts. The opponents exchange glances, and the boy deflects another attack from the instructor, sliding past him and inflicting a wound on his side. The wound is small, just a scratch, but the instructor looks impressed. Ilmok realizes that he has a chance. He considers the opponent's stance unstable. He immediately turns and strikes the man, who is standing with his back to him, with a sword from top to bottom. But the instructor stops his sword, pinching the blade between his fingers. Ilmok, already decided that the opponent cannot react since he is facing away, looks confused. The instructor pinched the blade between his index and middle fingers. The man, releasing the blade, says that the test is over. Ilmok, sheathing his sword, thanks him for the lesson. The instructor replies that they were just sparring, it was not a lesson. He adds that the results will be posted on the wall in 2 days, so he should rest for now. Folding his hands in a traditional gesture, the boy thanks him. Walking away, Ilmok thinks that the instructor turned out to be more normal than he expected. Glancing at his recent opponent, the guy still can't believe that he really blocked his strike, and yet he put his whole soul into it, thinking he might die. Looking at the smiling instructor, the guy thinks, could it be that before him stands a master of the transcendental realm? The instructor recalls how during the duel he grabbed the guy by the wrist. His hand trembles as he thinks, that was close. Too close. Licking his upper lip with his tongue, the instructor thinks, he got so carried away that he almost finished the guy off. He bites his finger to the point of bleeding, ordering himself to hold on. He reminds himself to restrain. Ilmok's opponent was the instructor of the Hall of Demonic Arts, Chu Ilhuan, Black Lightning Palm. His side effect is a deadly impulse. Blood drips from the finger onto the ground. 2 days later, the day of the announcement of the entrance exam results, Ilmok stands by the bulletin board. The guy thinks that finally this day has come. He feels as if he received a draft notice for the army. Walking through the yard, he reflects that the Hall of Demonic Arts is essentially a shelter for future psychopaths. He decides to just blend in with the crowd and not stand out. A voice reaches him, as expected from the chosen one of the Supreme. Ilmok looks around and sees Chin Hun in front of him. The girl congratulates him on first place in the stream. She says that she herself did not manage it, but she knew that he, the young master, would definitely become first. The guy wonders, Why is there a hidden hiss in her words? Could it be that she self-deprecatingly thinks that even someone like him became first, but she never could? Well, something like that? The guy thinks, or has he been hypersensitive lately because of side effects? The girl says, of course she cannot go with him to the Hall of Demonic Arts. She adds, let him do everything himself from now on without her. Shinhan tells the surprise guy to wash his face immediately after waking up in the morning. Let him not skip meals, even if he is lazy. Without raising her eyes to Ilmok, she continues, and let him go to bed on time. Irregular sleep undermines concentration. She adds, if he cannot sleep, let him drink warm tea. If he wants, she will add deep sleep tea to his things. Shinhan wants to say something else, but the guy interrupts her, addressing her by name. Ilmok says, thank you. The girl looks at him in surprise. The guy says that he succeeded thanks to her lessons. He believes that his first place is also her merit, and he suggests that the girl rejoice together. Shinhan, looking at him in surprise, sharply turns away and says that she understood the young master. The duffel bag is packed, and the last knot is tied. Ilmok, throwing it over his shoulder, heads to the door. The guy opens the door and immediately freezes on the threshold. Before him stands the heavenly demon. A shout bursts from Ilmok's lips. Teacher! The old man asks, is he already leaving? Then the heavenly demon says, just think, he won't see him for a whole 2 years, while he grows not by days but by hours. He admits he can't wait for the day they meet again. The guy, folding his hand in the traditional gesture where the palm of one hand covers the fist of the other, replies that he will try to live up to the teacher's expectations. Ilmok smiles, thinking, of course, nothing like that will happen. Remembering how he swept dust off the table with a brush, striving for absolute cleanliness, the guy admits that his side effects have been off the charts lately. Has he gone crazy to try to progress even more? Trying to hide a smile, Ilmok thinks he will live loosely until the side effects subside. Since he is currently first in the stream, even if he doesn't try, he won't fall far behind. The heavenly demon says with a smile that that's enough from him. Let him go and say goodbye to the others. The old man opens the door for the guy and he freezes in surprise again. In the yard, his brothers, Shinhan and Maui, are waiting for him. Ilmok, thinking that he is not going to the ends of the earth, approaches each of them, folding his hands in the traditional gesture and promising to return alive and well. In response, there are parting words and wishes. May he take care of himself. They will wait. The touched boy thinks that when they all behave like this, he is overwhelmed for no reason. The inconsolable Senna falls onto his chest, almost knocking him off his feet. Ilmok exhales with a smile. He wondered why the girls were not visible. Raising huge tear-filled eyes to him, Sina asks, does he really have to leave? The girl exclaims, no, let him just leave. And contrary to her words, she jumps on the guy, clinging to him with her hands and feet. Ilmok tries to push Senna away, but she holds his hair tightly. The guy asks, does Senna hear him or not? Shinhan, trying to keep an impassive expression, pulls the girl away from the boy, but she still continues to reach out to him. Ilmok lets out a cry of pain. The girl, holding the sobbing Senna by the scruff, asks to leave the little lady to her. Shinhan tells the confused guy that he better hurry to the Hall of Demonic Arts before it gets dark. The girl sobs. Brother? Approaching Senya, Ilmok drops to one knee and, looking her in the eyes, says that 2 years pass faster than it seems. Ilmok adds that she needs to become stronger so that later she does not disappoint him. Senna, whose eyes overflow with tears, exhales, yes. The guy throws a questioning glance at Shinhan, who continues to hold the girl by the scruff of her neck. The girl nods in response. Ilmok straightens up and exhales with a smile. Turning toward the gates, he thanks everyone for seeing him off. The guy adjusts the strap of the duffel bag on his shoulder and says that then he is off. Ilmok, looking around, thinks, as expected from a future psychiatric hospital. The young people in the yard behave strangely. Someone stands with their back to the wall. Someone sits on the ground, curled up in a secluded corner. Some quarrel, and others cover their ears, trying to protect themselves from loud sounds. Ilmok thinks, not a single truly normal face. The guy wonders, is he the most normal one here? He decides that he will avoid strange people himself. Meanwhile, some unnaturally cheerful girl, gesticulating actively, promises the young man covering his ears and barely restraining himself that she will now tell how it happened. Something catches their attention, and they turn their heads in surprise in one direction. The girl stops chatting, and the young man removes his hands from his ears. They both look at Ilmok in surprise, who, pulling a piece of white cloth from the duffel bag, is about to spread it on the steps. Having laid the cloth and smoothed it carefully, the guy sits on it, tucking his legs under himself. But it is noticeable on his face that something is making him nervous. The guy pushes the duffel bag away from himself. Ilmok looks confusedly at his hand stained with dust. In his other hand appears a bottle. He pours water on his stained hand, while the young man and the girl watch his actions in amazement. They think that, as expected, the disciple of the Supreme is on a completely different level. A shadow falls on the barely calmed Ilmok. He raises his head and sees a tall young man in front of him. The latter says that this time he conceded first place, but next time he won't get away so easily. For a few moments they silently look at each other. Then Ilmok, getting to his feet, folds his hands in the traditional greeting gesture and says that he does not know who is in front of him, but let him keep trying. The big guy angrily clenches his fists, exclaiming, "Is the guy mocking him now?" The young man shouts angrily that he is Doko Bey, the eldest grandson of the great Doko clan. He declares that he intends to find out right now who is stronger. Ilmok is clearly upset. He does not understand why this bully is so angry, since he only told him to keep trying. He, pressing his foot harder into the ground, thinks that he really does not want to sweat in vain. Behind Dokobai, a voice is heard. "Look at these nimble rascals." This phrase makes the big guy flinch, and the boy breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Il-hwan, who approached them, says he sees familiar faces too. In any case, welcome. He adds that from today, he is their chief and senior instructor who will oversee their training. He states his name and adds that he hopes for fruitful work. Ilmok recognizes the instructor who examined him. The guy thinks he seemed like a normal person. Maybe it's worth hoping a little. Suddenly, he feels small and defenseless under the pressure of someone else's, some strange attention collapsing on him. Pale Ilmok turns away, shivering slightly, thinking, as expected, the instructor of the Hall of Demonic Arts cannot be normal. He probably has a side effect, an attraction to men. Meanwhile, Chu Il-hwan says, since everyone is gathered, they will now go to the Hall of Demonic Arts. Dokobe, raising his hand to attract attention, asks the teacher, "Isn't this the Hall of Demonic Arts?" In response, it is said, "This is now the Hall of Demonic Arts." The Training Hall of Demonic Arts was recently completed, and from this day on they will eat, sleep, and train there. The instructor adds that the transition there is also training. He orders them to stick closer so as not to fall behind. Launching off in an incredible leap, the instructor shouts, "Because whoever falls behind will fail the test." The students rush after him. Ilmok looks after him with longing, thinking, then he should have said from the start to gather there, why make them do the same thing twice? But he cannot afford to fail the training on the very first day. He thinks, to trot, maybe, and easily hurries through the air following the instructor. Ilmok jumps along the sheer cliff next to the waterfall upwards, to where a building is visible. He lands on a flat platform on one knee, wiping sweat from his face with his fist and looking around. The guy thinks they called this training, but he didn't expect to have to run non-stop for 2 hours straight. Stopping in front of the gate with the sign, Hall of Demonic Arts, Ilmok wonders, what genius thought to build all this on top of a mountain? Looking back at the students lying on the ground, unable to even move, he thinks something else is more important. This instructor turned out to be damn fast, right? Mediocre ones might not have finished at all. Doko Pa, dripping with sweat, peeks out from behind the gate leaf. The young man looks exhausted and tired. Breathing heavily and unevenly, he says he came first. Ilmok, folding his hand in a traditional gesture, congratulates him, telling him to keep it up. Doko Pa, beside himself with anger, exclaims, he ignored him again. The guy hears his growl and winces. He looks back at the student who almost knocked him down, saying he nearly crashed into him. That one vomits, then tries to catch his breath, bending over and leaning on his knees with his hands. The girl, who almost talked one of the students to death, turns her face to him and, wiping her mouth with her hand, says, he's the 8th young master, right? Looking after the rapidly running guy, she says confusedly, what's wrong with him? Ilmok runs at full speed, thinking about wanting to go home. The Hall of Demonic Arts is located in a rather picturesque corner near a cascade of waterfalls, surrounded by rocks. The instructor says, since they have all changed into uniforms, they will immediately begin the initiation ceremony. Chuil-Huan, standing before the closed door, addresses the abbot, saying they are ready. From behind the door comes the reply, "Good." The door to the abbot's office immediately opens. A man comes out of it. His gray hair falls below his shoulder blades. The faces of the students lined up show a variety of feelings, from curiosity to wariness. The abbot made an indelible impression even on Ilmak, who is staring wide-eyed at the head of the Hall of Demonic Arts, Abbot Yemgahui. A sturdy and tall old man silently surveys the students standing before him. Then he introduces himself, saying that he is the abbot of this hall, Yemgahui. He adds that he is glad to meet the talents who will bear the future of this holy cult. Ilmak thinks that many rumors about him circulated, but this is the first time he sees him in person. The young man recalls everything he knows about this person, a master famed for his straightforwardness and great achievement of the bloody fist of Asura technique. He has beaten countless villains to death with just 2 fists, earning the nickname Demon Fist. Ilmak recalls, notably he reached the state of Surpassed Demon, extremely rare even in the demonic cult. Surpassed Demon is one who has transcended their own demonic nature. The guy thinks that in reality the abbot might turn out to be an even more stubborn, old senile person than the mentor. He decides that under no circumstances should vigilance be lost. Meanwhile, Gakvi says, and finally, their situation before entering this hall does not matter in the slightest. He adds, let them remember that they will be judged only by the results of the training. The students, standing at attention at the foot of the stairs, respond in unison, yes. The abbot turns around and leaves. Ilmak is surprised. Is that all? Is the speech already over? Not even 15 minutes have passed. He watches the old man off with a surprised look, thinking, it seems his mentor really is the most seasoned old man in the entire cult. The instructor standing on the stairs below the place where the abbot was says, this is the pavilion of the Black Dragon. They will live here. The names are written on each room, so let them find theirs and unpack their things. Chuil-Huan adds, nothing else is planned for the first day of admission. Let them rest. He passes by Ilmak and Doko Pa standing nearby, who respond in unison. Yes. The instructor, smiling, leaves. The guy, looking after him, wonders, what kind of smile was that? Ilmak decides, to hell with it. He wants to deal with things faster and go wash properly. But just as he took a step, a voice behind him called out Doko Pa, challenging him to a duel. The guy, glancing over his shoulder, asks, what did he just say? Doko Bay shouts, duel! Ilmak wearily lowers his shoulders, and a melancholy expression appears on his face. A talkative girl stands nearby watching them. The guy turns to Doko Pei and bowing says that he lost and asks to skip this time. The young man is outraged. They haven't even fought yet. What nonsense is he talking? A dark aura thickens around Doko Pei, and it seems even lightning flashes as he shakes his fist and declares, if the guy continues like this, he will also stop holding back. He demands that Ilmak fight right here or follow him to the training hall. The guy wearily covers his face with his palm, mentally demanding to get his rest time back. Training hall, Ilmak and Doko Pei stand facing each other. Drawing his sword and throwing the scabbard away, the young man says, if he is ready, then let him start immediately. Seeing that Ilmak pulled the sword from the scabbard, Doko Pei immediately attacks him in a jump. The opponent's swords cross and their faces are right in front of each other. The guy retreats, holding the sword in front of him, blocking the strikes raining down on him. The instructor, watching them from the roof, thinks, energetic rascals, no doubt about it. Watching Doko Pei intensify the assault, he reflects that everyone already understands that rest on the first day of admission is the time to establish hierarchy in the Hall of Demonic Arts. However, in reality, this doesn't happen very often. He came just in case, and now he realizes it was not in vain. The instructor mentally asks Ilmak, so what is he going to do now? Nine Swords dog go of his opponent at a rather impressive level. If the guy only defends, he will definitely lose. He mentally calls upon the 8th Young Lord to show his true strength. At this moment, Ilmak brings down his sword on the opponent, and now he is forced to defend himself, covering with the blade. Boredom appears on the guy's face. His opponent is not such a monster as he thought. Advancing to the offensive, Ilmak thinks he was worried that during the duel his level might rise and side effects would trigger. Easily dodging the opponent's strike, the guy decides, but since the vice first is at such a level, there is nothing to worry about. Clenching the hilt of the sword in his sweaty hand, Ilmak thinks he needs to finish quickly and finally go wash up. He feels that he is all sticky with sweat and cannot go on like this anymore. At that moment, Dokobei lets out a loud, desperate scream. Ilmok knocks the weapon out of his hands, and the opponent's sword gets stuck in the ground behind the guy. In the next moment, Ilmok's leg crashes into the opponent's chest. Dokobei falls to the ground, and the guy's leg crashes onto his chest again. The tip of Ilmok's sword pierces the ground near the enemy's ear. The boy, whose face darkened and aura turned crimson, looming over the defeated Dokopa, wonders, maybe kill. Ilmok is brought to his senses by a shout. Young master, an enthusiastic girl who witnessed their duel, approaches the boy and exclaims, "This is truly incredible skill." Ilmok recognizes her. The girl continues speaking, as expected from the Supreme's disciple. The boy pulls the sword out of the ground. To Dokopa, who closed his eyes to avoid seeing his shame, comes the girl's voice, so easily defeating the eldest grandson of the Doko family. Ilmok replies, "Well, thanks." Dokopa rushes away, shouting, "Just wait." The girl and the boy, not expecting such agility from him, watch him leave. The girl introduces herself, saying her name is Chu Soyeon. Ilmok glances at her without much enthusiasm, absent-mindedly saying, "Ah, yes." Ilmok asks, "Here, it's not necessary to speak respectfully, right?" The girl stubbornly exclaims, "But she wants to." The instructor, continuing to watch them from the roof, thinks that fortunately he did not have to intervene. He regrets that once again he did not see the full strength of the eighth young master. Looking at the frowning boy and the cheerfully chirping girl, the instructor thinks that Ilmok needs a stronger rival. The boy walks quickly across the yard, but Chu So-yeon does not fall behind him. Ilmok mentally persuades himself, calm. He thinks that he just overstrained himself because of the recent sparring. The guy tells himself, is it normal to want to kill a person just because of a couple of drops of sweat? He looks at his trembling hand. Ilmok quickens his pace, deciding that if he rests, everything will pass. Admiringly looking at him, Chu So-yeon hurries after him. Throwing a displeased glance at her, Ilmok asks, "And how long does she intend to drag after him?" The girl exclaims, "Finally the young master looked her way." Chu So-yeon declares, "She has already decided to become his servant. Wherever he goes, she will gladly follow him." Ilmok asks, "Who decided that?" The guy says that he doesn't need that, so she should stop getting underfoot. He decisively steps forward, but the girl, having fallen to the ground, clings tightly to his leg, shouting, "Please!" Ilmok angrily shouts that he may be the Supreme's disciple. But isn't she overdoing it with flattery? What will people think if they see this? Rising from the ground, Chu So-yeon replies, "It's all fine. She is not interested in men like him anyway." Ilmok, looking at her, thinks, "What kind of nonsense is this?" The girl adds, more precisely, simultaneously with being his servant. Carefully examining the palm of the warrior so as not to look Ilmok in the eyes, she admits that she wants to become the younger sister of Lady Chin-hen. Chu So-yeon immediately bombards the guy with questions. What food does she like? What colors? What does she dislike? She begs Ilmok to tell her everything. The guy, angry, thinks that she is almost no different from the lunatics from the Gurian sect. The guy, closing his eyes, tries to control his anger. He thinks, why do only psychos cling to Chin-hen? Evening came, followed by night. Chin-hen sits on a mat opposite a woman with short light hair. Chin-hen says, so she realized that she is still far from even serving the youngest lord, not to mention the lord of 10,000 demons. The interlocutor replies, 1 year, long if you consider it long, and short if you consider it short. The squad commander Dambin, Pavilion of the Silver Shadow, adds, it's good that during this time Chin-hen understood something for herself. She says that only by knowing one's flaws can they be compensated. Let her always strive to become better. The girl replies that she will remember. The squad commander, lowering her head, sighs. Lowering her legs from the elevation where they sat, the woman invites Chin-hen to follow her. Throwing a glance over her shoulder at the girl, the woman says that from today, she, the squad commander, will personally take charge of her training. She orders Chin-hen, who has just slightly risen from her place, to chase after her with all her might. The girl is clearly surprised by her words. Chin-hen says she will obey her, sparing no life. Lowering her foot from the elevation, she thinks that during those 2 years while the young lord is absent, while he fully devotes himself to training, she will not stop either. Catching up with the squad commander Dambin, The girl mentally promises Ilmoku that she will never disappoint him. Meanwhile, in the mansion of Hek and Senna, Madame Changhua stands, clutching a folded fan in her hand. She watches as Senna, with a hand enveloped in a radiant aura, slices a thick log into two parts. A piece of the log rolls across the floor towards Madame Changhua. The woman tells the girl that it's enough for today. Let her go rest. Senna, folding her hands in a traditional gesture and slightly bowing her head, replies yes, she understands. The woman watches as the girl heads towards the exit. Madame Changhua covers her eyes and hides the lower part of her face with the fan. Her voice reaches Senna. By the way, her movements were good today. The girl throws a surprised glance over her shoulder at her mother. The woman says to this girl facing her, if she continues in the same spirit, she will achieve good results. Completely hiding her face behind the open fan, Madame Changhua says, let her continue to work just as diligently. The woman cautiously looks over the fan. A girl radiating with joy thanks her mother. After the incident with the 8th young master, a wind of change swept through the family. As he said, they decided to trust Sina and unlock her potential. The girl is clearly happy about these changes. The woman, hiding her face behind a fan, thinks, moreover, since the young master went to the demonic academy and there are no signs of chi distortion, she has no doubt they are on the right path. But Madame Changhua, shyly hiding her face from the joyful girl, thinks that it is not easy to change human nature so abruptly. Senna takes out a key that she had hidden in the inner secret pocket of her garment. The girl opens the desk drawer. Reaching into it, she asks to be forgiven for being late. Her mother suddenly started talking to her. Taking out a rag doll, Senna asks, he missed it, right? She hugs the doll, calling it Brother Ilmok. The doll really looks remarkably like the boy. Stroking its hair with her finger, Senna says, she was worried that they wouldn't finish before he left for the demonic academy. She recalls how at the moment Shinhan pulled her away from Ilmok, she managed to snatch a lock of his hair and then secretly hide it in the secret pocket. Senna says she is really glad that they managed to recover so much then. She admits that she was very nervous, fearing that Shinhan might notice something. Senna brings the doll to her face and touches it with her nose, saying, for now the doll is enough for her, but next time it won't be so. She promises to make sure that no one can take him away from her. At that moment, the guy, walking in only pants along the gallery lit by moonlight, shivers from the cold. He wonders, could he have been in the bathroom too long? The instructor says that classes at the Demonic Academy are divided into Class A and Class B. At first, students are distributed based on the entrance exam results, but later, depending on subsequent assessments, the classes constantly change. He explains that even if you start in Class A, you can slip down and end up in Class B, so they shouldn't be lazy. The students lined up in front of him respond, yes, sir. The guy, standing like everyone else with his hands behind his back, thinks, Chusoyan in Class B? Well, at least it will be easier for her there. Ilmok reflects that right now he is first in the ranking, and Doko Pa, he glances at the young man warming up, is second. At his level, there's no fear that the other will catch up to him in 2 years. The guy decides to live for his own pleasure, and before graduation, he will push himself. The instructor watches as the smiling guy raises his fist in a triumphant gesture in front of him. A crooked smile appears on Chu Ilhuan's lips. The instructor's voice reaches the surprised guy. He will spar with the assistant instructor. Ilmok and Dokopa look extremely surprised. Dokopa shouts indignantly, aren't they supposed to spar with each other, the cadets? The young man physically feels a flash of rage coming from the instructor. His legs even buckle. The instructor shifts his gaze, eyes shining with inner energy, to the guy and asks, does he have any complaints too? Ilmok answers, none at all. Ilmok stands opposite the assistant instructor. The guy, rolling his eyes, thinks, even if he is singled out, there is little joy in it. He rushes from his place, simultaneously drawing his sword from the scabbard, deciding to test the ground first. The opponent rushes towards him. The assistant instructor blocks Ilmok's strike. Their swords meet. The guy realizes that his opponent is strong. They continue exchanging blows. Ilmok thinks that his opponent is at the chin-hind levels. If he gives his all, it will be a good fight. The guy wonders, but isn't this wasteful? He wants to use only 50% of his strength now, and then just before graduating from the academy, he will show everything. He thinks, if the plan works. At that moment, the sword knocked from his hands flies into the air. Turning over in the air, the sword falls, stabbing its tip into the ground. Ilmok sits on the ground and the assistant instructor points his sword at him. The guy thinks, even if he just fools around here, from the outside it will seem that he has become twice as strong. The cadets watching the fight talk among themselves. One of them says, "As expected from the supreme student." The second replies, "Although can't they also reach that level?" Dokgopa says he expected more. The instructor nods his head, as if marking that the fight is over. The recent opponent extends his hand to the guy, helping him up. Chu Il-hwan, approaching them, says to Ilmok, "Impressive, to hold out so long against the assistant instructor." The instructor, grabbing Ilmok's hand, says that he is gripping the wrist too tightly. A displeased grimace appears on the guy's face. Smiling, Chu Il-hwan adds, "Let him slightly relax his wrist." This annoys the guy terribly. The instructor continues to hold his hand in his own. Ilmok thinks, could it be that he is using the training as a cover to satisfy his personal interests? Chu Il-hwan releases his hand and turns away, saying, "All right, next." The guy glances at him angrily, rubbing his wrist. The instructor says, "Next is Dokgopa," and then, meanwhile he thinks, how amusing. Looking at the cadet standing before him, he continues to ponder that even during sparring with the assistant, the guy manages to hide his strength. What is going on in his head? The instructor thinks that he would gladly crack open his skull and look inside. The guy, pale to the point of blue, sits on the bench, wondering, why is he trembling again? Ilmok, drenched in sweat, adjusts the cuffs of his caftan. Walking across the yard, he mentally asks himself, did he play so roughly because it was the first day? He is all sticky with sweat. The guy thinks that although it is a bit early, he urgently needs to go to the bathhouse. The guys standing nearby, noticing him, quietly whisper among themselves. A call reaches him. "Young Master Ilmok." The cadets approach him. One of the young men says he saw his sparring, and it was impressive. It's hard to believe that someone their age has such a level. The guy politely thanks him. Ilmok asks to be excused and quickly leaves, leaving the surprised cadets to watch him with their eyes. The young man who started the conversation catches up with him and asks, "Where is the young master going?" Ilmok briefly answers, "To the bath." The cadets are surprised. To the bath? Now, just like that, suddenly? The young man says to Ilmok, "All right, they can go together and at the same time strengthen their comradeship." The guy replies that there is no need for that. Ilmok, scratching the back of his head, thinks that all this is starting to become a problem. The young man asks, why does he behave like this from the very beginning? It's unpleasant for people. He wonders, does he really dislike getting along normally with his academy comrades? Ilmok answers that it's not about that, he is just in a hurry. Hugging the guy shocked by his behavior around the neck with his arm, the young man asks, then what is his problem? Ilmok sharply waves his hand, shouting for him to get off him. Silence hangs. Ilmok stands opposite three cadets. On the cheek of the young man whom the guy touched with his hand, a bleeding scratch is visible. The cadets surround him. One of them asks, isn't he being too arrogant? Ilmok covers his nose in horror with both hands, mentally screaming for them not to come near him. He smells bad afterwards. He hears the voice of the young man asking, was it really necessary to trample on their pride like that? But Ilmok cannot focus on anything. He only sees a sweat stain spreading in the armpit area of the young man. The cadet, with drops of sweat running down his neck, says even if he is a supreme student, this is already too much arrogance. The third cadet, spitting and drenched in sweat, says if he keeps going like this, he will regret it. Ilmok's eyes, still covering his nose with both hands, are flooded with the glow of inner energy. His patience snaps like a taut string. Veins bulge on the guy's cheeks. Ilmok asks, so what? And what will they do? The young man who started the conversation wonders. So he consciously chose to behave like that. He says that then they have no choice but to have a little chat with him somewhere secluded. Ilmok, rushing forward, says fine. He is not against their conversation either. The cadets watch him with surprised looks. The guy stops and looks back at them. In a not at all kind voice, he asks them to follow him. His aura takes on a red color. Ilmok, stretching his shoulder, asks the young man to forgive him for accidentally scratching his cheek. The guy, taking out a snow-white piece of cloth, adds, after all, he said he was in a hurry. Spreading the cloth on the barrel, Ilmok sits on it, continuing to say that it is already hard for him to live with this side effect. The fight took place in some corner of the yard where firewood, sand, and other materials for household needs are stored. The guy's opponents lie in picturesque poses before him. Ilmok asks the cadets, why do they make his life even harder on top of that? He skeptically looks at the young men lying before him, realizing that he is unlikely to get an answer. To the young man trembling all over as he rises from the ground, whose cheek Ilmok scratched, comes the guy's order, water. Seeing that the young man does not understand him, Ilmok slaps him to bring him to his senses, saying that he got his hands dirty because of them. So let them bring water. After a few minutes, water pours onto the guy's hands. The young man pours water from a jug onto Ilmok's hands. The guy says that he attaches great importance to cleanliness and hygiene. That is why he washes so often. Wiping his hands with the snow-white piece of cloth, he adds, in general, he hopes that nothing like today's incident will happen again. Cadets, bowing deeply, answer in chorus, yes, they understood everything. They will be more careful from now on. Ilmok says, ah yes, they probably understand themselves too. His words make the young men wary. The guy says, about what happened today, not a word to anyone, clear? The pale cadets quickly nod their heads in agreement. A woman whose figure is hidden by a cloak with a hood, so that only her face with blue eyes and a strand of light hair falling on her forehead can be seen, asks, why do they have such faces? Did they fight or what? A cadet, whose cheek was scratched by Ilmok, answers with a broad smile that they just overdid it on the first day. He assures the instructor that they did not fight at all. His comrades, whose faces show bruises and scratches, nod their heads, confirming his words. The instructor, sighing, says, as already announced, from today, private duels between students are forbidden. If they do not want to be expelled from the academy, they should be prudent. In response, a united yes, sir, is heard. The instructor says that in that case, they will continue the lesson. She takes off the cloak, and before the cadets appears a dazzling blonde beauty. The woman introduces herself, saying that she is instructor Yulne and is responsible for non-combat training. She adds that after graduating from the demonic academy, they will perform a variety of tasks, and among them will be those where combat skills alone are not enough. Yulne continues, camps, raids, camouflage, surveillance, and so on. Now is the time to master the skills needed in such special situations. A woman informs the cadets that today they will start with the simplest thing, the art of stealth using a cloak. She says that first they should give the cloak this kind of shape. Ilmok, who is watching her actions and holding the same cloak in his hand, widens his eyes in surprise. The guy thinks, wow, stealth, huh? If you figure it out properly, you can slack off later with even more audacity. With an anticipatory smile, Ilmok decides that perhaps it's worth making some effort for a warm spot in the future. He does not notice that a girl standing a little apart, hiding behind a fan, is watching him. The girl is clearly interested in the guy and constantly glances at him over the fan. Closer to evening, Ilmok, folding the cloak, thinks that the lesson is over and he needs to eat first. A question makes him look back. Oh, is he just going to eat? Two female students stand before him. The girl who was previously watching him asks, if he doesn't mind, can they go with him? The girl introduces herself, saying her name is Manhwa and her friend is Hyen. Her companion says, hi. The guy thinks with annoyance that he didn't even get to say anything in response. Ilmok reflects that the sidekick doesn't seem to be angry now, to just brush them off. It looks like he'll have to play along. Folding his hands in a traditional gesture and bowing his head, he says his name and that he is glad to meet them. Then they go together. Manhwa says they have heard a lot about how the heavenly demon found an outstanding junior disciple. Han adds that the whole academy is already full of rumors. Ilmok replies they praise him so much that he doesn't even know where to hide. When they are already sitting at a table filled with dishes, the guy learns that Manhwa's father is the commander of the Red Demon Squad, and Han's father is the commander of the White Dragon Squad. Ilmok, smiling diligently, says, it seems their fathers really are outstanding people. Trying to be nice, he mentally regrets, oh, what an awkwardness. Looking at the girl sitting opposite him, Ilmok wonders, how much longer will they keep exchanging these meaningless pleasantries? He understands that they have run out of topics too, but here they sit, suffering. He wants only one thing, for the girls to finally understand that all three of them feel uncomfortable here. Manhwa asks, which line from the doctrine of the sacred cult does he like the most? The girl cheerfully declares that she has one she always remembers. Ilmok's body trembles with a nervous shiver. He holds his right hand with his left, trying to pull himself together. Out loud, he says, well, of course he remembers all the lines, but the one that especially resonates. Mentally, he orders himself, no. Ilmok persuades himself, she won't like it. Don't do it. Don't. Ban Mihua, noticing something wrong, says anxiously, young master. The guy jumps up from the chair and reaches across the table toward the girl. In his head, and there is only one thought, I want to touch. His fingers are about to touch the cheek of the confused Ban Mihua. Suddenly, the door panels swing wide open, and Chu So-yan appears in the doorway, exclaiming, so here is the young master. Ilmok freezes with his hand outstretched. A guy with a happy smile runs up to Chu So-yan and, grabbing her by the shoulders, says that she is very timely. The girl is surprised by such a warm reception. Ilmok hurries to introduce the girl to Ban Mihua and Han. Chu So-yan uncertainly says, hello? The guy rushes away, apologizing on the go to Ban Mihua for trying to touch her without permission, and shouting that he has an urgent matter he suddenly remembered and needs to go. Chu So-yan looks after him confused, not understanding what is happening. Ilmok, having disappeared into the night darkness, stops and catches his breath, leaning his hands on his knees. Wiping sweat from his face with his hand, the guy wonders, why did the side effect flare up like this? And most importantly, because of what? Meanwhile, Han asks her friend, who has hidden her face behind a fan, if she is okay. The answer is yes. Ban Mihua folds the fan and with a joyful smile says, it seems the young master understands beauty. Ilmok at this time thinks, so Ban Mihua has different eyelid folds. That's a problem. And he still has to cross paths with her for at least 2 years. The guy thinks, what if he hints to her about eyelid surgery? She would probably freak out. Yes, definitely freak out. The guy is awaited in the dormitory by stubborn challenges to a fight from Dako Pei. In class, praises and terrifying looks from Chu Il-hwan. Between lessons, endless chatter of Chu So-en about Chin Han. And the cherry on the cake is Ban Mihua, who never misses a moment to say at least a couple of words to him. The girl coquettishly looks at him over the fan, but Ilmok cannot take his eyes off the various folds on her eyelids. Angrily, the guy covers his face with his palms. Who would have thought that the Hall of Demonic Arts would turn out to be such a hole? In the Pungam Pavilion, at least he had joy to see Senna. But here there is not even a tiny respite. He thinks that of all, the biggest headache is, of course, Ban Mihua. Ilmok, recalling the girl, decides that if you categorize, the others are just annoying and creepy. But as soon as he looks at her face, he has to gather all his willpower so that his chi does not go awry. He hears the voice of the girl calling him, young master. Ilmok is at that moment in the gazebo behind her. Covering his face with his hand, the guy thinks with annoyance, and why does she always follow him around? Ilmok jumps over the gazebo railing. Flying into the abyss, the guy mentally addresses Ban Mihua. Just leave him alone already, finally. Ilmok, jumping from boulder to boulder, crosses the waterfall. Then he jumps onto the cliff, where he sees some buildings. Ilmok looks at them puzzled. He did not know there was a pavilion in such a remote place. He thinks, in any case, perfect. Finally, he can catch his breath in silence. Then the guy notices that ahead with his back to him, stands a man in a cloak with a hood. The stranger takes 3 arrows in his hands. He aims the bow at the target, drawing the string. The stranger releases the string, and 3 arrows fly forward. All 3 arrows hit the center of the target. The archer exhales. Phew. He looks at the target, which stands on a stone ledge at quite a distance. Ilmok, having approached the archer, claps his hands and says, oh, oh, oh! The latter crouches in surprise and swears. Looking back, he asks the guy fearfully, who is that? Ilmok is a little puzzled. He thinks he only uttered an exclamation, but the reaction is so radical. The guy says his name and says he remembers the archer. He is from their group. He tries to recall his name. Removing the hood, the fragile youth, almost a boy with short hair, makes indistinct sounds, slowly introducing himself. Finally, he shyly says that his name is Chong Hyun. Ilmok says that they are classmates, and the young man doesn't need to speak to him so formally. Chong Hyun replies that he is more used to it that way. Scratching the back of his head, the guy thinks it's hard to believe that there are such beaten people in the demonic cult. Is this also a side effect of the demonic techniques? Ilmok believes that something else is more important. It would be good to buy a little more time before returning. Looking at the arrows that pierced the target with such force that cracks appeared on it, Ilmok says, His archery is impressive, hitting 3 targets at once from 50 meters. The young man exclaims, "He saw that?" Chong Hyun says that the guy is overpraising him. It's just a cowardly, cheap trick, unworthy of a member of the divine cult. Ilmok disagrees with him. He shouldn't say that. The guy adds that he is actually terribly envious of his bow. Closing his eyes and shedding a tear, he mentally asks himself, why, when he chose the demonic technique, was there no archery? The guy imagines shooting a bow while sitting in the bushes, while others fight with swords. He sighs. If he had learned the bow, he wouldn't have to rush in the front lines, swinging a sword. Ilmok sadly thinks that if he switches now, the side effect will most likely just double. The guy tells Chong Hyun, basically, don't belittle your art like that. Aren't they studying demonic techniques to take down scoundrels who torment ordinary people? He adds, when it comes to taking down scoundrels, who cares if his technique is deep or a cheap trick? Well, something like that. The young man's hands gripping the bow tremble noticeably. Patting Jong Hyun on the back so hard that he hiccups, Ilmok joyfully declares that archery is an excellent martial art, so he shouldn't be shy. The guy leans over and anxiously looks into Jong Hyun's face. Meanwhile, Ban Mi-hwa calls the young master Ilmok. Walking beside her friend, the girl says, "Strange, she definitely saw him walking this way." Hain asks, "Why is Mi-hwa looking for him?" She adds, "Isn't it obvious that he isn't particularly interested in her?" Ban Mi-hwa replies with a smirk, let him stop. The girl says that the young master is just very shy. You can see it. He can't even properly look her in the eyes, right? But since he's head over heels in love with her, let Hain just imagine how the poor guy is going crazy with feelings. Waving the fan decisively, she adds, "So," Ban Mi-hwa, winking, and tells her friend that she has no choice but to make the first move, right? Hain, pleased with her insight, exclaims, so the friend is just sparing him. She is touched. That's all there, Mi-hwa. A beautiful face, yes, but behind it also a golden heart. Ban Mi-hwa, listening to her friend's praise, thinks, although to be honest, her intentions are not entirely innocent. Unfolding the fan, she reflects that the youngest young master, about whom the entire cult buzzes, is definitely not a bad match. However, a slight smile glides over the girl's lips as she thinks that she does not give away her love so easily. Continuing to walk beside her friend, she ponders how naive the young master is and how she might play with him. Han, looking around, asks, "Was there such a place in the Hall of Demonic Arts?" Ban Mi-hwa replies, "Yes. It doesn't seem like the young master would have chosen such a wasteland." The girl decides that perhaps they need to return. They turn the corner and see Ilmok bent over the archer lying on the ground, whose body is trembling. Jong Hyun looks bad. His face has turned pale to a bluish hue. His eyes have rolled back. Sweat is streaming abundantly down his cheeks, and a trickle of saliva is flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ilmok looks at the girls fearfully. From Ban Mi-hwa's lips slips a confused young master. Pale and exhausted, Jong Hyun lies in bed with his eyes closed, trembling and drenched in sweat. Instructor Yolni stands by the bed, carefully examining his face. After standing for a few moments, the woman turns and heads to the door. In the corridor, Ilmok, Hayen, and Ban Mi-hwa await her. Closing the door behind her, the woman says that student Jong Hyun's condition has stabilized. The cadets breathe a sigh of relief. The instructor explains that it was only a temporary seizure. He will soon come to, so they should not worry too much. Yolne asks, "Do they know anything about the martial art of student Jong Hyun?" Ilmok replies that he hasn't heard anything special. The woman says that the technique mastered by student John is called the Divine Bow of the Phantom Spirit. It is a martial art specialized for long-range sniper shooting. Yolni says that one of the side effects is pathological sensitivity to the approach of people, so they should be more careful when approaching him. The girls respond that they understand, while Ilmok thinks, so essentially he just has social anxiety? The guy concludes that it turns out he behaved rudely without meaning to. He decides that he will need to apologize properly when they meet again. Ilmok is sitting at the dining hall. He just picked up an appetizing piece with chopsticks when Ban Mi-hwa's voice reached him. She says she did not expect to see the young master there as well. The girl standing near the table with a plate in her hands asks, "What was the young master doing there?" The guy answers that he was looking for a secluded place to practice stealth and accidentally scare Jong Hyun. Ban Mi-hwa puts the plate on the table and moves the chair to sit opposite Ilmok. She says, "If he is training stealth, wouldn't a crowded place suit him better?" Trying to look cheerful, Ilmok replies that personally he feels more comfortable in silence. Squinting, the guy thinks that it's all because of her. He gets angry and mentally asks, why does the girl always sit opposite him? When he looks her straight in the face, his mind completely drifts away. Sweating profusely, Ilmok thinks, how can he get that face out of his field of vision? Maybe arrange an accident in a duel and force her to have plastic surgery? Or he tries to find some other options to solve this problem. From the tension, even several small vessels on his eyeballs burst. Han, approaching them, carefully carries a full plate in her hands. She asks her friend, did she sit right opposite the young master again today? Ban Mihua, who doesn't like Han's words very much, answers, yes. Ban Mihua thinks angrily, what does again today mean? With a dissatisfied expression, she crosses her arms on her chest and sinks into thought. If Hein keeps talking like that, it turns out as if she herself is chasing after the young master. Isn't that so? But she is only caring for the young master, who, no matter how you look at it, is not indifferent to her. The worried girl opens her eyes. Stop. What is this chill down the spine? It can't be. Ban Mihua assumes that maybe this is a side effect of her demonic technique. Excessive self-admiration? Staring at the plate, the girl continues to think. All this time she just thought everyone liked her. But what if this is just a delusion imposed by the side effect? What if the young master actually avoids her because he doesn't like her? And she convinces herself that he is just shy. If that's the case, Ban Mihua's cheeks redden. She thinks in horror, this is such a disgrace. While Han heads to the chair, the girl continues to spiral. Oh no, what to do? What if this really is all just her crazy imagination? Ban Mihua turns her head to the side in surprise. Both she and Han look at Ilmok with surprise, who has taken a seat at the table to the left of the girl. The guy says that, in his opinion, Ban Mihua looks even more beautiful from the side than from the front. He adds, let her, if she, of course, is not against it, always sit next to him like that. Ban Mihua looks at him in surprise. The girl gets up from the chair and exclaims joyfully, she would fulfill such a wish 1,000 times. She thinks, I knew it. Ayan says to her friend, it seems the young master also appreciated Mihua's beauty. She proudly replies that Han just voiced the obvious. Ban Mihua sincerely rejoices, thinking she worried for nothing. That she is beautiful goes without saying. Ilmok, who remains sitting at the table, watches the laughing girls. Ban Mihua now carefully turns sideways to him, and the guy thinks, as expected, it's much better when she simply doesn't show her face right in front of him. Since everything was resolved so easily, he should have talked about it earlier. Ilmok is pleased with himself. A slight smile glides over his lips as he thinks. It seems there is no need to worry about chi distortion for some time. The next day, Ilmok walks across the wasteland where he met the archer yesterday. Stopping, he turns his head around. The guy loudly calls out to Zhonghen asking, is he here? A voice behind him says, did you call? The guy even flinches from surprise. Zhonghen, wearing a cloak again, asks with the most miserable look, what does Ilmok want from him? The guy replies that he came to apologize for yesterday. He asked to forgive him for that incident. John Hyun exclaims, no, it's not him. Pulling the hood over his forehead, he adds that he should be the one to apologize for showing himself so pathetic. Ilmok, smiling kindly, says that John Hyun didn't do it on purpose, so there's nothing to apologize for. The embarrassed archer, looking away, says, the young master also didn't act with bad intent, right? He thinks Ilmok has nothing to apologize for. For a few moments, they stand silently facing each other. The guy looks at the hunched youth wrapped in a cloak, looking quite pitiful. Ilmok asks, by the way, John Hyun's stealth seems to be top-notch, right? He didn't even notice the youth was here until he spoke up himself. The guy asks his interlocutor, if it's not difficult for him, maybe he could demonstrate his abilities once more. John Hyun replies, well, if he insists. The figure of the archer becomes blurred and almost transparent before the astonished Ilmok's eyes. The guy is surprised. What? Is this stealth? Looking at the ghostly silhouette, the guy thinks, has this technique always been like this? The person literally dissolves before his eyes? Even the instructor wasn't at this level. Ilmok concludes that in terms of stealth, John Hyun is the best in the entire demonic academy. At that moment, the archer's figure regains clear outlines and he breathes a sigh of relief. The guy, not hiding his admiration, exclaims that this is truly impressive. He asks to be taught this stealth technique. Jong-hyun asks confusedly, him? Ilmok, realizing he has overstepped, immediately adds, if it is too troublesome, he can refuse. He assures that he does not want to take time away from Jong-hyun. The archer says uncertainly, no. Pulling the hood over his forehead, he says, if the young master does not mind. Ilmok rejoices and makes a hand gesture. Yes, he is happy. Excellent. The guy thinks, and they will occupy the wasteland together while training stealth. Two birds with one stone. Ilmok, approaching the interlocutor, states that he would like to start right now. Noticing that the archer's body is trembling slightly, he asks questioningly, Jong-hyun? The archer, adjusting his hood and stepping back, says, no, he just... Gathering courage, Jong-hyun says, he does not think he should teach Ilmok from such a close distance. The guy thinks that with this person he will have a lot of trouble, moreover, in every sense. Jong-hyun watches as fragments of dark fabric flicker in the air before him. But then a translucent silhouette of a person in a cloak appears before his eyes. Ilmok, whose figure has already taken clear shape, removing the hood from his head, asks, so how was it this time? Jong-hyun says that this time he performed excellently. It is hard to believe that this is only a month of progress. Ilmok says that he is still far from being a student of Jong-hyun. In terms of stealth, he is the best in the academy. The guy thinks that about a month has passed since he started learning stealth from Jong-hyun. During this time, much around him has changed, and the atmosphere has become much calmer. Ban Mi-hwa no longer fusses her face right under his nose. And from Chu So-yeon and Doko-bae, he learned to hide in alleys or simply go into the shadows. Falling onto a wide wooden bench, Ilmok thinks, the smile of instructor Chu Il-hwan, full of deep meaning, is still a problem. But one smile alone will not make him give up sweet idleness. The guy tells Jong-hyun that he has trained conscientiously, now he can rest. He adds that the young man does not need to pay attention to him, let him mind his own business. Jong-hyun replies that he understands, thinking as expected from the young master, so relaxed. The young man stands for a few more moments, immersed in thought. Looking at Ilmok's peaceful face, lying with closed eyes and seemingly already asleep, Jong-hyun thinks, surely he is already perfectly ready for the test. The students lined up in two ranks on the clearing in front of the instructor. Chu Il-hwan says that today they have a test to check their progress over the last month. He announces that the exam will be held immediately for classes A and B. He will divide them into groups. Upon hearing their name, they should follow the instructor's assistant. Ilmok vaguely remembers that something about this test was said, but against the backdrop of a sweet life, everything conveniently flew out of his head. Everyone disperses, but the guy remains standing in place, thinking, it's not that he skipped something important, so his real level should be enough. The instructor tells Ilmok that he is going with him. Chu Il-hwan, followed by the guy, says that he leveled the groups by skill, so they shouldn't complain about their partners. Ilmok replies that he understands. He thinks, since the instructor had to mention this in advance, how did he even form them? Chu Il-hwan stops, and Ilmok cannot hide his surprise. Chu So-yeon joyfully says she didn't think she would end up in the same group as the young master. She asks him to take care of her. Folding his hands in a traditional greeting gesture, the guy replies that he also counts on her support. He thinks that now the picture has become clearer. From behind the girl's shoulder, Jong-hyun peeks out and, shyly looking away, asks not to forget about him either. Ilmok thinks that Chu So-yeon and Jong-hyun are now trailing at the very bottom of Class B. It seems that he, the top student of the stream, was simply thrown in as a burden to balance the group. His gaze stops on another cadet. He recalls this student. He was among those 3 young men who tried to befriend him and whom he later put down in the farmyard. The young man says that he will be glad to cooperate with him. Ilmok asks, his name is Choi Yun, right? The young man is a little embarrassed and surprised that he remembered his name. The instructor's voice reaches the guy. Have you already introduced yourselves? Chu Il-hwan, clutching a scroll in his hands, says that he will then explain the rules of the trial. He shows them a map, saying that on this mountain, on the Taihan Peak, 10 wooden tokens are hidden. 5 of them are randomly marked on the map. Demonstrating a round token with a star, the instructor announces that their goal is to collect as many tokens as possible within 4 shichen. Chu Il-hwan asks, any questions? Ilmok raises his hand, saying that he has a question. The guy asks, are fights forbidden in this exam? The instructor replies, this is a competition within the trial. They are still comrades. Shu Ilhwan says to the student standing before him, "So if someone kills or seriously injures a comrade, the punishment will be appropriate." The instructor, turning to leave, throws over his shoulder, "They will see each other in 4 shishin." He immediately disappears as if dissolving into the air. Ilmok thoughtfully looks around his team. He suggests starting from the nearest point. Soon their group of 4 carefully inspects the bushes. Chu So Yan, raising her hand above her head in which she holds a token, shouts, "Found it!" Demonstrating it to Ilmok, she asks, "Where to next?" and eagerly suggests taking everything before anyone else beats them to it. Ilmok asks Jonghen, standing behind, how much time has passed since the start of the exam. He answers, "About half a shichini." The guy thinks aloud, "Only about 10 tokens. Finding them isn't that hard, and there are plenty of students." That means, Choi Eun finishes his thought, that soon all the tokens will be in someone's hands. The young man continues, and groups with few or no tokens won't just sit peacefully picking their noses. They conclude that fights will start soon. Jo So-yeon reminds that fighting is forbidden. Ilmok replies, "Let her remember exactly what instructor Ju Il-hwan said." The girl recalls how the instructor says, "So if someone kills or seriously injures," Ju So-yeon says, "He never directly said that fighting is not allowed." Ilmok says, "And the outer slope of Mount Taehan is surrounded by a formation. Officially, so students don't get lost, but in their conditions is more like nowhere to run from a fight." Putting it all together, you can say this exam is deliberately designed to pit students against each other. Choi Eun asks, "Then what should they do? They are also under threat. They have only 1 token." Ilmok answers, he thinks they will act like this. Jo So-yeon stands with her hands behind her head. Behind her is Choi Eun, whose appearance radiates displeasure. The young man thinks, he thought Ilmok had a brilliant plan, but he's just making them bait. He doesn't understand why they didn't use 2 from Class B. Why involve him, a student from Class A? Feeling a stranger's presence behind his back, he grabs his sword. Clenching the weapon in his hand, Choi Eun tells the girl to get ready. Chu So-yeon immediately grabs a spear. The girl says she knows perfectly well what he is thinking. At that moment, the girl's attacked mid-jump by a student holding a sword. She strikes while landing in front of her, but Chu So-yeon manages to parry the attack with the spear. Chu So-yeon asks with a smile, "Oh, aren't fights forbidden in this exam?" The attacking student replies, "Naive. That's why her grades are so pathetic." Throwing herself at Chu So-yeon again, the opponent says, "Let her not be afraid. They will only press her a little." Chu So-yeon takes the blow, defending herself with the spear. The girl is already barely withstanding the opponent's pressure, thinking anxiously, why hasn't the young master's reinforcements arrived yet? Glancing at her partner, she thinks that even Choi Eun is barely managing against 2. Pointing the spear at the opponent, Chu So-yeon realizes a simple truth. There are 4 people in each group. If 2 are occupied with Choi Eun and 1 stands right in front of her, then the last one. The opponent parries her strike with such force that sparks fly to the sides from the clash of the metal tip and the sword. The cadet strikes the spear flatly with the sword, directing its tip to the ground. Then she shouts loudly, "Now!" And immediately Chu So-yeon attacks from the side in a jump. Another opponent. She raises the sword above her head, intending to bring it down on the girl's head. The attacking student, already anticipating victory, shouts, "Got you!" But at that moment, an arrow released by a skillful hand knocks the attacker to the ground. Almost losing consciousness from pain, the student asks herself, "What was that?" She realizes it was an arrow. Its flat tip is designed to stun the opponent, not to wound him. The student thinks, it can't be. They checked. There was no one within a radius of 45 meters. Could they have shot from an even greater distance? Chong-hyun had taken a position in a tall tree, hiding in its crown. The girl tries to understand from what distance they shot at them, and the archer remains frozen, gripping the bow in his hand. Chong-hyun's hand reaches for the quiver of arrows behind his back. Taking an arrow, he draws the string again. The young archer really does not want to disappoint Ilmok. He thinks that the young master gave him such a difficult task because he believes in him, and that means he cannot afford to make a mistake. The student he is aiming at shields herself from the arrows with a sword. She cuts another arrow into 2 parts, but Jong-hyun does not give up and continues to shoot. The cadet, embittered, exclaims, "That's it," and that means, pushing it off with her foot, she rushes forward, but Ilmok intercepts her, asking, "What does that mean?" With the edge of his palm, he strikes her neck, and the student falls to the ground, dropping the sword from her hands. Chu So-yeon joyfully exclaims, "Young master!" Her opponent throws a wary glance over her shoulder. Ilmok rushes from his place and attacks Chu So-yeon's opponent. He delivers a crushing blow with his hand, knocking the student off her feet. She falls to the ground, attracting the attention of her two comrades fighting Choi-eun. All three freeze, looking at what is happening with surprise. Ilmok, wiping sweat from his face, says discontentedly, and he did not want to sweat like this. He asks the remaining cadets on their feet, "Well, will they continue?" He apologizes in advance, but it will only get worse for them. The young men throw their swords to the ground, preferring to surrender. Ilmok, crossing his arms over his chest, smiles proudly. He thanks the opponents for the wise decision. Behind the cadets appear Choi-eun and Chu So-yeon with ropes in their hands. Soon, 4 opponents of Ilmok's team sit on the ground back to back, tied by their hands and feet. The guy sitting in front of them shows them 2 tokens, saying that he will gladly take their 2 coins. Hiding the tokens in a secret pocket on his chest, Ilmok smiles contentedly, thinking, already 3 out of 10. With that amount, no one will say he was slacking all the time. He thinks, although maybe, just in case, get 5. Inspired by Chu So-yeon, she suggests quickly gathering the remaining tokens in this push. Ilmok says, "About that. First, he wants to say something." The girl asks, "What exactly?" At that moment, Jong-hyun also joins them. The archer, looking around uncertainly, says, "That smell?" Ilmok says, "It seems Jong-hyun's apprentice also smelled it." The guy reports that while Choi-eun's apprentice and Chu So-yeon's apprentice were luring the competitors, he found some traces. He also points to bloodied feathers on a bush, saying, "It seems someone nearby is preparing dinner." Ilmok looks meaningfully around his team, who look at him confusedly in response. The guy suggests to quietly join them. A hand holds a piece of meat skewered on a stick over the fire. A voice asks the commander, "Why did he act that way then?" Dako-Bei shifts his gaze from the meat to the young man standing before him, clutching a spear in his hand. The young man with a cut on his cheek says, "Honestly, isn't young Master Ilmok really crossing all the lines?" He asks, if he truly wanted to strike young Master, wouldn't it have been easier to accept the alliance proposal? Dako-Bei, staring gloomily into the fire, replies, "There is some truth in that," but again shifting his gaze to the young man standing before him, he adds, "What if Ban Mi-hwa intended to stab him in the back?" He says the girl has been sticking to Ilmok for almost a month now, and now she suggests attacking him together. There is a high chance that behind the scenes, she has already swayed him to her side. Dako-Bei adds, "And this Ilmok?" Biting off a piece of meat, he says the guy is an opponent he must defeat by his own strength. He declares that he does not need anyone else's help. His interlocutor thinks that the latter is out of personal motives. Grasping his head with his hand, he mentally asks himself, and anyway, could Ban Mi-hwa have swayed Ilmok? If so, they would have been taken out the very second they met her. Glancing at Dako-Bei chewing meat, the young man thinks, on one hand, from how he replays everything in his head, you wouldn't say he's a fool, but what to call it? Naivety or still stupidity? By this time, Dako-Bei has completely eaten the meat and looks regretfully at the stick. He asks the young man, those 2 from the squad who went for food, "Aren't they taking too long?" The young man replies that he will go check now. The young man turns and walks away, frowning as he thinks, so the commander has appeared too. They called him commander, and now he already imagines himself as something extraordinary. He mentally adds, if only he wouldn't whine about being hungry. The young man freezes, encountering Chu So-eun. For a few moments, he looks at the smiling girl. The young man finally realizes the danger that has suddenly appeared before him. The spears of Chu So-eun and the young man cross. Alarmed, Dako-Pa jumps up from the boulder asking, "What is that noise?" The young man shouts in response, "The enemy has attacked. Be careful." Dako-Pa immediately reaches for the sword hilt, saying, "So they even attack people over food?" He meets his attacker Choi-eun with a sword swing. The swords of Dako-Pa and Choi-eun cross. The latter clearly feels uncertain against such a strong opponent. Dako-Pa, smiling grimly, says, "What? He is weaker than I thought. Is that all he is capable of?" Choi-eun, restraining the pressure of his sword, says, "It can't be." He steps aside, dodging the blow, saying that everyone has a trump card up their sleeve. Surprise appears in his opponent's eyes. An arrow with a blunt tip hits Dako-Pa right in the forehead. Chanhyun, who released the arrow, looks very upset. He realizes that he unconsciously aimed straight at the head. The young man thinks that the tips are, of course, training ones, so he won't be seriously hurt, but Chanhyun understands that if he had hit a vital spot, he could have killed him. Dokopa continues to stand, bending backward. His hand reaches for the arrow embedded in his forehead. Pulling out the arrow, Dokopa shouts angrily, "Did he think this would take him down?" The aura around him explodes in red. He shouts at Choi Woon, wiping sweat from his face. Is this his secret trump card? Pathetic to the point of being laughable. Clenching the arrow in his hand, Dokopa says, all he can do is shoot like a rat from behind someone's back. The young man clenches his fist harder, breaking the arrow. Dokopa rushes at Choi Woon, shouting, he must not dare to underestimate Dokopa of the Nine Swords Doko. Ilmok, appearing behind him, slams his sword flat onto his head. The guy watches as Dokopa falls face first to the ground. Ilmok says that he did not underestimate him, so he should not worry. The guy, looking with surprise at the defeated opponent, adds, and this after he caught an arrow from Jonghyun with his head and still remained alive and well. Ilmok thinks that's why he hit him harder. He hopes that everything will be fine with Dokobai. His gaze stops on Chu Soyeon, triumphantly waving a spear raised above her head. The girl, placing her foot on the back of the motionless young man lying down, shouts that they have already taken everyone down here too. The ground around her is littered with arrows. Ilmok asks, were there any problems? Chu Soyeon answers, with such precise support, everything went smoothly. Choi Yoon says that thanks to the young master, they won almost effortlessly. Ilmok replies that they have not cleared everyone yet, so they should not relax. The guy's attention is drawn by an uncertain voice addressing him, young master. Jonghyun appears before Ilmok, clutching a bow in his hand. The archer says, it seems the rest of Dokobei's team have already fled. He adds, judging by the tracks they left in haste, they probably realized from afar that everything was going against them and ran away. Jonghyun asks, should we chase after them? Showing 3 tokens, Ilmok replies, let him leave them. They have already taken the tokens and they don't care about the rejects. Hiding the trophies in a secret pocket, the guy adds that first they need to deal with the most important thing. He asks, what did they think? Why did they first go specifically for Dokobei's team? Then he answers himself, to steal food from another team so they wouldn't have to spend energy cooking themselves, right? The girl says, so that's what it is. Ilmok says, if they drag it out, they will fall behind the others. So right now, the most important thing for them is, the guy says with a smile, to eat. On a wooden board lying on the ground, someone's hands pour out a couple of fly agarics, an apple, and several berries. Chanhyun, who appeared behind Ilmok, reports that he has finished setting traps around the perimeter. The guy replies, good job. The young man adds, and here's more. He shows a rabbit carcass and a pheasant. Ilmok exclaims joyfully, oh, wonderful. Taking the trophies, he says that one food supply from Dokopa would not have been enough for them. He really helped them out, Chanhyun asks. So the others also left to look for food? Ilmok, nodding at Chu Soyeon and Choi Woon standing by the fire, who poured their trophies onto the board, says, why not ask them directly? The sun is setting toward the horizon. The guy sits on a boulder by the fire. Next to him, a girl has sat down right on the ground. Choi Woon settled a little further away on another boulder. Chunhyun positioned himself farther from the whole group. Ilmok thinks that he currently has only 6 tokens in his hands. If they just hold their position, first place is guaranteed. His thoughts are interrupted by Chu Soyeon. She says, so, about Lady Chin Han? The guy doesn't listen to her. Yawning, he thinks that there is still some time left until the end of the trial. So there's no point in wasting energy. Better to save what they have. Ilmok, looking sleepy, asks the girl, by the way, why is she so obsessed with Lady Chin? Chu So-yeon throws him a surprised look. Suddenly, the girl bursts from her place and, grabbing Ilmok by the shoulders, joyfully shouts, finally, he asked. The guy gloomily thinks that it was not worth doing. Pressing her palm to her chest and closing her eyes, Chu So-yeon begins the story. She says that her father is one of the shadows of the pavilion of the secret guard. So from time to time, she had to visit the pavilion. She tells that it was there that she saw the incomparably beautiful Lady Chin Han. Folding her hands in front of her as if in prayer, the girl enthusiastically continues the story. And when she learned from what miserable conditions this lady started, and yet still managed to become the second strongest in the academy, she was deeply shocked. Looking at her, the guy thinks, simply put, she became a fan of someone else's success. Choyun says that as far as he understands, this Chin Han of theirs is a woman. Chu So-yeon slowly turns her head to him, asking, and what does that mean? For a few seconds, a ringing silence hangs over the clearing. In the blink of an eye, the girl is next to Choyun, bringing her face close to his. She says, then, it turns out, that student Choi does not admire the heavenly demon. The young man exclaims, what blasphemy is she saying? Chu So-yeon steps away from him, and an enthusiastic, dreamy expression appears on her face again. Closing her eyes and raising her face to the sky, the girl says, that's what it's about. Everyone bows before the Lord of 10,000 demons. Her feelings for Lady Chin Han are slightly weaker, but essentially it is also respect. She adds that therefore her goal is to become second in the academy, like Lady Chin. Ilmok, approaching Choyun and encouragingly squeezing the shoulder of the clearly confused young man, says that there is no need to rack one's brain so much to understand her. Shyly hiding her face in her palm, the girl says, and in the end, then holding her cheeks to hide her blush, she joyfully exclaims that she will become the maid of young Master Ilmok and will enjoy the sweet senior-junior relationship with Lady Chin Han. It is Ilmok's turn to be surprised, he asks. Since when did he agree to this? Chu So-yeon, from whose eyes tears burst, immediately runs up to the guy and, tugging his sleeve, begs, well, please, you might not say it about her, but she is very capable. Ilmok replies, she herself aims not for first place, but for second. What high competence are we talking about? The girl, shaking him by the shoulders, says, well, it's obvious that the young master will be first, so second place is all she can hope for. Second place is almost the same level as first. Doesn't that tempt him? Ilmok replies, all right, he promises to consider positively her question. Just let her get off him. At that moment, something catches John Hyun's attention. He hears the alarm bells ringing, and that means someone has touched the thread. Jumping to his feet and peering into the forest thicket, he exclaims, someone is coming. John Hyun says there are 5 of them, then immediately corrects himself. No, 6. The people approaching them move so fast that they cannot be seen clearly. Ilmok immediately orders the archer to take position. The rest, to battle. John Hyun replies, yes, and immediately rushes off in the opposite direction from the approaching people. The girl and Choyun take up weapons. Only now does Ilmok realize that the supposed enemies are 6, not 4 as it should have been. He wonders, have they allied with someone? The guy assumes that 2 runaways from the Doko Pa group have joined some team. Ilmok's hand reaches for the sword hilt. He did not want to draw the sword. He hates getting blood on himself. But since they are coming so brazenly, he has no choice. Taking a battle stance and raising his weapon before him, the guy thinks, well, it's been a while since he really gave his all. But immediately a surprised expression appears on Ilmok's face. Wait, The guy looks surprised at the person who appeared before him. A voice reaches him, advising him to pull himself together. Folding the fan and raising it admonishingly, Ban Mi-hwa says, she won't spare him just because he is distracted by her beauty. 3 students from Ban Mi-hwa's group stand before Choi-eun and Ju So-yeon. All cadets clutch their weapons, ready to rush into battle at any moment. Ban Mi-hwa says, yes, they really have managed to get used to each other, but he is very mistaken if he thinks she will give him a break because of that. Choi-eun exclaims, individually, the opponents are stronger than them. He adds that if the young master can hold off 3, including Ban Mi-hwa, then they will have a chance. The young man casts a questioning look at Ilmok, awaiting a response. To his surprise, he sees the body of the boy standing with his back to him, trembling. To Ilmok, who is busy restraining his dissipating energy and side effects, comes his voice, young master. Ban Mi-hwa, looking intently at the boy, is pleased. Everything is as she thought. While behind Ilmok, the students engage in combat, he stands trembling all over. The girl thinks he is so nervous from just her appearance that he can't even fight. She even prepared an alliance with other groups just in case, but Ban Mi-hwa concludes that she has overestimated everything. She clenches her hand into a fist, giving a signal. Immediately behind her, movement begins. 2 more figures, unseen but only detectable by their swift movement, emerge from the forest. To Ilmok comes a desperate shout. "Young master!" The boy's attacked from two sides by students armed with swords. He blocks the sword strikes with his sword and scabbard. Ban Mi-hwa, watching the fight, smiles and says that she also doesn't really want to hit the young master. She suggests that he simply hand over the tokens nicely and they will retreat. Let him not waste his strength in vain and make a reasonable decision. Ilmok's body is still trembling. The guy mentally curses he can't focus on the battle because of her face. Ilmok understands that if he starts swinging the sword on instinct, he will definitely kill her. Mentally, he even relives this moment and sees the fan stained with her blood. The guy continues to fend off attacks from two opponents at once. He decides that standing still is not an option, and in a jump rushes towards Ban Mi-hwa. Pointing the sword at her, he thinks, if only to avoid vital points. The girl looks straight into his eyes with a smile, not doubting that he won't dare touch her. Ban Mi-hwa slightly tilts her head, and Ilmok lands behind her. A slight smile plays on the girl's lips. She throws over her shoulder that aiming so openly at the neck is not worth it. A fatal wound is disqualification, doesn't he remember? Gnashing his teeth angrily, Ilmok thinks that he really can't kill her, no matter how much he wants to. He wonders what to do. Is there another way out? Meanwhile, Chu So-yeon successfully repels Han's attacks. Ilmok, retreating, finds himself back-to-back with the girl. Chu So-yeon anxiously asks, "What's wrong with him?" She asks him to show them his true power already. She confusedly repeats, "Young master." Meanwhile, Ilmok strains every nerve, searching for another way. He comes to the conclusion that he has no choice but to kill her. Chu So-yeon is worried about his condition, sweat drops streaming down her face. The girl, clutching a spear in her hands, rushes forward. Behind her sounds the voice of the opponent. Where does she think she's going? He adds that the girl's opponent is herself. Jong-hyun draws the bowstring and releases an arrow at the target. In front of Chu So-yeon's opponent, the arrows he shot pierce the ground. She clearly did not expect this and looks frightened. Han shouts to Ban Mi-hwa, "Watch out!" Meanwhile, Ban Mi-hwa, opening a fan and using it as a weapon, advances on Ilmok. Ban Mi-hwa still continues to smile, but her friend's shout makes her wary. At that moment, Chu So-yeon, with her whole body, rushes at her and presses her into the ground with her weight. Ban Mi-hwa tries to free herself, but she fails. Chu So-yeon, pressing her to the ground, shouts to Ilmok that she will hold this girl. Looking at the confused and frozen Ilmok, she says that the young master should take advantage of this moment and deal with the others. The corners of the boy's mouth turn down, and drops of sweat flow abundantly down his face. Ilmok decisively hides the sword in its sheath. Han mockingly hisses through his teeth, "He will deal with them." Standing behind the backs of two sword-armed disciples, she asks, does he think they will just stand and watch? She adds that no matter how strong he is, he cannot defeat them all at once. Like a mist, it passes between the three disciples, among whom is Han. Ilmok stops far behind the backs of the girl and her companions. At first they freeze in confusion, then their bodies tremble and they settle to the ground. The boy continues to stand without looking back, clutching the sheath in his hand. The three disciples behind him are sprawled on the ground. Choi-yeon and his opponent stop fighting and look fearfully at the boy and the disciples lying on the ground. Without looking at his opponent, Choi-yeon delivers a crushing punch to his face, knocking him off his feet. The young man rushes forward, shouting at Ilmok on the move, "Is he okay?" The guy warningly extends his hand forward, telling him not to come closer. He holds a sword with both hands in front of him, the tip pointing down. His eyes are closed, and a light blue mist of energy swirls around his body. Choi-yeon freezes in confusion, watching the blue streams of energy circle around the guy's body. Behind him, Jong-hyun lands. The archer, looking at Ilmok, wonders, could it be that he just attained enlightenment from this battle? Looking at the guy drawing his sword, he thinks, as expected from the Supreme's disciple. Even his growth spurts are on a different level. Meanwhile, Ilmok slices through the air with his sword, performing incredible somersaults. He stops and traces a circle around himself with his sword, as if fighting an invisible opponent. The guy's face looks tired, and tears appear in the corners of his eyes, as expected from the Supreme's disciple. Even his growth spurts are on a different level. The day after the first trial, in the Pavilion of Demonic Arts, Instructor Chu Il-hwan, sitting at a table with a book lying on it, spins a scroll in his hands. Ilmok stands silently before him. The instructor, having lost his usual friendliness, raises a heavy gaze at him and asks, "Cadet Ilmok, do you know why I called you?" The guy makes a suggestion to report the exam results. Chu Il-hwan exhales and a slight smile slides across his lips again. He says, "Correct. So let the guy relax a lot." Ilmok mentally wonders, does the instructor really think he can relax? Stretching his lips into an insincere smile, the guy thinks, "Yeah, right, you'll relax here." He is alone in the room with a person who undresses him with his eyes every day. Looking at Chu Il-hwan, who, as always, smiles radiantly, Ilmok mentally advises him, if he wants him to relax, he should stop staring at him like that. The instructor says he has seen the results. They are outstanding, quite worthy of the supreme student. Chu Il-hwan adds, however, his fight with the student Ban Mihua was a bit puzzling. It was noticeable that Ilmok was very nervous. He asks, was there any special reason for that? Looking away, the guy answers that Ban Mihua turned out to be much more solid than he thought. Ilmok thinks, all because he wanted to kill her but couldn't. You can't really say that, right? The guy continues, she fought worthily as expected from the daughter of a noble family. Besides, the fan is an unusual weapon for him, so he observed it for a long time. Chu Il-hwan snorts skeptically. He thinks all these explanations are nonsense. Chu Il-hwan knows perfectly well that Ilmok's skills alone would be enough to take down Ban Mihua's entire team by himself. He wonders, why is the guy lying to him? Suddenly, the instructor is struck. Wait a minute. Did Ilmok just say daughter of a noble family? A smile slides across Chu Il-hwan's lips as he thinks, what if the guy is just playing the martyr to gain the trust of influential clans? In that case, he is already laying the foundation for his own faction. Pressing his forehead against his interlaced fingers, which he leaned on the table with, and hiding his face, Chu Il-hwan thinks that, as expected, the supreme student is of a completely different nature. Ilmok is struck by a thirst for blood, which emanated from the instructor. He mentally asks himself, and why is he suddenly smiling? The boy's eyes widen as a realization dawns on him. Could it be? His face is covered with a damp sweat. Recalling Chu Il-hwan's behavior, sometimes grabbing his hand, sometimes breathing down his neck, he thinks, honestly, until now he considered it just a joke. He doubted it could be true and did not want to accept this reality. But now there is no escaping it. All the pieces of the puzzle have come together in his head. Looking at the instructor, who rolls his eyes to the ceiling and licks his upper lip with his tongue, the boy decides that the side effect of this man is definitely sodomy. Ilmok swallows hard, his saliva suddenly becoming viscous. He does not know what provoked this, but he is sure that Chu Il-hwan's target is definitely him, and if he does not strike first, folding his hands in the traditional gesture where the palm of one hand covers the fist of the other, Ilmok exclaims, "Instructor!" Squinting and feeling as if he is jumping off a cliff into icy water, the boy asks for forgiveness and adds that he likes only women. Mentally, he exclaims that he will not give him his honor without a fight. Silence falls in the office. Ilmok stands with his head bowed, while Chu Il-hwan looks at him in surprise. From the lips of the suddenly serious instructor escapes a surprised, "What?" Chu Il-hwan, who has completely different thoughts in his head, thinks, so he means all the daughters of noble families? Meanwhile, in Yulni's room, the instructor, unrolling a scroll, says that she really did well. The woman adds, sniper support, procurement, and replenishment of provisions. She carried it all herself. Jong-hyun, in whom Ilmok did not recognize the girl, is clearly moved by her words. Yulni says that she perfectly utilized her strengths. Jong-hyun replies that it is all thanks to the young master Ilmok. Yulni, sitting at the table, sighs. She says that the leadership of the student Ilmok was excellent, but wasn't it her own skills that made it all possible? Chan-hen bows her head, a light blush appearing on her cheeks. Yeon also lowers her head and sighs again. The instructor asks, what will Chan-hen do if she ends up not on the same team as the student Ilmok? She raises her head and asks in surprise, what does she mean? Yulni explains, there is no guarantee that they will always be on the same team. The instructor adds, next time she might be placed with those who don't even know of her existence, and then she won't have Ilmok's help. What will she do in that case? Chan-hen, trembling all over, leans even lower. Shifting from foot to foot and still trembling, Chan-hen, sweating, says, Then she. She says she will tell her teammates about her strengths herself. Yulni gets up from the table. She approaches Chan-hen from behind, while she continues to say that they will make a plan together. The instructor's hand pulls out the bandages hidden under Chanhen's clothes. The girl's eyes widen in surprise. She looks down at her luxurious chest freed by Yolni from the bandages. The instructor, sighing once again, asks, "Isn't it hard for her to breathe in that bandage?" Chanhyun, lowering her head low, answers embarrassedly, "But if she does not do so, her life in many ways will become too inconvenient." Yolni answers, "Understood," and then hands the bandages to Chanhyun. Walking over to the table, Yolno says that they will finish here. Let her go rest. Chanhyun, bowing in the traditional manner, thanks the instructor. Yolni silently watches as the office door closes behind her. The instructor wonders, what should she do with this child? She thinks about the side effects of her own demonic technique, excessive empathy and inability to refuse. She behaves deliberately coldly just to resist these side effects. The woman wonders, how can she help Chanhyun? She shakes her head, trying to get rid of intrusive thoughts, telling herself that as an instructor responsible for all students, she cannot single out one. She orders herself to pull herself together. Meanwhile, Chanhyun, having gone to her favorite wasteland, draws something with a stick on the ground. She traces circles in the dust with a twig, clearly lost in thought. Chanhyun says, not being on the same team as the young master. She thinks with horror. That means she will have to actively communicate with new people herself. The girl vividly imagines how it happens and how she shamefully faints trying to say her name. Chanhyun desperately shakes her head, trying to get rid of these thoughts. She thinks, no, better to die than go through that. She decides that no matter what, she must be on the same team as the young gentleman. At that moment, footsteps sound behind her. Ilmok, who appeared behind her, says, Chanhyun is here again. The girl is clearly frightened. She jumps up and turns to face the guy. Her figure, as always, is hidden by a cloak. Ilmok says he called out from afar on purpose. The guy asks, was he really that lost in thought? The girl, stammering heavily, answers not at all and asks for forgiveness. Ilmok says there is nothing to apologize for. Much more important is how the conversation went. Trembling all over, clearly in a state of turmoil, the girl answers. The instructor said, everything is fine. Looking at Chanhyun, whom he considers a teenage boy, Ilmok realizes he feels even worse than usual now. He wonders, maybe he should leave him alone? Chanhyun exclaims, young master. The guy is surprised. What is it? Taking a step towards him, the girl says in a trembling voice, from this day. Chanhyun begs Ilmok, please let him stay with her forever. She looks pleadingly straight into the guy's eyes. A fierce cry sounds. Do today's children have no shame at all? Ilmok and Chanhyun simultaneously turn their heads toward the source of the fierce shout. The man who approaches them, throwing his sword into the scabbard on his shoulder, says that he was going to share the insights he had during the expedition. He adds, and they are playing love in the sacred demonic academy. Chanhyun looks frightened, while Ilmok is puzzled. Love? The man standing before them looks at them menacingly. He says that he will have to personally educate them. The training period at the demonic academy is only 2 years. In the first year, they undergo all kinds of basic training, and in the second year, based on that, practice begins. During practice, cadets move between different divisions of the demonic cult and spend about a month completing tasks related to each of them. Ilmok stands opposite a tall young man who has thrown an impressively large sword over his shoulder. With a sinister smile, the senior student asks the guy, is the junior dissatisfied with something? Ilmok understands that he is from the senior course and has just returned from practice. He glances at the shocked Chonghen, thinking he saw 2 guys and decided that this. Ilmok believes that the demonic cult is much more advanced than he thought, but he still does not intend to tolerate misunderstandings about what he likes. Looking at the senior student, clearly hostile, the guy thinks that by his appearance, you wouldn't say he will politely listen to explanations. Ilmok sighs, accepting the inevitable decision of conflict. Making an inviting gesture with his hand, the guy says, enough talking. Let him attack already. He decides, all right, he will try to finish the fight quickly. The young man replies with evil joy that the junior is more spirited than he thought. Raising his sword in front of him, the senior student says, if the guy wins, he will pretend he saw nothing. Throwing the sheath away and rapidly attacking Ilmok, he adds, however, if he wins, the guy will face a special mental training. Ilmok, waiting with a sword in hand for the opponent's approach, thinks that he is trying hard to pass as the senior. Their swords cross, sparking. The guy mentally adds, although there is only 1 year difference between them. Ilmok is impressed. Apparently the senior really is the senior. Looking at the senior student's wide grin, the guy thinks that he tried to break through against him, but failed. The opponent continues to attack Ilmok, and he is forced to retreat. Outwardly, he reminds the guy of Doko Pei, but he understands that this person is essentially quite different. Dodging a blow, Ilmok thinks that his opponent is stronger, and his ligaments are much more refined. He feels that the young man gives off the same vibration as the assistant instructor. The guy believes that, of course, the senior student is still far from the assistant's level, but his movements are extremely similar. Raising the sword for a strike, the guy realizes that he will have to do more than just dodge. Swinging the sword, he decides that he needs to give a proper fight. The senior student exclaims, "Oh, so he is not only strong in dodging." Taking a fighting stance, the young man says, "Well then, let him try to block this." They continue exchanging blows with incredible strength and maximum speed. Blow follows blow, but Ilmok no longer tries to dodge or retreat. A satisfied smile shines on the senior student's face. Fun. He came here to reinforce the knowledge gained during his practical training. But in the end, in his opinion, everything turns out much better. Continuing the fight, the young man thinks with delight how long it has been since he swung a sword like this. Ilmok takes a fighting stance. A light haze of energy emanates from his sword. The boy's gaze expresses determination. The senior student, smiling even wider, realizes that Ilmok is going to finish everything now. Excellent. Bringing down his sword on the boy, he mentally exclaims, "Come on!" But Ilmok seems to dissolve into the air. The senior student, still not realizing that his sword is cutting through emptiness, mentally rejoices, promising to crush the boy with full force. But Ilmok is already behind him. A puzzled expression appears on the young man's face. In his head flashes, was the movement false? The senior student stands motionless. The tip of Ilmok's sword almost presses against his throat. The guy, looking at him sternly, says, "That's all." A glint of sunlight plays on the tip of the sword. The young man's lips stretch into a wide smile, revealing 2 rows of strong teeth. The senior student laughs, and Ilmok sheaths his sword. The young man exclaims, "The younger one really hit him." The guy replies, "But the main thing is, since he has cooled down, let him hear his explanations." Throwing the sword over his shoulder, the young man replies, "Yes, anything can happen in youth." He promises to pretend he saw nothing. As he leaves, the senior student says, "The loser leaves without saying a word." The confused Ilmok calls after him, "No, let him listen." His face distorts into an angry grimace. He wonders, why do these scoundrels from the demonic cult never listen to anyone? Turning to Chong Hyun, the guy asks, "Is he okay?" The response is, "Hick!" Chong Hyun answers, "Yes, he's fine." Squeezing her eyes shut tightly, the girl orders herself not to tremble. She remembers how she asked him to stay with her, and with horror, she realizes how ambiguous that request might have seemed. Chong Hyun thinks she needs to explain to him that she just wanted to be in the same group with him. Lowering her head, Chong Hyun says, "Everything that was said before." The guy asks, did he mean that he wants to continue being in the same group with him, right? The girl is surprised. How did he guess? Ilmok says that this is not something he can decide alone, so he definitely won't promise. But he will try to talk to the instructors. Chong Hyun, bowing, thanks the young gentleman. The guy says that in that case he will probably go, and he advises Chong Hyun to rest. The girl agrees and says goodbye. All the best. Ilmok leaves and Chong Hyun remains standing, watching him go. Then the girl sighs heavily. She turns away, saying, "It's good that no misunderstandings arose." Chong Hyun walks toward the pavilion. Sitting on the pavilion steps, she, leaning on her knees, lowers her head onto her intertwined fingers. Chong Hyun says sadly, "Then why does my soul feel so empty?" Black Tiger, the dormitory for senior students. Against the backdrop of the sunset sky stands a multi-tiered building. A senior student who fought with Ilmok is heading to the dormitory entrance. Behind him, a voice sounds, He said he was going to sort out his new insights. Under the wooden canopy where the boxes stand, a fair-haired young man sits, covering his face with a fan. The senior student, looking back, explains, there was already a guest in his usual training spot. The fair-haired young man asks, "A guest? Meaning someone from the juniors?" He says thoughtfully, "Unusual." Calling the interlocutor Mak Ho Elam, the blonde says, It is surprising that he simply gave up his seat to him. Mac-Hoel, laughing, replies that actually he fought him to get the platform back. But he honestly lost. Lazy indifference instantly vanishes from the blonde's face. He asks in surprise, "Lost?" The young man thinks that his interlocutor ranks in the middle even in Class A. He struggles with written exams but easily makes the top by sheer strength. A memory arises of how Mac-Hoel effortlessly defeated a huge tiger and cut off its head. The blonde, hiding his anxious face behind a fan, thinks that Mac-Hoel is also not one to lose vigilance or spare anyone. And yet the younger one managed to defeat such a fighter. He asks, did Mac-Hoel at least learn his name? He answers that he forgot to ask, but since he is so strong, his name is surely well known. The sound of footsteps is heard, and a voice reaches them. Then it is probably him. The approaching young man says, the very one everyone is gossiping about, the junior disciple of the Supreme. He asks, didn't rumors reach them during the practice? All those tales about the genius of the junior student? The blonde replies, but isn't it only about brains there? His ideas about the school and the clinic were truly brilliant, but that's not yet proof of his combat power. A classmate who approached them asked, what's the noise about? The young man answers, Mac-Hoel says a monster has appeared among the juniors. Another senior student approaches them saying, although if you think about it, the junior student hasn't even spent a year here yet. The blonde replies, then he definitely shouldn't have any chance to defeat Mac-Hoel. Illogical. He loudly says, again by him, then who the hell is this junior? One of the guys says that this year the eldest grandson of the Doko clan enrolled. Maybe it's him? Mac-Hoel objects. But the junior he fought relied on a fast and soft sword. The reply is, then it's definitely not the 9 swords of Doko. They are known for heavy strikes. One of the guys asks, if not Doko, then who? A cough is heard. The young man who first joined the conversation between the blonde and Mac-Hoel, waiting until everyone looks at him, says that standing here they won't find anything out. He adds that he will bring one junior acquaintance. Night falls. Choi-un, bowing respectfully, greets the seniors. He introduces himself, stating his name. The blonde, sitting on the bench by a long table around which his friends stand, asks him to calm down. He says they called him here not to pressure him. They just want to ask a couple of questions. Choi-un replies that he understands the senior. The blonde says that first he will introduce himself. His name is Baek Cheon. He asks the young man, has he heard of him? Choi-un, still holding his hands folded in the traditional gesture of greeting and respect, without raising his eyes, answers, of course. He is from the Baek family, one of the 5 great demonic houses, right? Mentally he curses, he really got caught. Choi-un heard that the Baek family has a second son, a complete thug. Glancing at the young man sitting in front of him, the youth realizes that, judging by the age, it is definitely him. Baek Cheon says, all right, let's get to the point. Who is the strongest in their group? Choi-un feels relieved. Great, at least they are not interested in me. He thinks, did the rumors reach them because of the practice? If you ask anyone in their group who is the strongest, Choi-un answers, the junior disciple of the Supreme, young Master Ilmok. The senior student who brought him here asks, but he has only been here for a year, hasn't he? Are you sure you are not confusing him with someone from the Doko clan? Choi-un replies that Doko Bae is also outstanding, but he says that young Master Ilmok is not just a genius, he is a monster. The youth adds, everyone he considers weak, he knocks down with one blow, but against the strongest, he deliberately drags out the fight, as if trying to squeeze every last drop of combat experience from his opponent. Trying to suppress the trembling that has seized him, Choi-un says, looking at this, you involuntarily wonder, is he even human? Baek Cheon's lips stretch into a smile. He says thoughtfully, so that's how it is. Choi-un feels uneasy when he sees the senior student's eyes glowing with a reddish light of internal energy. One of the senior students says with a smile, it seems they got a very interesting junior. Mac-Hoel says that now he really wants to fight him. Baek Cheon asks, and what will they do tomorrow morning? Choi-un watches as 5 senior students, standing in a circle, raise their clenched fists in the air, shouting in unison, duel! The young man mentally wonders, how did it all come to this? Grabbing his head, Choi-un thinks, bad. Young Master Ilmok will definitely consider this inappropriate. He hopes the elders won't reveal where they got the information. In the morning, a worried expression appears on the faces of the younger students. They see a group of senior students led by Baek-chan approaching their dwelling. Makoel exclaims, "Here he is, the very youngest one." He points with his finger at Elmok approaching the dormitory. The guy turns his head towards them and looks at the senior students with surprise. They, baring their teeth predatorily, are approaching him clearly with ill intentions. Ilmok, cursing mentally, wonders, what kind of procession is this? Suddenly, between him and the senior students appears a strong, tanned hand gripping a sword and a delicate hand holding an open fan. The guy, upset by the problems looming over him, is shielded by Doko Pei and Ban Mihua. Doko Pai says it's not that he intends to defend Cadet Ilmok, but as a representative of the current intake, he cannot stand aside. He asks, on what grounds did the seniors come to the juniors' dormitory at the crack of dawn? Ban Mihua, moving the fan away from her face, says, she disagrees that Doko is their representative, but agrees that such a crowd at the door would please few. The girl expresses hope that the seniors have a reason they can accept. Baek Cheon smiles and asks the juniors not to be so tense. He adds that they just came to arrange a small sparring with the junior Ilmok. At that moment, a boy clasps Chae So-yeon's head with his palms, who is trying to protect the young master. John Hyun, meanwhile, cautiously peeks from behind the stair railing. Ilmok, hearing the blonde's words, asks in surprise, pointing at himself with a finger. With him? Baek Cheon, theatrically bringing his hand to his forehead, answers, yes, he heard everything yesterday from Mak Ho-yeol. That guy said the boy is incredibly strong. He adds, theatrically raising his hand above his head and simultaneously tossing back unruly strands falling on his forehead. So, of course, shouldn't he fight them too? Now Ilmok grabs his head. Closing his eyes, he thinks their logic is crooked, as befits people from the demonic cult. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would have wriggled out by any means, just not to fight. Doko Pai whispers to him that handling everyone alone will be tough. He adds that he will take part of it upon himself. The boy replies, no need. He already has a plan. He invites the seniors to follow him, saying they will go ask the inspector to oversee their sparring. In Chul Hwan's office, Ilmok, pointing at the seniors standing next to him, tells the inspector that the seniors are bullying him. The faces of the boys, clearly not expecting such a turn of events, stretch in surprise. The instructor, not quite understanding what is happening, cautiously asks, what? Chu Il-hwan examines the cadets standing before his desk. Mak Ho-yeol exclaims, what does Junior Ilmok want to say by this? Pressing his palm to his chest, on the other side, Baek-chan calls out to the guy, bullying. They just wanted to challenge him to a duel. Ilmok asks in response, is it right to show up in a crowd like this and impose a fight? The guy exclaims that he is a junior from another course. It's clear to anyone that this is not an honest duel, but bullying. The disconcerted seniors have nothing to say in response. Ilmok falls to his knees before the instructor's table. He says that the sacred cult values strength to cleanse the world of the weak. Ilmok asks, but why is it used by the majority to oppress the weak minority? Mak Ho-yeol exclaims, but the guy beat him yesterday. The young man adds, he may be counted as a minority, but calling himself weak is going too far, doesn't he think so? Ilmok mentally curses, damn him. Rising and proudly straightening his back, he, without looking at anyone, says, be that as it may, the fact that they ganged up on him does not go away. Baek-chan exclaims, he says this is a misunderstanding. He assures that they never intended to fight altogether. The instructor decisively cuts him off. Enough. Chu Il-hwan tells the cadets, he understands why they came to him. However, this is a matter he cannot decide alone. He needs to discuss everything with the other instructors before making a decision. The instructor tells them to go back to their rooms for now. He watches the students leaving the office. An anticipatory smile slides across Chu Il-hwan's face. He is confident that an interesting performance awaits them. With the onset of night, the instructors gathered around the abbot's desk in his office. Yemga Hui, stroking his beard, says that this is indeed an unprecedented case. He says, the seniors who come in a crowd to challenge the junior to a duel, and the junior who complains about this to the instructor as bullying. The deputy head of the demonic academy, Yugek, asks, but wouldn't the problem resolve itself if they simply refused to oversee the fight, or forbade the seniors from approaching it? He addresses Chu Il-hwan. Since he took the trouble to convene this meeting, he assumes he has another plan in mind. The response is correct. Lowering his hand onto the table, the instructor adds, and for this, he needs the consent of instructor Cha Eun-yeon. Senior instructor of the senior course, Cha Eun-yeon, a woman with short dark hair, decisively crosses her arms over her chest, asking her consent. She inquires what other senseless scheme has he conceived this time. Chu Il-hwan replies, "Interesting. Where did she acquire the habit of declaring something senseless without listening to the end?" They glare at each other with lightning-like looks. A red aura thickens around the table. The abbot decisively says, "Enough." With a sparkling eye filled with the red light of inner energy, Yem Gahui says, "Let both remember that they are at an official meeting." Chu Il-hwan, bowing his head in a respectful bow, apologizes to the head of the academy. Cha Yunan follows his example, adding that she will try to restrain herself. Yem Gahui exhales and the red pressing aura dissipates. The abbot addresses Chu Il-hwan, asking, what is his method? He answers that it is quite simple. The instructor explains, they will hold an official sparring tournament between the seniors and juniors. Yu Gaik objects, saying that for practicing demonic arts, a one-year gap is an abyss. The outcome is obvious. Is there any point at all? Chu Il-hwan replies that, at the very least, it will definitely help the juniors. He adds, if they turn it into a regular tournament, then through such duels, the juniors will gain not only insight, but also a spirit of rivalry. The desire to surpass the seniors will make them train even harder. Chu Il-hwan says that, moreover, it will become an incentive for the seniors. Cha Eun-en is surprised by his words. An incentive? The woman asks, does he mean that the junior can really defeat the senior? Yu Jayak clarifies, the instructor must be talking about that junior student. Chu Il-hwan responds, exactly. Recently, Ilmok has been growing in strength alarmingly fast. He believes this is enough to make the seniors feel threatened. What if they really get surpassed? With a devilish smirk, Chu Il-hwan says, maybe he will easily surpass the current senior class. Chu Il-hwan and Cha Eun-yeon lean slightly toward each other across the table that separates them. A smile shines on the man's face, and a threat lurks in the woman's eyes. The headmaster, stroking his beard, watches him with a smile. He agrees, good. Let them continue their preparation. During the day, Chu Il-hwan announces that in 5 days there will be an official sparring tournament with the senior students. Standing on the top step of the stairs in front of the cadets lined up at its base, the instructor adds, these seniors entered the academy a year before them. This is a great chance to improve skills, so they should be grateful. Ilmok, listening to the instructor, thinks he suspected that he was up to something, but he didn't think it would turn into a whole tournament. Raising his index finger, Chu Il-hwan says with a smile, the fights will be one-on-one. Opponents will be matched according to each student's level. One fight, no repeats, so they should give it their all. Ilmok thinks that at least he won't have to fight them all at once. He decides to fight just enough to lose, like last time with the instructor's assistant. The instructor pauses, the boy, lowering his head, sighs heavily. Chu Il-hwan says that he already assessed each of their levels at the last exam. He adds significantly, therefore, if someone tries to cheat during the duel or loses by putting in just enough effort to lose, the guy swallows the suddenly viscous saliva with difficulty. The instructor says, let them just know that a special punishment awaits them with him. Ilmok imagines with horror how the instructor's tongue slides across his cheek. From Chu Il-hwan, looking at Ilmok, flow streams of dark, heavy energy. The guy looks away. Doc Go Bai exclaims, what is he saying? Is there a warrior of the sacred cult who fights like that? He makes a greasy joke and laughs. Ban Mihua rejoices, what a wonderful chance to gain insight. She adds that she will squeeze every drop out of this opportunity. The guy standing among the rejoicing classmates cannot find suitable censored words to express the overwhelming feelings inside him.